Hi guys, please tell me you can hear me. I'm going to lose my mind if I'm not being heard right now. Thank God I'm being heard right now. Hi guys. Oh my God. Seems to be... Wait, what's happening? Hang on, I missed some things. Incoming stream that is not a drill. There's a stream incoming. Sorry, we eventually got there. Jesus. Hi guys. I was fighting with this camera today, so if it looks like it's scaled a little weird, it probably is because I had to redo it. What is my hair doing? I'm ready to clip it all back. I washed it and it's just like, oh, you washed your hair? Oh, now it looks awful. And I'm like, but that's not what washing your hair is supposed to do. Oh my God, my camera is also a little far away today. Let's just judge. Ah. Yee, that's better. And now we refocus. Woo. Don't adjust your monitors. Ah, there we go. Okay, so, hi Rachel. I think your hair looks slay as always. Thank you. It's the bangs are doing their own fun thing today, which is not what I was preferring it to do, but you know, they'll figure it out. Hello everybody. Yeah, so I had the brilliant idea. I was like, ooh, Bungalow Mystery. We read the first original Nancy Drew, the second one, and now let's just keep going through the original series in order, because why not? And then I was like, oh, in the Bungalow Mystery, it's in this like collection of 3 Nancy Drew novels that I've had since like middle school, which is this one. I actually, fun fact, started getting into bookbinding because of how many times I had to fix the binding of this specific book. I also forgot that I'll have to post a picture on the Discord of my shelf of all my Nancy Drew books, because it's very organized but very chaos at the same time because of how many Nancy Drew books I own, because I've been collecting them my whole life pretty much. It's just, this was basically, picture a tower and the bottom corner of the foundation of the tower was this book. So I had to like dig all of them out. There's books all over my floor. It's chaos. I love it. You didn't already have that Nancy Drew Hardy Boys book, did you? You did. No, you have 2 copies. I did have it, but I was actually going to give one of my copies to, since there's 2 now, Natasha, so that Natasha and I can do a long distance read stream of it together. So thank you very much for all the books, Patrick. I appreciate it. Hi, Owl. Hi, everybody. This one is thick. This is 3 books in one. This is 3 books in one. So the last time I read from this was the very first read stream. Who remembers that? The very first read stream I ever did. It took 3 streams to get through The Secret of the Old Clock, but the first read stream ever was when I first read through this book. And I remember saying like, oh, maybe I don't know if this will be interesting. Like, we don't have to ever do read streams again if people don't like it. And now look at us now. Look at how many books we've covered. So yeah, this one is thick, but this is 3 different novels. So we're only reading the second one tonight. Well, we're going to try to read it all tonight. If not, there's always tomorrow to read the other half. This is the Bungalow Mystery. So I'm going to have to pull up business of rebinding them for new readers. It would actually be very fun. I need to do some bookbinding type videos on the channel, like working it into like covering things, sort of like the way that we do cooking. We do the we cover something where people are cooking, because it's very like, bookbinding was definitely one of my quarantine, while everybody else was doing a sourdough starter, I was bookbinding. So I really do like it. But yes, thank you. I think it was Patrick say, don't forget to put it in the Discord. I won't. Apologies, everybody. You're gonna get pinged. Let's just put this in the Discord real quick before I forget. Let's see. We have 60 members. Good for us. Announcements. At everyone live now. And then there we go. Yes, I want to ping everyone. I'm sorry. There we go. Okay. Now that that's done. Yeah, we need to find a day to do the live stream. That'll probably be at least a couple weeks from now, at least, just because my schedule's crazy, but I will keep in touch with you. Let me find a description online, because since this is 3 books in one, oh no, I guess there are little blurbs about each of the 3. So today we're reading The Bungalow Mystery. When one of Nancy's closest friends suspects her guardians of trying to steal her inheritance, Nancy's search for clues leads her to an old abandoned bungalow. I think that's enough of a teaser. Yay, you got Wicked tickets! Yay, that'll be fun. Let's just see, what was I looking for? Okay. Every time we're live, I'm like, I've got so much trauma from the tech always not working, so I'm just like, it could go wrong at any second. This is the, fun fact, 73rd book that we have covered on this channel, not including Imagines, because it is not completely covered yet. We are not finished with it. This is the 73rd book we have covered in full on this channel. I guess 74th, if you want to cover... if you want to count covering Imagines in progress. I'm going to add this to our currently reading. Feel free to friend me on Goodreads if you're a Goodreads type person, so I can root for you as you read your books, and you can keep an eye on what we're covering as far as books and literature on this channel. Anyway, let's just get started. I know, I'm so shocked that it's the one that I found, the one that I did. That's why I bought it so quickly. Hi, Ellery. It is the only musical I've ever seen more than once in theaters or in a theater. I've never actually seen a musical in a theater. I'm very uncultured like that. I've seen my fair share of professional recordings and slime tutorials. I was actually just watching the a slime tutorial of 6, because I've never actually seen it. I just listen to the music all the time, and now all the music is in my head. But anyway, let's just see. But yeah, you never know what you can find at the Dollar Tree. So, I don't know if anybody in chat has read this particular one. Just finished the Once Upon a Time second video, and it's reviving my hyperfixation. Right? I hope you guys, I know you guys do, because the numbers, when I post those videos, the numbers go crazy. So thank you guys for supporting something that I have wanted to do on this channel for quite a while. I was really afraid it would bomb, and then I'd feel bad trying to justify continuing doing it. I am not having trouble justifying it at all. I'm gonna judge the camera one last time. And you're gonna see a lot of those videos. So stay tuned for that. How bad is my focus messed up? Now that's pretty good. Okay. Yes, I need to see the Sailor Moon musicals. They will probably get their own video in leading up to the big Fandom Files Sailor Moon video. I've been sick, so actually the watch through that I've been watching, we're on hiatus for a couple weeks, but that's actually good timing for me, because I felt a bit behind while I was sick, and then also just trying to keep up on work and stuff, which has been kind of crazy the past couple weeks. Stream went live before I commented, but Once Upon a Time is further proof that all Jiminy Crickets deserve death. So here's the thing. I always, like, the one Jiminy Cricket that I have some patience for is Archie from Once Upon a Time. But Archie from Once Upon a Time really still is a Jiminy Cricket, isn't he? We don't talk about it enough. Can't wait to get to his episode because it's wild. If you know, you know. All right, let's see. 3 stories, the best of Nancy Drew. Best of Nancy Drew. They just put 3 together in a book, and there are other ones that also say the best of Nancy Drew that are just a different 3 in a book. I mean, I guess you could just say because Nancy Drew is always great. Nancy Drew is always best Nancy Drew. All right. Wait, isn't there a? There's not a key. It doesn't. It's like here are the 3 stories in the book, and I'm like, cool. Where are they? Like, where can I flip to them? No? Okay, well, here we go. The Bungalow Mystery by Caroline Keene. Literally the last time we were opened on this page, we were finishing our first covering of a book on stream. Nostalgia. All of them are the best. Yes. Hi, Adriel. I saw, and I should have found it to put it somewhere, but I didn't want anybody to give, because it was from years ago. And I didn't want anybody to give the author any grief. But I saw a write-up about how Nancy Drew is boring and has no personality, and I was offended because that person has not read Nancy Drew, or not read it intellectually, honestly. Nancy Drew is chaos. Remember the time she was just like, I'm gonna blow up this car if you don't stop? All right. Chapter 1. We're just gonna get into it. I feel this feels very official with the chunky book. It feels like I'm Laura Linney and this is Masterpiece Classics. You know, I don't know, it's giving me that energy with the big reading book. I don't know. Anyway, chapter 1. A blinding storm. There are always 20 chapters in the original Nancy Drew books. You can always count on them to be about 180 pages, almost exactly, give or take a page. Yep, book 1 was 180 exactly. And you always can count on it being divided into 20 pages if you're dealing with the original run. Things go a little less predictable after that. Is there a new Nancy Drew movie or Hardy Boys movie? Nancy, it would be so woke. It would be called Woke. I mean, there have been a lot of, and I know, one last thing and then I'll start reading. There have been plenty of iterations of Nancy Drew. I need to cover more of the movies, TV shows, what have you. Some of them are better than others, but none of them truly captured Nancy's energy the way that I would. I heard that the newest Nancy Drew one is kind of like the worst that we've seen so far, but I haven't watched it yet. The CW show, because it's the CW show, you know. Chapter 1. A blinding storm. Look at those black storm clouds. Nancy Drew pointed out to her friend Helen Corning, who was seated beside her in the bow of a small red motorboat. For those not keeping track, this is the 3rd book ever written. Bess and George have not been invented yet, so you're not going to see them. You're going to see Nancy's friend Helen Corning, who was Bess and George before Bess and George, and then she got replaced. Poor Helen. Nancy, blue-eyed and with reddish gold glints in her blonde hair. They really didn't want to commit to her hair coloring. Reddish gold glints in her blonde hair was at the wheel. She gazed anxiously across a long, expansive water to the distant shores of Twin Lakes. The Pinecrest Motel, where the 18-year-old girl and her older friend were staying, was almost 2 miles away on the smaller of 2 lakes. Helen Corning, dark-haired and petite, so I guess Helen looks like me, so I feel extra sad for her, looked at Nancy with concern. I think we're in for a cloudburst, she said, and Twin Lakes becomes as rough as the ocean in a storm. A few minutes later, angry waves began to beat against the sides of the boat. Life preservers aboard, Helen? Nancy asked. No, Helen answered fearfully. Nancy set her chin grimly. Although it was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky was becoming increasingly dark. The pleasant summer breeze, which had been blowing earlier, was turning into a stiff wind. It's getting harder to keep on course, Nancy remarked, gripping the wheel more tightly. As she increased the boat's speed to the maximum, the craft fairly leaped through the water, dashing spray into the girls' faces. I wonder if there are any raincoats in the lockers, said Helen. Please look, Nancy requested. We'll be drenched by the time we reach the motel dock. She's like, I can't drive and look for the raincoats, Helen. I need you to participate a little. Luckily, Helen found 2 plastic coats. She slipped into one, then helped Nancy into the other. A streak of forked lightning cut across the sky, momentarily disclosing a thick mass of ugly clouds. The lightning was followed by an ominous crack of thunder, which caused the girls to jump. This is terrible, Helen wailed. A moment later, the wind began to howl. It struck the boat with a force which made Helen grasp the railing next to her for support. Another dazzling flash of lightning illuminated the sky, and simultaneously a deluge of rain began to descend. Nancy peered ahead into the dimness. The shoreline had vanished into the blinding rain and made it impossible for her to see more than a few feet beyond the bow of the boat. At least we have half a tank of fuel, Nancy announced, trying to sound optimistic. We'll reach shore soon, I'm sure. I wouldn't bet on that, Helen said nervously. We always need a pessimistic friend to the optimistic friend, you know? A worried expression furrowed the young pilot's brow. The boat was making little progress against the wind. If anything happened to the motor, they would be at the mercy of the waves. A few minutes later, the rain came down even harder. The wind continued to blow a raging gale, and the waves seemed higher. The waves seemed higher. The girls leaned forward, trying to get their bearings as a jagged ribbon of lightning illuminated the path ahead. Helen screamed, "About!" Nancy froze with horror. A tremendous log was floating directly into the path of the motorboat. Her heart pounding, the young skipper gave the wheel a vicious turn, but not quickly enough. With a splintering crash, the bow of the boat struck the log. The impact sent Helen sprawling to the deck. Nancy clung to the steering wheel, but was thrown forward violently. Oh dear. Ooh, we have pictures. I didn't have the top-down camera the first time we did this, so it was nice getting to read the second book and actually getting to show everybody the Nancy Drew pictures. This is them in their little motorboat. They're really going through it. Are you hurt? She asked. I'm all right. Are you? She stammered as Nancy helped Helen to her feet. Both girls were breathing heavily. By now, the small boat was listing sharply to starboard. Nancy saw instantly that the log had torn a jagged hole in the side of the craft. Water was pouring in rapidly. Quick, Helen, Nancy ordered tersely. You bail, and I'll try to stop the leak. She sprang forward, tore off her raincoat, and stuffed it into the hole. Helen, meanwhile, found a rusty can and began to bail. Despite their efforts, water continued to pour through the opening. Let's shout for help, Nancy cried above the wind, but she doubted that there was any other craft on the lake. Hello. Oh yeah, not having flotation devices in your boat is terrible. I don't know if this was like a 1930 thing and we just all lived fast and loose with our lives back then or what, but I don't know. The girls cupped their hands to their lips and shouted frantically. Their only answer was the howl of the gale and the steady beat of rain. Louder, Helen urged as they screamed until they were hoarse. It's no use, Nancy said at last. We'll have to think of something else. Just then, Nancy saw a giant wave bearing down on them. She met it head on, hoping to ride the crest, but a deluge of water almost inundated the girls. They were flung overboard, and the motorboat sank to the bottom of the lake. An excellent swimmer, Nancy managed to get her head above water almost immediately. Her first thought was for Helen. What had become of her? Treading water, Nancy glanced about. Helen was not in sight. I must find her, Nancy thought desperately. She may have been injured. Then, several yards away, Nancy saw a white hand flash above the water. With powerful crawl strokes, she plowed through the waves to the spot. The hand had vanished. Nancy made a neat surface dive. Opening her eyes, she tried to see through the clouded water, but to no avail. At last, she surfaced and drew a deep breath. Clearing her eyes, Nancy was relieved to spot her friend several feet ahead. Helen was floating on her back. Strong strokes brought Nancy directly behind her friend. My arms feel numb, Helen said weakly. I guess I hit them on the boat. Don't worry, said Nancy. Just lie still and I'll tow you to shore. Nancy, however, had grave misgivings regarding her ability to accomplish this in the turbulent water. She needed every ounce of strength to swim the distance alone. Could she manage to save Helen? The storm had made the water very cold. Nancy prayed that she would not get a cramp and both girls go down. Hold your breath when you see a wave coming, she instructed Helen as they started off. At frequent intervals, Nancy shouted for help, although she felt it was wasted energy. On and on they went. Helen noticed finally that Nancy's breathing showed the great strain on her. Save yourself, she begged. Go on to shore without me. Jesus, Helen, calm down. You're gonna live. They very much lived fast and loose with their lives back then. Yeah, they did. Never, said Nancy as a huge wave bore down upon the two girls, smothering them in its impact. Feebly, Nancy struggled back to the surface with her burden. One more like that and I'll be through, she said to herself. Just then, Nancy thought she detected a voice above the roar of the wind. Was it her imagination, or had she really heard someone call? Help, she screamed. This time there could be no mistake, for she distinguished the words. Hold on, I'm coming. Through the blinding rain, Nancy caught a glimpse of a dark object, a rowboat. If only she could hold on until it reached her. Over here, Nancy cried loudly, waving. As the boat approached, she fully expected to see it swamped. The boat swept safely toward the two girls, barely avoiding a crash, however. To Nancy's surprise, there was only one occupant in the boat, a slender, auburn-haired girl of about 16. Twice she tried to bring the boat alongside the swimmers, but failed. The third time, as the craft swept past, Nancy lunged forward and caught the side of it. She dragged Helen along, supporting her with one hand until she, too, secured a hold. Can you climb aboard? Their rescuer asked. I'll balance the boat while you get in. Nancy explained about the submerged motorboat and Helen's useless arms. With the strange girl and Nancy working together, they managed to get Helen into the craft. Then Nancy pulled herself over the side. Safe, Helen said in relief. I don't know how to thank you, she told the rescuer. Are you both all right? Asked the strange girl. We're not far from the beach, otherwise I couldn't have heard your cries for help in this wind. You were very, very brave to come for us, said Nancy. I'm Nancy Drew, and this is Helen Corning. The girl at the oars stared at Nancy with keen interest. I'm Laura Pendleton, she said. I read in a newspaper about one of your mysteries you solved. I may need your help someday soon, Nancy. Without another word, Laura bent over her oars again. I'll help you row, Nancy offered, snatching up an extra oar from the bottom of the rowboat and wondering what Laura Pendleton's mystery was. Using the oar like a paddle, Nancy attempted to keep the boat... I mean, I guess an oar isn't technically a paddle. They're technically different. Okay, semantics. Nancy attempted to keep the boat on course as she and Laura made some progress against the wind and waves. Helen took new hope. I think we're going to make it, she said in relief. Oh, a vivid flash of lightning illuminated the water directly ahead. Through the rain, she and Nancy caught a glimpse of the rocky shoreline. The rocks, Laura! Be careful or we'll be dashed against them, Helen cried out as the rowboat was tossed and slapped by the crashing waves. Another zigzag streak of lightning disclosed the shoreline more distinctly. A short distance out from the land and directly in front of their boat stood an ugly protruding nose of a jagged boulder. Ooh, do I have a bookmark? I thought feebly to myself because I should have bookmarks, but they all seem to go missing. One is in... Oh, I might have left one with Model Land. And one is in Imagines. Okay, well... Laura Pendleton acting kind of sus. Guess we don't know who to trust. Watching a game, but we'll leave stream running. Thanks, Paulo. Appreciate you. Maybe this is where Helen gets replaced with Bess. Helen just dies. No. She gets a couple more books. I hate grocery shopping. Oh, grocery shopping is awful. Oh, being followed through the store is also awful. Do what you gotta do to get out of that situation. I hope you're okay. Live fast and die young. Bad girls do it well. Damn it, I didn't know Shakespeare copied Nancy Drew when he wrote The Tempest, right? Helen doesn't know Nancy is a novel protagonist. She doesn't know they're immune. Yeah, Helen, well, or maybe Helen knows that she's going to get replaced in a couple books anyway, so she's like, does the plot armor not extend to me? But the good news for all of my loyal returning Ned-hating viewers, Ned also doesn't exist yet in the story, I don't believe. I don't remember exactly which book he starts existing in. I think it's like one before Bess and George, but I haven't read these early books in quite some time. We should bring Helen back. We really should, just for Helen. Yeah. Well, you guys seeing this? My washing machine is kicking up and it's sharing a wall with me, so it's just like making this move. Hang on. Nancy could have successfully escaped from Alcatraz. If anybody could have, it probably would be Nancy. Although she'd probably, in true Nancy Drew fashion, she always has to talk somebody through helping her out of a locked, being confined in a locked closet or something. That's happened in at least 2 novels that we've read on this channel. So she'd probably have to she'd probably have some outside help, but she'd have to coach them on how to help her. The first few books of Nancy Drew are not in the public domain yet. Next year, I believe the first 3 will go into the public domain. The first 3 Hardy Boys books are in the public domain as of New Year's Day this year. So a little less than 3 months they've been in the public domain, but do with that information what you will. Woo, Ned! I used to get followed around stores all the time. Same. Lip was pierced and dyed my hair weird colors. Funny because it's gonna shoplift. Oh, I didn't get followed around like I was shoplifting. I got followed around by creepy guys that were like, "Ooh, your hair is so pretty. Can I touch it?" And it was just like, "No, please leave me alone. This is a Walgreens." Anyway, chapter 2. Uninvited guests. For an instant, Nancy panicked. Would the girls be able to steer clear of the menacing rocks? A collision seemed unavoidable. "We'll be killed," gasped Helen. "Row to the left, Laura," Nancy commanded. "It's our only chance." With a burst of energy, the rowers turned the boat and deftly avoided the jagged boulder. An oncoming wave pushed them further out of danger. "There's a cove ahead," Laura shouted above the wind. "We'll try to make it." In another few minutes, they reached the cove. Here, the water was comparably quiet. "Thank goodness," Helen murmured. "Oh, you girls are wonderful." "Plot armor!" Helen's like, "Hell yeah, plot armor is great." As Nancy's oar struck a sandbar, she dropped it and quickly stepped out into water up to her knees. Laura followed and the 2 girls pulled the boat up onto the beach. Then they helped Helen Corning step onto firm sand. "How do your arms feel now?" Nancy asked her. "Better," Helen replied, "but I'm freezing." Her teeth were chattering. Nancy herself was cold. She squinted through the darkness and rain, trying to see where they were. It seemed to be a desolate spot. "Where are we?" she asked Laura. "Is there some place nearby where we can sit out the storm and get warm?" "The only place I know," Laura replied, "is a bungalow I passed a while ago as I was walking along the beach. It's to our right, secluded among the trees." "Sounds fine," Nancy said. "Let's hurry." The 3 bedraggled girls stumbled along the beach. Water oozed from Laura's sandals. Nancy and Helen didn't know water could ooze. I felt like ooze implies a thicker consistency than water. Anyway, Nancy and Helen had kicked theirs off in the lake and now slipped and slid in their soggy socks. Oof. Presently, the girls reached a small, concealed building, 1.5-storied, weather-beaten bungalow, which stood a short distance from the water's edge. The upper level nestled into the steep wooded hillside. Since there was no light inside, Nancy assumed no one was there. She knocked. No answer. Nancy tried to open the door. It was locked. Looks as if we're out of luck, said Helen, but Nancy was not easily discouraged, and she knew it was imperative for the girls to get warm. Her father, a well-known lawyer, we love Zaddy Drew, had trained her to be self-reliant. Hell yeah, we stan a feminist king. He frequently handled mystery cases, and Nancy had often helped him in unearthing valuable clues. In addition, Nancy had solved some mystery cases on her own, one involving a clock, and another, a haunted house. We've read both of those. Nancy had aided its owners to discover a hidden staircase which led to the capture of the mansion's ghost. I'm sure that the owner of this bungalow will forgive us for going in, Nancy said. There was a small window to the right of the door. She tried it and found to her relief that it was unlocked. Everyone's so trusting in 1930. That's a lucky break, said Helen as Nancy opened the window. Fortunately, it was low enough to the ground for the girls to hoist themselves through easily. Phew, Laura exclaimed as the wind almost blew them inside. She helped Nancy close the window. It was pitch dark inside the building. Nancy groped around for a light switch, finally found one and flicked it on. A small bulb in the ceiling disclosed nothing except 2 canoes and a wooden bench which stood against one wall. Maybe it's only a boathouse, Helen said, flopping wearily onto the bench. The girls noticed a narrow flight of stairs leading to the 2nd floor. I wonder, Nancy mused, if we might find something up there to wrap around us, or maybe even some towels to dry ourselves with. Let's see. Laura followed Nancy to the rear of the building. Seeing a light switch for the upper story, Nancy turned it, and the 2 girls climbed the steps. To their surprise, the 2nd floor of the bungalow was furnished with 2 cots and blankets, a table and chairs, tiny refrigerator, a sink, and 2 burner electric stoves. This is how you know this is the rewrite from the 1950s. Refrigerators, I believe it was an icebox in the original 1930 version. They were trying to modernize it for that new 1950s audience. Where was I? Okay. We're in luck, Nancy exclaimed happily. Come on up, Helen, she called. Laura spotted an open closet in a corridor of a room. It was well stocked with food. She held up a can of prepared cocoa. Under the circumstances, she said, I doubt that the owner of this place would object if we made something warm to drink. Helen and well, you're assuming that they're good people. You don't know that they're not horrible people. Helen and Nancy agreed. Within a short time, the 3 girls had taken off their wet clothing and were wrapped in blankets. Laura had turned on 1 burner of the stove and made hot chocolate. This is good, Nancy said contentedly. They apparently were writing as so it's like this is good, but it's this is good. Both she and Helen again thanked Laura profusely for coming to their rescue and said they had been trying to get back to the Pinecraft Motel. Are you staying there? Laura questioned. For a week, Helen replied. My Aunt June is coming tomorrow. She was supposed to ride up with us Thursday from River Heights where we live, but was detained. She's going to help design my dress for my marriage to Jim Archer. This is Helen talking. Helen is engaged to a guy named Jim Archer, who is not the same character as Jim Archer from The Secret of the Old Clock video game. Different character that's just named after this character. Minecraft Hotel. It's Pinecraft Hotel, but I did say it in a way that probably sounded like Minecraft. Minecraft Motel. He's in Europe now on business for an oil company. When he returns to the States, we'll be married. Nancy Drew asked Laura if she too was a summer visitor at the resort. When her question met with silence, Nancy was surprised to see tears gathering in Laura's eyes. I'm sorry, Laura, Nancy said insistently. You've been through a terrible ordeal. You should be resting instead of talking. Of course, Helen agreed. Laura blinked her eyes and said soberly, "You don't understand. You see, my mother passed away a month ago, and she could not continue." Nancy impulsively put an arm around Laura's shoulders. Nancy and her impulsive feelings for other people. How dare she? "I do understand," she said, and told of losing her own mother at the age of 3. Ooh. Nancy's mom, it changes from story to story, depending on who's writing, how old Nancy was when her mom died, but the constant is that she's always passed. Helen added, "Nancy lives with her father, a lawyer, and Hannah Gruen, their housekeeper." "I'm an orphan," Laura said simply. "My father was in a boat accident nearly 6 years ago." She explained that Mr. Pendleton's sailboat had capsized during a storm. He had been alone, and no one had been near enough to save him. "That's why," Laura added, "I knew I had to save whoever was crying for help on that lake today. I love to walk in a storm." What a goth queen. Nancy and Helen felt their hearts go out to the parentless girl. Not only was Laura brave, but also she showed great strength of character. "With whom are you staying now?" Nancy asked. The girl looked troubled. "I'm alone at the moment. I checked in the Montewego Hotel just this morning, but my guardian Jacob Aborn, and his wife Marion are to arrive sometime this evening. They're taking me to their summer home in Melrose Lake. I believe it's near here." "Yes, it is," Nancy said. "Do you know the Aborns?" Helen asked. Laura said that she did not remember the couple. Her mother had frequently spoken of them, however. "Mr. Aborn is distantly related to my mother, and it was her request that he become my legal guardian in case of her death." Laura gave a slight sob and went on, but no answer came from our lawyer's letter to Mr. Aborn, who was traveling. "How strange," Nancy remarked. "Finally, I wrote to Mr. and Mrs. Aborn myself at the Melrose Lake address," Laura said. "The truth was, I needed some money as a down payment on tuition at the boarding school I attend." "And they replied?" Nancy asked. "Yes, Mr. Aborn told me to come home and come here, and he and his wife would meet me." Helen interrupted. "Then everything's settled, so you should be happy." The girl shook her head. "I feel I'm not wanted. The letter wasn't cordial. Oh dear, what shall I do?" Nancy gave Laura a hug. "You'll be at school, and during vacations you can visit friends, and you have a new friend named Nancy Drew." "Oh, Nancy, you're sweet," Laura smiled for the first time, but in a moment her mood became sad again. "Living that way isn't like having your own home. Mother and I had such a wonderful time together." She brushed away a few tears. Nancy wanted to learn more, but saw her waterproof watch that it was 6 o'clock. They had to remember that it was needed to be waterproof. Laura would have to hurry off to meet her guardian. The sky was getting lighter, and rain had almost stopped. "We'd better leave," she suggested to Helen and Laura. The girls washed the cups and saucepan, dressed, and put the blankets where they had found them. Before leaving the bungalow, Nancy wrote a note of thanks to the owner, signing it 3 Grateful Girls. As they were parting, Laura said, "If my guardians don't arrive, I'll call you and arrange a date for tomorrow." "Please do," Nancy and Helen urged, and waved goodbye. When they reached the Pinecrest Motel, the 2 girls went at once to talk to Mr. Franklin, the manager. They told him about the sunken motorboat, expressing extreme regret, and assured him that their parents would pay for the craft. Nancy's like, "Dad, I swear it wasn't my fault, but I crashed the motorboat." "Don't worry about that," the manager said. "We have insurance, which takes care of such accidents. I'm just glad you girls are all right." At that moment, a short, thin woman swaggered into the office. Her print dress was mud-splattered, and she had lost the heel to one shoe. Her wet, bleached hair clung to her head in an unbecoming fashion. Ignoring Nancy and Helen, who were still conversing with Mr. Franklin, the woman said bluntly, "Is there anyone who can change a tire for me? I just had a flat a mile away." "I'm afraid not," Mr. Franklin apologized. "I'm busy in the office, and most of the help are off this evening." "That's great," the woman said angrily. "What am I supposed to do? Walk to the Montewego Hotel? I'm late already." Although Nancy thought the stranded motorist was being extremely rude, she nevertheless suggested that the woman telephone a nearby service station. I'm sure they'll send someone out to help you. The idea was received with a snort, and sparks of annoyance flashed in the woman's pale blue eyes. I'll think about that, she said sarcastically, and turning, limped toward the telephone booth. She banged the door shut behind her. The three spectators looked after her with disgust, and Helen said, "Some people don't deserve a helping hand." Helen was kind of great. The irate stranger was still in the booth when Nancy and Helen went off to their room on the ground floor. After a bath and a change of clothes, the girls felt better. A tasty dinner in the restaurant restored their energy, and they played shuffleboard under the floodlights. The next morning, as the two friends dressed, Helen asked, "Do you think Laura Pendleton will call us?" Helen was putting on Bermuda shorts and a candy-striped blouse. "I imagine so, Nancy," said Nancy, "unless her guardian and his wife took her to Melrose Lake last night." "How far is that from here?" Helen inquired. Nancy consulted a road map. "About 25 miles, she replied. Then, as she was putting on loafers, someone knocked on the door. Nancy went to see who it was. Laura Pendleton stood in the doorway. She looked very pretty in a becoming pink cotton dress, but the girl's eyes were shadowed, and she seemed highly distressed. "Oh, Nancy, Helen," Laura exclaimed. "I just had to come see you as soon as I could." "We're glad you did," Nancy said. "Come in." Before she could continue, Laura flung herself on Helen's bed and started to sob. "What's wrong, Laura?" Nancy asked in concern, going over to her. Slowly, the girl sat up and wiped away her tears with a handkerchief. She apologized for her behavior, then said, "I don't think I'm going to be happy living with the Aborns, at least not with Mrs. Aborn." Troubled, Nancy asked Laura whether the guardian and his wife had arrived the evening before. "Only Mrs. Aborn," Laura replied. "She came to my room about an hour after I left you girls. She was wet and in a very nasty mood. Apparently she'd had a flat tire on the road and was delayed in getting help from some gasoline station." Nancy and Helen exchanged significant glances. Mrs. Aborn sounded like the woman they had met in Mr. Franklin's office. "What does your guardian's wife look like, Laura?" Helen asked with interest. "She's blonde, small and thin, and I guess she was terribly upset about all the trouble she'd had. I understood this and tried to make her comfortable in the extra bedroom, but," Laura went on to say that Mrs. Aborn, instead of calming down, had become even more unpleasant, blaming the girl for making it necessary for her to drive to Twin Lakes in a bad storm. "She said that Mary, my mother, had spoiled me and that I was going to have to toe the mark in her home. Oh, what will I do?" Laura asked. Nancy did not know, but said Mrs. Aborn's behavior was inexcusable. Then she asked whether Laura's mother had known the guardian's wife as well. Instead of replying to the question, Laura said absently, "Mrs. Aborn called my mother Mary, but Nancy, my mother's name was Marie." Ooh. Hello, everybody just coming in. We are starting Nancy Drew, the Bungalow Mystery. Favorite thing about technology is that, like, anything with buttons and a screen can be forced to play Doom. Somehow people reprogram literally anything to play Doom. That's hilarious. Hi, Daniel. Just like Steam-capable Samsung dryers. Whack. Oh, my internal clock is so messed up. So conspicuous consumption at its best. Do you think Nancy's family like old money? I know lawyers make a lot, but he seems to make an awful lot to have a live-in nanny housekeeper and to send his daughter so many places. Maybe. It's possible. It's very possible. Also, you have to remember, this is before inflation and, you know, the government completely killed the economy. So if you had money, it went further than it does now. Seeing Doom played on a digital pregnancy test. What? How? Based Laura, yeah. Well, let's see why my refrigerator needs a TV and Wi-Fi. I do, in fact, have a TV Wi-Fi fridge. I wonder if they ran into Marco's mom while boating. Oh, no. They're like, "Hey, Marco's mom. Hey." Yeah, okay. The Visser 1 was just like, "Oh, which of these women," or I guess Visser 1 was probably already possessing Marco's mom, or else they'd be like, that Nancy Drew girl looks like she'd be a good vessel. Hi, Datbye. I missed yesterday's live stream, but checked out the VOD. Congrats on beating Marluxia. Thank you. I thought I was gonna cry of happiness. I was so happy. Orville Redenbacher's popping corn. I don't know why that's hard for me to say, but ooh, that sounds good. So yeah, Nancy's family probably is old money, but we don't like we spare them when we say eat the rich because like they're like always helping people and like using their money for good. Parts of Alaska people will leave their places unlocked in case a lost hiker needs shelter. I have heard that. I've heard that that's also considered common courtesy in places like Norway, just because it can get so cold that you're kind of seen as an asshole if you lock your door, because it's like, what if somebody needs to take shelter? The Big Draggle Girls should be their band name. Yes. 1.5 stories, so is it a loft or something? It must be like a loft, yeah. Hello, Anton. Do you think Nancy could have successfully escaped from Alcatraz? Yes, she probably could have, yeah. Like I said earlier, she probably could have. Creamy peanut butter. But creamy peanut butter is obviously better, Patrick. Nancy Drew, Blood and Honey. Oh, dear God. I gotta cover, and I found, if you guys saw, I posted in the Winnie the Pooh section of the Discord that I found Welcome to Pooh Corner, like, pretty much all of the episodes that aren't lost media, which is most of them. And, like, cover another episode of that, just because I really want to cover more Winnie the Pooh stuff, and I want to do more stuff before I have to do Blood and Honey. Don't want that to be my next Winnie the Pooh thing. My great-grandmother had a little girl, helped out around the house and cook. Yeah, times were wild back then. Creamy honey roasted peanut butter is the superior type of peanut butter. Honestly, yeah, it's pretty good peanut butter. I'm not generally a honey person, but honey, like honey flavored peanut butter or like honey mustard, basically honey mixed with things, very good. All right. Let's go to chapter 3. If anybody's wondering, I'm drinking hot tea, Southern style. And I also have electrolyte water that's lemonade flavored, so we'll try that out and see if it tastes good. Or like cleaner. I guess it could go either way. For crunchy peanut butter, especially if it's with white bread, whole grain bread, and smooth is fine, but white bread must always have crunchy and the whole thing is too soft. Oh, see, I was never allowed to eat white bread until this day. I've just never, I've very rarely eaten white bread just because my mom was like, it's so processed. It's killing you slowly. I love my mom. But my mom does not love white bread. You add the sugar before or after boiling the water? I add the sugar, I put the tea bag and the sugar in the cup and then boil the water and pour it over. And leave the tea bag in. Because I like it particularly strong. If I'm making it, yeah, no, same. Even if I'm making a full pot, I'll do that. I'll boil the water and pour it over the tea and sugar. USB-C is superior. My new USB-C hub has been doing wonders, knock on wood. Please don't stop doing wonders, USB-C. But yeah. All right. Let's see. Chapter, I'm going to make my window a little smaller so I have a little more room for the book. All right. Chapter 3, Strange Guardians. Nancy was almost certain now that she and Helen had met the unpleasant Mrs. Alborn the night before. The woman's quarrelsome mood had been extended to Laura. Aloud, Helen said, but don't forget it's no fun to have car trouble on a bad night. That's apt to make anyone cross. I suppose so, Laura conceded. How was Mrs. Aborn this morning? Nancy asked. Laura's face brightened somewhat, and she admitted that the woman had been pleasant and charming. Mrs. Aborn apologized for her actions last night and said both she and her husband could hardly wait for me to come and live with them. I see, said Nancy, but with inward reservations. She's like, so why are you here? I guess I'm being foolish to worry, Laura smiled. Mrs. Aborn did say she had met Mother only once, so that could explain the name mix-up. Where is Mr. Aborn? Helen asked. He's arriving after lunch today. He was detained on business. Nancy was puzzled. The Aborns' behavior was unusual and thoughtless, she felt. Mrs. Aborn is having her hair set at the beauty parlor in the hotel, Laura explained. She suggested that I take a taxi here this morning if I felt I had to see you two. Which I insisted I did, Laura said, grinning cheerfully. Suddenly, Nancy smiled. I'm starved. She asked Laura to have a second breakfast with her and Helen in the motel restaurant. Nancy and her friends are hobbits now. Who among us doesn't like a good second breakfast? This is back in the day, too, where motels didn't have such a terrible, reputation. In fact, when this book was written, motels were pretty popular places to stay. And afterward, Helen went on, let's ask Marty Malone, the girl we met yesterday, Nancy, to make a foursome in tennis. Great, said Laura to both suggestions. When the three girls stepped outside, Nancy took a deep breath of air. She loved the earthy smell of the forests surrounding the lake resort, particularly the scent of tall pines. I love the smell of outside just after it rains. Day, she exclaimed. Only a few fleecy white clouds broke the clear blue sky. The weathermen must be on our side, Helen chuckled. A little later, Nancy lent Laura tennis clothes, and the girls went to meet Marty Malone. Soon the four were playing a lively set on the courts located behind a motel. Laura and Nancy, who were partners, won. Helen and Marty took the second set. I'm still stuck on this. If you were a weather person who, like, had mutant powers, if you could, like, control the weather, you would be the most popular in-demand weather person ever. Because you would always be right. You'd just be like, it's gonna rain, and you would make it rain. You're a terrific player, Nancy, Laura exclaimed as she scored a point during set 3. Thanks, Nancy said as they changed courts for service. Where did you learn to play so well? Private lessons, Laura grimaced. At boarding school, Mother insisted. Before her illness, she was a great sportswoman. When Nancy and Laura had won the third set, Laura called for a timeout. I must go back to the hotel now, she said. It's almost noon. After Laura had changed her clothes, Nancy offered to drive her to the hotel. The three girls piled into Nancy's blue convertible. 10 minutes later, they drew up in front of the spacious Montego Hotel. It was several stories high and stood a long distance back from the main road. In front stretched a green lawn bordered by beds of multicolored gladioli dahlias, I can never say that, and giant asters. It's beautiful, Nancy commented as Laura stepped from the car. Helen pointed to an attractive outdoor swimming pool to the right of the hotel. It was filled with bathers. Laura said that there was also a riding stable behind the Montego. There are a lot of families here, Laura said wistfully. I wish I could stay. Then hastily she thanked Nancy for driving her over. I loved doing it, Nancy replied. I hope we see each other again, Laura. So do I, Helen added. Laura snapped her fingers. I have a wonderful idea. Why don't you girls come back around 3 o'clock? You can meet my guardians, and if there's time, we can join the other young people at a tea dance scheduled at 4. A tea dance. I guess that was a thing in 1930. I think we should bring public dances back. Fine, Nancy said at once. Come directly to my room, Laura waved goodbye. Nancy detected a worried expression on Laura's face and knew she hated the thought of meeting her strange new guardian. The young sleuth was so quiet on the return trip that Helen said, Penny for your thoughts, Nancy. Her friend smiled. I've concluded that the Pendletons must have been wealthy. What gives you that idea? It's very expensive to live year-round in New York hotels where Laura lived and also mentioned boarding school. In addition, Nancy, enumerated. Laura's clothes have that simple but expensive look. You know what I mean. Yes, said Helen. Well, if you're right, Mrs. Aburn will control a great deal of money when he's managing Laura's affairs. In the case of a minor, said Nancy, an inheritance is held in a trust until she is 21 days of age. Until she is 21, Dad says. That's 5 years for Mr. Aburn. I hope he'll be a wise guardian. I don't know if that's true anymore. Somebody can fact check that, but that might still be true. It might be 18 now, but I don't know anything about law. She turned onto Lakeview Lane, a long straight road bordered by woods. There were no homes along the way, but a sign ahead advertised the Sterling's real estate office. Suddenly, Nancy stopped. I think I'll run in here for a minute, she said, and ask who owns that bungalow we helped ourselves to. She walked into the office, introduced herself to Mr. Sterling, an elderly man, and told him the purpose of her call. The realtor grinned. Any porch in a storm is all right, I'm sure. He said that the bungalow was owned by one of his clients. He had rented it a week before to Mrs. Frank Marshall from Pittsburgh. I guess she fixed up the second floor, Mr. Sterling added. She and her husband plan to use this place on weekends. I'll pass the word along to Mrs. Marshall that you were there. I left a note but didn't sign it, Nancy said. Perhaps sometime I'll stop in person and thank the Marshalls. Returning to the car, she told Helen what she had learned. Just for fun, let's go out to see the bungalow now. A quarter of a mile further on, Nancy made a right-hand turn, which brought them out on the lake drive. Below them, the girls could see the bungalow they had visited. Suddenly, a black foreign car pulled out of the lane that led down the bungalow. Gaining speed, the automobile came toward Nancy's convertible. Watch out, Helen yelled, jerking to attention as the vehicle passed and nearly sideswept them. Nancy slowed down and stopped. She looked back at the car, which was almost out of sight. Some drivers don't deserve a license, she said. Do you suppose that was Mr. Marshall? She's like, that wasn't even a real car accident. You know how many near misses my life has been through? Helen, do you guys remember in the last Nancy Drew book we read, The Hidden Staircase, where, well, I don't know if that's the last one we read, but the last one of the originals that we read, where she and her dad get literally run off the road and have to jump off of a bridge into a lake to not get hit by a car, and they just get out of the water and they're like, oh, bother, look at that. Our clothes are all wet. Chaos. Helen shrugged. He wore a straw hat pulled low over his forehead, and all I could see was a sleeve of his tan and white jacket. That's quite a bit, Nancy teased. So in so short a time. Helen laughed. Close association with you is making me more observant, she said. When the girls reached the Pinecrest Motel, Helen exclaimed, There's Aunt June. While Nancy parked, the dark-haired girl slipped from the convertible and hurried to the porch outside the room they occupied. Hello, Helen, dear. The slim, stylishly dressed woman with softly waved black hair smiled and waved at her niece. Helen returned the greeting and gave her father's younger sister a kiss. When did you arrive? She asked. Have you been waiting long? No, I got here half an hour ago. The attractive-looking woman was a buyer for a River Heights department store. She told Helen of a retailing problem which had prevented her departure with the girls, then turned to greet Nancy with enthusiasm. Isn't this just a lovely spot, Nancy remarked, and Aunt June Corning agreed that the view of the lake was superb. After learning that Aunt June had not had lunch, the three went into the tea room. When they had given their order, Mrs. Corning said, I have some slightly bad news for you, Nancy. What happened? Well, just before I left River Heights, I phoned your housekeeper to see if she had any messages for you. To my surprise, Dr. Darby answered. He said that Mrs. Gruen had sprained her ankle early this morning, and she must not walk for a couple of days. Oh, no, poor Helen. I'll call Dad right away and talk to him, said Nancy with concern. Wait, Aunt June said. Dr. Darby mentioned that your father left on a business trip today before the accident occurred. Of course he did. That means Hannah's all alone, Nancy said, rising. I'll have to go home at once. Will you both excuse me for a minute, please? She went to a telephone booth and dialed the Drews' next-door neighbor, Mrs. Gleason. Nancy was relieved to hear that the woman's sister was taking care of Hannah for the afternoon. The housekeeper was in no pain and resting comfortably. The young sleuth did some rapid thinking. If she left for River Heights late that afternoon, she could still fulfill her promise to Laura to meet her guardian and arrive home in time to cook Hannah's supper. Will you please tell Mrs. Gruen I'll see her at 6 o'clock, Nancy requested, and Mrs. Gleason agreed to do this. When Nancy returned to the others, Helen was telling her aunt of the adventure on the lake and Laura Pendleton's story. How dreadful for the girl, exclaimed Miss Corning. I feel very sorry for her. Nancy told of her plans to return home, and although Helen and her aunt were disappointed, they agreed that it was the right thing to do. You can't just be like, you can't help family. What about our trip? But before I leave, said Nancy, I want to meet Mr. and Mrs. Aborn. After lunch, Nancy packed her suitcase, put it in the car, and paid her motel bill. Soon it was time for her and Helen to leave for the Montewego Hotel. Are you sure you won't accompany us, Aunt June? Asked Helen. Miss Cornish shook her head. I'm a little tired, she said, and besides, I must unpack. A short while later, the two girls entered the Montewego lobby. Nancy made her way directly to the desk, and after a brief wait was informed that Miss Pendleton would receive the girls in her suite. An elevator took them to the 3rd floor. Scarcely had they knocked on the door when Laura opened it. Oh, I'm so glad you came, she cried out, smiling with relief. Laura led the girls into a well-appointed living room with a bedroom on either side. As Nancy stepped inside, she saw a man and a woman seated in chairs near a picture window. In a glance, Nancy realized that she and Helen had been right about Mrs. Aborn being the woman they had met the night before. Right now, she looked more friendly. Jacob Aborn arose and smiled graciously. He was a well-built, somewhat stocky man in his early 50s. His face was square and his small brown eyes were shifty. Uh-oh, he's got shifty eyes. When Laura introduced the girls, Mrs. Aborn rushed toward them. Darling, she said, giving Helen and Nancy a butterfly peck on the cheeks. You've been so good to poor Laura. I'm picturing the almost mother, stepmother from Parent Trap. But like older, I guess. Perfect bricks, Mr. Aborn said gruffly. I don't know what that means. That must be a 1930s slang thing. He extended a hand first to Nancy, then to Helen. The reason I'm late in getting Laura is that I want everything to be perfect for her arrival at our Melrose Lake house. Nancy was sure Mrs. Aborn recognized the callers and was embarrassed to admit it. They said nothing. There was an awkward silence until Laura said, well, let's all sit down. For a few minutes, everyone chatted generally. Then Helen asked, when are you leaving, Mr. Aborn? In half an hour, was the reply. Laura is tired, and I want to get her settled before supper time. Mrs. Aborn broke in. Yes, the poor child needs a lot of rest and good care. Laura Pendleton seemed annoyed, but to be treated as a child and an invalid. I'm fine, she stated defiantly. Turning to Nancy, she said quietly, I'm afraid that we can't attend the hotel tea dance. It's all right. We're almost at the end of this chapter. That's all right, Nancy replied. She told of Hannah's accident and the fact that she must soon head for home. Are you all packed, Laura? Mr. Aborn said. Yes, except to get Mother's jewelry from the hotel safe. I'll do that for you, dear, Mrs. Aborn volunteered, rising. She smoothed her skirt restlessly. Laura said, thank you, but I must present the receipt in person. She excused herself, saying she would be right back. As Laura left the suite, Mr. Aborn turned to the two guests. I wish Marie Pendleton had been a little more cautious with her inheritance from her husband, he confided. What do you mean? Nancy asked. Laura is practically penniless, her guardian explained. Mrs. Pendleton's illness and the way she lived took almost all her funds. Nancy and Helen were surprised and dismayed to hear this. It doesn't matter, though, Mrs. Aborn said. We have ample means to provide for Laura. She'll have everything she needs. Nancy was confused by the woman's seemingly dual personality. She could be crude as on the evening before, or sweet as she appeared now. Perhaps at heart, She meant well. Nancy hoped so for Laura's sake. But a strange feeling of distrust persisted. When Laura returned, Helen and Nancy said they must be on their way. The friends shook hands. They shook hands. Ugh. We never can thank you enough, Laura, for coming to our rescue yesterday, Helen said gratefully. That's right, Nancy agreed. If you hadn't come along at that moment, we'd probably be at the bottom of the lake. Laura shuddered. Oh, I'm sure you would have reached shore some way, but I am glad I could help, and it's been such fun knowing you. I hope you'll come to see me while I'm at Melrose Lake. We will, Nancy promised. What's your address there? Anyone can direct you to my house, Mr. Aborn said heartily. It's well known in the section. His wife tapped her foot on the floor. Jacob, it's getting late, she hinted. Nancy and Helen hastily bade the Aborns goodbye and walked toward the door of the suite with Laura. Suddenly, Helen turned around. It's lucky you brought 2 cars, she called back. Laura has a lot of luggage. Without another word, Helen gave Laura a quick kiss and walked into the corridor. Nancy followed a moment later. Why did you say that? Nancy questioned Helen as they rode down in the elevator. The dark-haired girl signaled for silence. There were several other people in the car. When they stepped out into the lobby, Nancy repeated her question. Helen grabbed her chum's arm excitedly. I couldn't resist it, she exclaimed. Jacob Aborn was the driver in the tan and white sports jacket I saw coming out of the road by the bungalow this morning. The driver of the black foreign car. I like Helen. Mrs. Aborn has Gemini energy. She has, like, Gemini energy, like, stereotypical Gemini energy, and hasn't been to therapy. Oh, bye, Anton. I'm sure you're off by now, but just now seeing the comment. Do you add the Oh, I already answered the T question. My weird... And this uncle who used to tell me all the time how bad anything with grains was for me while I was eating it, including brown bread and whole wheat pasta, and would just be like, okay, Uncle Fred. He ate primarily red meat and very little else and was convinced he was, like, the healthiest diet possible. Oh, he was on the Jordan Peterson diet. Gross. That's what I got. A Hobbit clock. It has the meals instead of numbers. I love it. That's so cute. I got my mom for Christmas. She loves clocks and she loves birds. I got her a clock that's it's a blue wall clock and it has birds on all of the hour spots, and then like every hour there's a different it says like on the spots like what kinds of birds they are, like under the picture, and then it will, like, when it hits like a certain hour, it goes off with the specific sound of that specific bird. She loves it. Okay, don't take the Porsum quote out of context. Yeah. 1930 was a more innocent time. Why aren't there any other weather superheroes aside? I don't know. You feel like it would be a pretty good power. Like, Tia Peppa from Encanto. Storm isn't a mutant, she's a god, yeah. Tea dance sounds unreal, yeah. Tea dance is a social event that takes place in the afternoon where people meet to dance and have tea. They're especially popular with older people. Nice, cute. Apparently in 1930 it was popular with younger people, and then the younger people became older people, and that's why it's popular with older people now. We just called things like dance socials to denote them as social events and avoid people from thinking they're just for dancing. Yeah, I guess so. Can't stop singing. But the only ones I've really been to are ones like at cons. So, like, I mean, maybe there are just more regularly and I just don't know where to look for them. I guess it's like soda or pop. Depends on which one is talking. how they were brought up. Yeah. We just call them kickbacks here in SoCal. You may call me Aunt Vicky. Yes, that's exactly what I'm picturing. Those people, like her parents. Hi, pizza. Yeah, they did also used to hang out in soda shops and drugstores and things like that. Because drugstores used to be like hybrid. They used to be like basically diners. Here's an age test. Ooh. Love a good age test. All right. Hello, everybody, for being here. Thank you for showing up for our girl, Nancy Drew. If you're just finding us, because I have had a few people finding our channel through the live streams, make sure to like and subscribe for all the nostalgic, obscure, otherwise strange content that we like to cover here. For all my Digimon fans, before I got on live, I was editing a video that I filmed with Gabe about where we covered the pilot episode of Digimon. All right. Anyway, chapter 4. The tree crash. Uh-oh, that doesn't sound good. If Helen was right about Mr. Abborn being the driver, Mr. Abborn's being the driver of the foreign car, then it should be in the hotel parking lot, Nancy thought. Let's take a look, she suggested. The girls walked in the rear of the hotel where Nancy had left her own convertible. They scouted the lot. There was no sign of a black foreign car. Helen asked the attendant if one had been driven in that day. The man said no. Helen was puzzled. I was so sure I was right. You still could be, Nancy said. The car may be parked somewhere else. Mrs. Avern may have picked up her husband at some other point. Puzzled, she and Helen climbed into the convertible, and Nancy started the engine as she drove back to the Pinecrest Motel. Helen remarked, "Here for either Mr. or Mrs. Abborn. Their friendliness seems forced, and their promises don't ring true." I agree, Nancy nodded. By the way, did you notice how Laura's guardian went out of her way to tell her she was went out of his way to tell us she was penniless? And we were total strangers. I certainly did, Helen replied. It was very bad taste, I'd say. It was in very bad taste, I'd say. As soon as Hannah's ankle is better, Nancy declared, I'm coming back here. Let's pay Laura a visit together at Melrose Lake. I feel very uneasy about her. A wonderful idea, Helen exclaimed. When they reached the motel, she got out. I hope Hannah's foot improves quickly, she said, and waved Nancy out of sight. A minute later, Nancy was on the main highway, which paralleled Twin Lakes for some distance. Presently, as she left the lake area, Nancy cast a speculative glance toward the sky. Did she imagine it, or was it beginning to cloud over? Nancy glanced at the speedometer. She was nearly halfway to River Heights. Maybe I can get home before the storm breaks, she told herself. Because remember, she's in an open-backed 1930s roadster. A quarter of a mile further on, Nancy saw an obstruction in the road and brought the convertible to a halt. A huge sign read, Detour, bridge out, take Melrose Lake Road. An arrow pointed to the left. Just when I'm in a hurry, Nancy fumed, knowing she would have to go miles out of her way before reaching River Heights Road. Another anxious glance at the sky told her there was no time to be lost. Already huge storm clouds were appearing. I'll be caught in another cloudburst like the one on the lake, she thought. Hastily, she headed the car down the Melrose Lake detour, a narrow, rutty road bordered with tall pines and thick shrubbery. Nancy was forced to reduce her speed to 10 miles an hour. Oh boy. And even then, it seemed as though the car would shake to pieces. It's like in Cars, where he's like, "Oh, come on, Mac, a minivan? We can't get past by a minivan." Within a few minutes, it grew so dark that Nancy snapped on the headlights. Giant raindrops began to strike the windshield. In a short time, they were followed by a blinding downpour, and the deep ruts in the road filled up like miniature streams. I'm in for it now, Nancy groaned as the car crept up a hill. Before she could reach the level stretch on the other side of the hill, the storm broke in all its fury. Trees among the roadside twisted and bent before the onslaughts of the rushing wind. It was difficult for Nancy to see the road ahead. She crawled along, endeavoring to keep the convertible's wheels out of deep ruts as she swerved to avoid a particularly large puddle. A blinding tongue of lightning streaked directly in front of the car. There was a flash of fire and simultaneously a deafening roar. For an instant, Nancy thought the car had been struck. Almost blinded, the girl jammed on the brakes in time for her to hear a splintering, ripping noise. Before her horrified eyes, a pine tree fell earthward. The convertible seemed to be directly in its line of fall. "Oh!" Nancy gasped as the tree missed her car by inches, landing directly in front of it. Nancy felt as though she were frozen in her seat. How closely she had escaped possible death. When she breathed normally again, Nancy ruefully surveyed the tree which blocked the road. What was she to do? "I can't go back because the bridge is out," she told herself, "and there probably isn't anyone within miles of this place." She suddenly realized she had not seen another car going in either direction. As Nancy continued to gaze at the fallen tree, she decided it could be moved by two people. "Too bad I'm not twins," she thought. "I wonder how long it will be before someone comes past here." Oh my god, I don't think Carson Drew has it in him to have two daughters like Nancy Drew. I feel like the one he's about to have a heart attack over at any given moment. Although he also is just kind of like, fine, I'm used to it by now. Finally, Nancy decided to try pulling the tree aside. She reached in the back seat for plastic boots and a raincoat with a hood. After putting these on, she stepped outside. Gingerly picking her way through the mud and heavy rain, she walked to the fallen pine. She grasped the branches and tugged with all her might. The tree did not budge. Nancy next tried rolling it. This, too, she found was impossible. "Oh, this is maddening," she thought, feeling completely frustrated. As another low roll of thunder broke the quietness of the woods, Nancy was delighted to see headlights approaching. A moment later, a small Jeep pulled up behind her car. The driver's door opened and a young man's voice said, "Hello there, having trouble?" "I sure am," said Nancy as he walked towards her and stood outlined in the convertible's headlights. That sounds foreboding. He appeared to be about 17, had dark hair and twinkling eyes. Quickly, Nancy explained about the falling tree. "Wow, you're lucky that it missed you," the boy cried, then added, "It will be easy for the three of us to move the tree." "Three?" Nancy questioned. She's like, how young is this kid? Can't even count? Oh, look at Nancy. That's Nancy pissed, like, I shouldn't have to deal with this shit today. He laughed. "My sister's in the Jeep," he explained, then called out, "Come on out, Kath." They were joined by a pretty girl whom Nancy guessed to be about 14 years old. Introductions were exchanged. The brother and sister were Jim and Kathy Donnell. They lived off the next main highway and were returning home from visiting friends. "I'm glad we came by," Kathy said. "There's only one house on this road, and people haven't moved in yet for the summer." Nancy's just always got people miraculously around to help, thank God. Where was I? Okay. After Jim had pulled some tangled pine branches away from the convertible, he and the two girls were able to lift the trunk. Little by little, they moved the tree far enough aside so that the cars could drive ahead. "I'll report this to the highway patrol when we get home," said Jim. "Thanks so much for your help," Nancy told the brother and sister. "By the way, do you know Mr. and Mrs. Aburn who live at Melrose Lake?" "We certainly do," said Kathy. "They're the ones with the house whose house is on this route. It's a lovely place with a lane leading to the house. You passed it about a mile back. The Aburns just bought the place." "It's a small world," Nancy observed. She told the Donnells, however, that they were wrong. "Nancy tries to pull the fallen tree aside," is the caption under this picture. Well, I mean, River Heights is a small town, so that makes sense. Some places imply that it's in the Midwest, some places imply that it's in New England. I like to think of it as a small New England town. Like Cabot Cove from Murder, She Wrote. about the Aberds not being at their home and explained about meeting the couple at Laura Pendleton at Twin Lakes. That's funny, said Jim. He explained that his parents had known the Aberds for years. They used to have a place on the other side of the large lake, but bought this new house only a month ago. They mentioned that Laura Pendleton was coming to visit them, but said they were taking an extensive trip first. I see, said Nancy, thinking. Another strange angle to this thing. Aloud, she asked, is Mrs. Abern a blonde-haired woman, rather small and slight, Kathy? Yes. Jim, she asked the girl, she's like, guys aren't gonna be able to tell me much about the appearance of women. Bless my brother. Whenever I ask him, he's like, so, I'm like, so you met so-and-so. Is so-and-so like, brunette, long hair? And he's like, oh, I didn't notice. I'm like, what do you mean you didn't? Did they have long, dark hair? I don't know. Jim said that he and Kathy must say goodbye. Their parents would be worried if they did not arrive home soon. We'll tell Mother and Dad about the Aberns and Laura. Mother and Dad. Huh, interesting. Not Mom and Dad or Mother and Father. Mother and Dad. We're all keen to meet Laura. The Aberns think she must be tops. And we want to introduce Laura to our friends here at the lake, Kathy added. Grand, Nancy said enthusiastically. Laura has had a pretty sad time recently. She needs friends. The three said goodbye and got into their own cars. As Nancy drove on, she kept mulling over the Abern Pendleton enigma. She inferred from the Donnells' remarks that the man and his wife were very acceptable people, but Nancy certainly had not received the impression this impression of them. I can't wait to meet them again, she thought, and see how they're treating Laura. By the time Nancy reached the end of the detour, the storm was over. A little later, she turned into the Drews' driveway and parked near the front porch of the large red brick house. She climbed from the car and made a dash for the porch with her suitcase. As she inserted her key into the lock and pushed the front door open, a voice called out from the living room. Nancy, is that you? Yes, Hannah, be right in. I love Hannah. I wish we got to see more of her in the games. Nancy took off her raincoat and boots and put them in the vestibule closet. Then she hurried into the living room and hugged the motherly-looking woman who was reclining in the sofa. Hannah, I'm so sorry about your ankle. How are you feeling? A worried expression faded from the housekeeper's face as she said, I'm fine now that you're home. This storm has been dreadful, and I was concerned about you being on the road. Helen phoned that you were on your way. Nancy told of the fallen tree at Melrose Lake and how it had taken her longer than she had planned to make the trip. The housekeeper exclaimed. Then she smiled. Nancy, you're like a cat with 9 lives, the way you so often just miss being injured. Ain't that the truth? Nancy laughed, then becoming serious, she asked, where did Dad go? To the state capitol, Hannah replied, and that reminds me, dear, you're to call Mr. Drew at 8 tonight. She gave Nancy a slip of paper with a telephone number on it. Did he say what he wanted? Nancy inquired. A look of concern appeared on Hannah's face as she said, Mr. Drew wishes you to help him with an embezzlement case he's investigating. Okay. Let's see. What did I miss? Drugstores. The 7-Elevens of the past, right? Ooh, now I want a slushie. My grandpa ran his license for $11 at a drugstore at the age of 14. Oh, that's funny. Hi, Jay. I'm good. How are you? Cue the Dawson's Creek theme song every time they say Melrose Lake. Oh, that's funny. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't really seen that much Dawson's Creek in my life, but I do get the reference. I hope that goes well for you, Rex. Avery will be the best Nancy Drew. Well, thank you, Patrick. It's my life dream. Mother and Dad sure is a weird word choice. It does. It has an implication towards the nature of the family dynamics. I was gonna say that too. It's like they're much closer to their dad. Much more formal with the mom. So when is Laura going to go missing? Oh boy, I don't know. Let's take bets. The plot armor is strong in the Drew family. Oh yeah. Deliver and install dryer. Bye, Daniel. Good luck with that. Yeah. The Drews, all of the Drews. Plot armor is their superpower. But we love that for them. Because if something happened to them, I'd be very sad. Okay. I don't know what that was, but all right. Let's get into the next chapter. Just rolling right along. Because I'd like to be able to finish this book tonight so that we can read maybe like Cheetah Girls or something tomorrow night. Chapter 5, An Unexpected Prowler. Ooh, an embezzlement case. Nancy was excited. What, she wondered, did her father want her to do? The young detective longed to place a call to him immediately, but knew she must wait until 8 o'clock. Where is Mrs. Gleason's sister? She asked. Hannah said that the woman had left a short while before after hearing that Nancy would be home by supper time. But first she fixed a chicken casserole dish for us. Hannah added, it's all ready to pop in the oven, my dear. I hate to bother you. Nancy grinned mischievously and teased, you mean you hate to have anyone else but you reign in your kitchen. Don't worry, Hannah, I'll be neat. Gosh, said Nancy. She blushed and gave Nancy a loving glance. Humming softly, Nancy went to the modern pink and white kitchen. The casserole, ooh, the modern pink and white kitchen, I love it. The casserole, which looked tempting, stood on one of the gleaming countertops. After lighting the oven, Nancy placed the dish inside to heat. She set 2 wooden trays with doilies, napkins, and silver. Then, after placing bread and butter on each, Nancy poured 2 glasses of milk. Lastly, she made a crisp salad of lettuce and tomatoes and marinated it with a tangy French dressing. I've talked about it before, there's a recipe book that I want to find called What Nancy Ate, where a historian went through and basically recreated with historical accuracy the dinners and such that Nancy and her friends Nancy's been listed as eating throughout the book. And I would love to do a series where we cook through that book. While waiting for the casserole, Nancy went back to the living room. Hannah was reading the evening paper. You're a wonderful help, dear, the housekeeper said gratefully, looking up. Tell me, did you enjoy your vacation? It was lovely, Nancy said, and described the resort. She then told Hannah of the adventure on Twin Lakes and Laura Pendleton and the Aberns. Hannah, wouldn't it be nice if Laura could visit us sometime soon? It certainly would. By now, their supper was ready, and Nancy brought it on trays. After they had eaten, she put the dishes in the washer, then helped Hannah, who was using crutches, upstairs to bed. Oh, poor Hannah. Nancy then went out to put her car in the garage and returned to the house just as the clock was striking 8. She went to place the call to Carson Drew. Nancy looked at the series of numbers on the slip of paper Hannah had given her. 942 HA 5-4727. Yes, 1930s phone numbers were wild. She dialed the long distance number, and after one brief ring, the phone on the other end was picked up. Hotel Williamston, the switchboard operator answered. May I speak with Mr. Carson Drew? His daughter requested. One moment, please. I just have the inclination to do the operator's voice from the Nancy Drew Secret of the Old Clock game. Just a moment, please. There was a pause, then the operator's voice said, I'm sorry, but Mr. Drew checked out this evening. Did he say where he was going? Nancy inquired in amazement. The desk clerk said no. Nancy thanked him and hung up, feeling oddly upset. It was unlike her father to change his plans without calling home to tell where he would be. Could anything have happened to him, she wondered? Since Hannah was asleep, Nancy did not awaken her to discuss the matter. Leaving on a light in the lower hall, she went to her own room and unpacked. Deep in thought, as she hung up her dresses in the closet, the young sleuth wondered if her father might be following a new clue in another city. Deciding that that probably was what had happened, and that she would hear from her father the next morning, Nancy felt felt reassured, took a bath, and went to bed. She fell asleep almost immediately. Several hours later, Nancy was awakened by the sound of a dull thud. She sat up and groped for the bedside light. Turning it on, she got out of bed and slipped into her robe and slippers. I hope Hannah hasn't fallen out of bed, Nancy thought worriedly as she hurried down the carpeted hall to the housekeeper's room. Sorry. Oh, I feel like I have to sneeze. Okay. Peering in the bedroom door, Nancy saw that Hannah was sound asleep. Puzzled, Nancy went back to her own room. The girl detective had almost decided she had been dreaming. Then she heard an even louder noise. The creaky window in the ground floor library was being opened. Someone was entering the house. Alarmed, Nancy decided to call the police and tiptoed to the bedside telephone in Mr. Drew's room. When the sergeant answered, she told him she would unlock the front door. Nancy tiptoed quietly down the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, she eyed the closed door of the library located at the far end of the living room. Not a sound came from the library, which Mr. Drew used as a study. Nancy, you know the police are going to be very helpful. With bated breath, Nancy moved toward the front door and opened it. At that instant, the library... I mean, if somebody's breaking into your house, you should call 911, but, you know. With bated breath, Nancy moved toward the front door and opened it. At that instant, the library door was flung open. A man's dark figure was outlined in the doorway. Nancy's heart skipped 3 beats. As Nancy debated whether to run outdoors or upstairs, she heard a loud chuckle. At the same time, a table lamp was turned on. "Dad!" cried Nancy in disbelief as color flooded back into her face. "Is it really you?" "Of course," said Carson Drew, a tall, distinguished-looking man who right now seemed a little sheepish. "Damn it, Carson." He placed the briefcase he was carrying on the table, then walked towards Nancy with outstretched arms. His daughter rushed into them and gave Mr. Drew a loving kiss. "You're the best-looking burglar I've ever seen," Nancy declared, and told her father of fearing the house was being entered. I would have been so mad. Then she clapped a hand to her face. "The police! I notified the police! I heard the window creaking open." At that very moment, father and daughter heard a car stop outside. 2 policemen rushed in. "Here's the burglar." "Right here," Mr. Drew confessed. "I forgot my house key. Sorry to put you to this trouble." The policeman grinned and one said, "I wish all our burglary cases were solved this easily." A few minutes later, the officer left, as if they'd be that amicable about wasting their time. Mr. Drew explained to Nancy that he had hesitated about ringing the doorbell and disturbing Mrs. Gruen and Nancy. Recalling that one of the windows in the library did not close completely and needed repair, he removed the screen and opened the window. "I'm sorry I scared you. I flew home tonight rather unexpectedly and didn't have a chance to let you know, Nancy." I guess we know where Nancy gets her breaking and entering proclivities. "Has there been development in your embezzlement case, Dad?" she inquired. Mr. Drew nodded. "Yes, but since it's late, I suggest we both go to bed. We can talk about it in the morning." Nancy stifled a yawn. "Good idea," she agreed. Father and daughter turned off the lights and went upstairs. Both slept soundly until 8 o'clock the following morning, when Nancy was awakened by Hannah. "Get up, sleepyhead," said the housekeeper. Teasingly, she prodded Nancy's foot with the tip of a wooden crutch while leaning on another one. "It's a beautiful day." Nancy jerked awake, rubbing her eyes. "Hannah," she gasped, "what are you doing up?" The housekeeper smiled. "One day of staying off my feet will keep me well for a year," she declared. "Besides, I feel fine this morning." "But Dr. Darby said," Nancy began. "Stuff and nonsense," Hannah replied tartly. "He left me these crutches to use, and that's what I intend to do with them, Nancy." "Is your father home?" "I noticed his door is closed." "Yes, Hannah," Nancy related the burglar scare. The housekeeper smiled in amusement. Then, with a swish of her skirt, she turned and clumped out of the room. She paused at the door, winked at Nancy, and said, "Pancakes and sausage at 8:30, and you tell your dad that I'm going to squeeze some extra juicy oranges." Mr. Drew was awake also. Nancy could hear the buzz of his electric razor. It was good, she thought, for the little family to be home again. In half an hour, they were seated in the cheerful breakfast room. As they began to eat, Mr. Drew caught up on the latest news and listened with concern to the story of Nancy's two storm adventures. "I'm grateful that you're here safely beside me," he said gravely. Yeah, remember that time we got run off the road? That was weird. When the lawyer heard about Laura Pendleton and the Aberns, he frowned. "I agree with you, Nancy. It does sound strange," he said, "but you should not interfere with Laura and her guardians unless she asks you to. They may turn out to be very nice people." He's like, "Please don't do anything stupid. I love you, but still." "I agree," said Hannah, then added pointedly, "but if things should prove otherwise, Mr. Drew, then I'd be happy to help Laura and another guardian appointed by the court," the lawyer replied. "In the meantime, Nancy, let's invite Laura to spend a few days with us very soon." Nancy beamed. "Thanks, Dad. That's just what I wanted to hear." When the meal was finished and the dishes had been put in the washer, Mr. Drew and Nancy went to his study, a comfortable room with book-lined shelves, deep-seated leather chairs, and a wide, highly polished mahogany desk. Nancy sat down in a yellow club chair, then said eagerly, "Come on, Dad, don't hold out on me any longer about this case of yours." Mr. Drew smiled and absently fingered a glass paperweight. Sitting down, he began to talk. Mr. Drew's client and Mr. Seward was the president of the Monroe's National Bank in Monroe. It had branches in throughout the community, including one on River Heights. During an audit, many valuable securities had been discovered missing from the main bank's vault. Most of the securities were bonds, which read "payable to bearer." "How dreadful," said Nancy. "It means that whoever has the bonds can cash them." "That's right," Mr. Drew said, "that the bonds belonged to various bank clients throughout the country. In all cases, the clients had inherited money and had asked the young bank as asked the bank wait and had in all cases the clients had inherited money. I lost my place. That's right," Mr. Drew said, "that the bonds belonged to various bank clients throughout the country. In all cases, the clients had inherited money and asked the bank as custodian to invest it for them. A Mr. Hamilton was put in charge. This was very common bank procedure. The bank made the investments and paid the dividends to the individual, thus relieving the person of handling his own transactions." "I was called in on the case," Carson Drew said, "by Mr. Sill, manager of our River Heights branch. When Mr. Seward advised, or Seward, I don't know, Mr. Seward advised him that a number of missing securities belonged to residents in our community. Mr. Seward felt this was an odd coincidence." "It is," Nancy agreed. "Have you any idea who might have taken the property?" Mr. Drew said no. So far, the evidence pointed to Mr. Hamilton, although the man was a highly trusted officer. "What about the people who work in the vault?" Nancy asked, wrinkling her forehead. "They're being checked out now. Most of these employees have worked for the bank a long time. However, at present, 2 of them are on vacation, so the investigation may take some time." "Couldn't you find out where they went?" Nancy asked. "We tried that," her father replied, "but they're not at their homes and their neighbors don't know where they're vacationing. We'll just have to wait until the men get home." "I see," Nancy agreed. "The main thing is," said Mr. Drew, "that Mr. Seward doesn't want any publicity about the theft. The bank will continue to pay dividends to the security holders, of course. My assignment is to find the missing property and the guilty person." "A big order," said Nancy. "How are you going to do this?" Carson Drew said he was presently checking on employees other than Hamilton who worked in the custodian department. Also, he was trying to find out if there might be a tie-in between the thief and one or more of the persons whose property was missing. "There must be several people behind this theft," the lawyer explained. "It's pretty difficult in these times to rob a bank with all the security measures," right? This was literally during the Great Depression. they employ. Nothing is impossible, however, if a plan is well worked out. Carson Drew teaches you how to rob a bank. Kidding. Sounds like an exciting case, Dad, said Nancy. What can I do to help? In reply, Mr. Drew gave Nancy a slip of paper with 4 names on it and their corresponding River Heights addresses. They were Mrs. William Farley, Mr. Herbert Brown, Mrs. John Seward, Mr. Stephen Dowd. None of the names was familiar to the young detective. These are the local people whose securities are missing, Mr. Drew said. Think of some reason to meet these people, he directed. See what kind of homes they have and try to get an insight into their characters. This is a very vague assignment, but I feel you may find out something incriminating about one of them. You see, we have been very careful not to arouse suspicion in a case of this type. I'll do my best, Nancy assured him. The out-of-town names I'll check myself, her father explained. They live in various large cities around the country, so I'll have to be away a good bit during the next few weeks. I'll get busy on these names right away, Nancy said. She gave her father a quick hug. You're an old dear to let me help you. Promise me you'll be careful, the lawyer warned. An embezzler could be a dangerous person, and in this case, whoever's behind the thefts is playing for big stakes. The young sleuth said she would take every precaution. As Nancy stood up, the telephone rang. I'll get it, Dad, she offered, and hurried to pick up the receiver of the hall phone. In a low-pitched feminine voice said tersely, Nancy Drew. Yes, this is Nancy speaking. As she held on, waiting for the caller's identification, she heard sounds of a scuffle on the other end of the receiver. This was followed by a cry of pain and a loud crash. It's Mr. what? Oh, Mr. C. I thought it was CEA word, but it's CE word. So I guess that's Seward. That's funny though. Have a good dinner, Rex. Groceries. Check question. Do you guys know what a lawn party is? I also type it. I can't say that I do know what that is. I'm sorry. Hello, I'll transfer your call. Hi, Chris. OG Nancy Drew books remind me of the good old days of being 12 and going to cotillion classes. Hopefully no Cheetah Girls borderline slur like last time. Hopefully. I am feeling much better, just tired. My mom and my brother are currently dealing with the same touch of whatever I had. But they're getting better. I feel better, just tired. Trying not to spill. Oh, by the way, did you guys see? You guys can't see the way that I'm sitting, but look. My Model and Survivor merch. It came in. I have the hoodie. It's very comfortable too. On a 3DS emulator, but I'm going to have to look into it more. Ooh. Word. Nice. All right, the tea is down. Now time for the electrolyte water. I'm really trying to stay hydrated more. I've been anyway, but especially after being sick, I'm just like, need to be better about that. Ooh, doesn't taste bad. Tastes like lemonade. Okay. Making all right time. Let's just keep on keeping on. And move this out of the way. My Twitch is redeem hydrate. All right, Chapter 6, An Invitation to Sleuth. Who is this? Nancy asked, but the caller had cut off the connection. What had happened to her? Nancy wondered. Certainly she had sounded very distressed. Nancy hung up and waited for a second call, but the phone did not ring. Who was it? Mr. Drew asked, coming into the hall. Nancy told what had occurred. You didn't recognize the voice, he remarked. No, so I can't call back. Oh dear, someone is in trouble. I just know it. And here I stand helpless to do a thing. It's maddening. It certainly is, her father said. Well, dear, I must run down to the office. Presently, he left the house. After seeing that Hannah was comfortable, Nancy went to her bedroom and thoughtfully opened the closet door. This is a good day as any to start Dad's investigation, she thought. Nancy took out a two-piece navy blue dress, which made her look older than her 18 years. Next, she found a pair of comfortable, low-heeled pumps. A two-piece dress. That's a term that we don't really use anymore. For several minutes, Nancy experimented with various hairstyles. Relatable. She finally chose a simple, off-the-face arrangement. Nancy put on tiny pearl earrings, dusted her nose, and lightly with powder, and finally added a dash of lipstick. After she had changed her clothes and given herself a final appraisal, Nancy went to Hannah's room to tell her she was going out for a while. Gracious, Nancy, said the housekeeper, giving the girl a sharp glance. You look awfully businesslike today. Where are you going? Dad asked me to look up something for him, she said. I'll be back in time for lunch. Don't worry about that, said Hannah. I can get around. Have a good time, dear. When Nancy left the house, she consulted the list Mr. Drew had given her. Mrs. William Farley, the first name on the paper, lived on Acorn Street, several blocks from the Drew residence. Nancy set out at a brisk pace, rehearsing in her mind the approach on which she had decided. One of the girls' favorite community projects was a recreational youth center located in downtown River Heights. The center always needed volunteer helpers as well as entertainers for the children. A good way to find out something about Dad's suspects, Nancy decided, is to see how they will respond to a needy cause. And I'll be telling the truth when I say I'm working for the organization. Nancy, technically not lying, Drew. This resolved, Nancy soon reached a modest white house which was set back from the street a short distance. The front walk was outlined with pink and white petunias, and the grass was well tended. Nancy rang the bell. The door was opened almost immediately by an elderly woman with wavy white hair and the greeniest, most alert eyes Nancy had ever seen. Yes, she inquired pleasantly. Nancy introduced herself, then explained the purpose of her call. She was invited inside. Please be seated, said the woman, sitting down herself. Nancy chose a Duncan Fife rocking chair covered with a black floral print. The hostess smiled. I'd be glad to help you with your project, my dear, she said, although I have no talent. Also, I don't leave this house very much. Same and same, lady. We're getting along. I'm a recent widow, you see, and I haven't been too well lately. Poor dear. Nancy expressed sympathy and said that she understood completely. She liked this friendly little woman on first sight. Would a small check help your cause? The widow asked. Perhaps you could buy some equipment for the children. That would be wonderful, Nancy said, but I'm not soliciting funds. Mrs. Farley smiled shyly. I realize this, she said, but there's so little I can do to help others. Mr. Farley left most of his estate, which was modest, in trust, and I have only a tiny income to live on. The woman arose and, despite Nancy's protest, went to the desk where she wrote out a check. Nancy thanked her profusely, for she realized that this was a sacrifice on the widow's part. I'm glad I can help, said Mrs. Farley. Please come see me again and tell me how the youth center is coming along. Nancy promised to do this. After a few more minutes of conversation, she bade Mrs. Farley goodbye and left the house. If I'm a judge of human nature, thought Nancy, that woman never did a mean thing in her life. When she reached the sidewalk, Nancy took out Mr. Drew's list from her handbag. Thoughtfully, she crossed out Mrs. Farley's name. Herbert Brown, the next suspect, lived in River Heights Estates, a rather exclusive housing area located on the outskirts of the city. It's kind of a long walk, Nancy told herself, but it will do me good. As Nancy strolled along, she was so engrossed with her thoughts she failed to notice a tan sedan whose driver cruised by honking the horn, then pulled over on the curb. As the door pulled open, a good-looking young man, about 18, called, "Hi, Nancy." To her surprise, she saw Don Cameron, who had been a fellow student at River Heights School. Nancy had, in fact, gone to the spring prom with the tall, black-haired boy. I bet you he was a better boyfriend than Ned. "Hello, Don," she said. "What are you doing home? I thought you were working on your uncle's farm this summer before going to college." Don grinned engagingly. "I've been picking string beans and berries and hoeing potatoes for nearly a month," he replied, "but I have a leave of absence to attend my sister's wedding this Friday." Nancy had read of Janet Cameron's wedding plans in the River Heights Gazette 2 weeks before. "Jan must be excited," she exclaimed. "Everyone at home is going round in circles," Don stated, laughing. "Bill Bent, my brother-in-law to be, is no better. By the way, Nancy," Don continued, "I intended to call you later today. If you're free Thursday afternoon and evening, I'd like to have you go to a barbecue party with me. It's being given in honor of Jan and Bill." "I'd love to," said Nancy. "Where will it be?" "At the Herbert Brown's home in River Heights Estate." Ah, so lucky. Don has literally already been more helpful than Ned was in literally all of the books I've read about Ned. With Ned. None of the books are about Ned. Fuck Ned. Their daughter Lynn is Jan's maid of honor. Herbert Brown, one of the possible suspects in bank security theft. Nancy could scarcely conceal her excitement, although she did not like the idea of spying on a host. Here was an excellent chance for her to find out what Mr. Brown was like. "What time does the barbecue begin?" Nancy asked. "I'll call for you at 4, said Don. He offered to drive Nancy home, and then she hopped in beside him. When the young sleuth entered the house, she found Hannah in the living room. "My goodness," the housekeeper exclaimed. "You haven't solved the mystery already." "I gave up," Nancy teased. "What?" With a grin, Nancy told why she had postponed her trip. "I'll get some lunch for us," Nancy offered, "and then I'll drive to the other 2 places on the list." Hannah chuckled. "Since you said you'd be home," she said, "I prepared a fresh fruit salad. It's in the refrigerator, and rolls ready to pop into the oven." "You're a fine patient," Nancy scolded. "I feel better keeping busy," Hannah countered. Nancy asked whether there had been any telephone calls in her absence. "No, but you did get a postcard in the mail." Nancy went to the mail tray and in the hall and recognized Helen Corning's writing. The message read, "Dear Nancy, Aunt June and I have decided to take a week's automobile trip up north. We'll return directly to River Heights. Plan to stop and see Laura Pendleton on our way. Hope Hannah is better." Another thing that makes me think that this takes place somewhere in New England, because if it's in, like, lower New England, like, say, Connecticut, up north, that would make more sense than if they were, like, in the Midwest and we're like, we're gonna drive up north for the week. I don't know. "Plan to stop and see Laura Pendleton on our way. Hope Hannah is better. Love, Helen." Nancy read the card aloud and commented, "I hope Helen lets me know everything is at the Aberns." Let me try that again. "I hope Helen lets me know how everything is at the Aberns home. Anyway, I'm going to call Laura myself in a few days to find out how she is and make a date with her to come here. Do you think her guardian will let her leave his care so soon?" the housekeeper asked, as she reached for her crutches. "Ah, yes, in the olden days where a couple takes in a teenager, but only the guy is seen as the real guardian." When there was no reply, Hannah looked out toward the hall. Nancy's normally rosy complexion was deadly white. She looked as if she were about to faint. Oh, dear. Rex and Larry, your profile pictures at first glance look so similar. It's hard for me to tell you two apart in chat right now. Oh, songs always good. Music just is how my ADHD brain works, apparently. Like last night when we were playing Kingdom Hearts, and he was like, "You will bow down to the whatever," and all I could think of was having to bow down to the chocolate bunny in VeggieTales, just because those words reminded me of "bow to the chocolate bunny," and then I was singing the song. How we doing, chat? How are things? Are things good? Things are good here. It's video mode off for now. Oh yeah, I know your regular account well. It's just interesting. The two of you have very similar colors in yours today. Oh, VeggieTales has some wild episodes. My favorite thing about the Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego episode is there's lots of episodes that they change because it's like, they realize that like there's a lot in the Bible that's not really child appropriate. But they don't change the one where it's like, and then they were sentenced to burn in a furnace. They don't change that one at all. Like they don't make it like, to my knowledge, they don't change it at all, and it's just like, whoa. That would be the case if the mother only made. That's true. They did say that she made the guy specifically her guardian. I will rescind my comment. Me and the boys at 2 a.m. looking for beans. I love that meme because it means nothing, but it's so funny. I showed my brother this TikTok that I saw today where it was like country's flags but with gravitational pull, and it was like the Swedish flag, but it was just like the this stripe just falls to the side and this one just drops and it just goes Sweden. So stupid. Anyway, Chapter 7, A Startling Assignment. Nancy, what's wrong with you? Hannah cried out as she tried to hurry to the girl's side. As the housekeeper limped toward her, Nancy snapped to attention. I'm all right, Hannah, she said, but Helen's postcard, it brought back the phone call I had this morning. Nancy told Mrs. Gruen about the call, which had ended so abruptly with a cry of pain. The caller's voice sounded vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place it. She explained, now I think I know who it was. Who? Said Hannah. Laura Pendleton. I believe someone is trying to stop her from talking to me. Mercy, said Hannah. Mercy, Hannah exclaimed. And then she just turns into Uncle Jesse. Have mercy. Sinking weakly into a soft chair. Do you think it was one of the Aberns, Nancy? And why would they do such a thing? Nancy shrugged. I'm going to call the Abern home right now. While Hannah listened nervously, Nancy picked up the phone and dialed information. When the operator replied, Nancy asked for Jacob Abern's number. The operator cut off for a minute, then reported, I'm sorry, miss, but that number has been temporarily disconnected. Can you tell me when this was done? Nancy requested tersely. I'm sorry, I have no further information. Nancy thanked the operator and hung up. Oh, right, the operator. I'm sorry, I have no further information. Sorry, I forgot that was the operator's voice I was going with. It sounds suspicious, Hannah remarked, but Nancy, the Aberns may have changed their plans and gone away with Laura for a vacation somewhere else. I know one way to find out, Nancy said with determination. She reminded Hannah of the young couple, Kathy and Jim Donnell, who had helped move the fallen tree at Melrose Lake. I'll ask them if they've seen Laura on the Aberns, Nancy explained. Nancy sighed. You're just like your father, she said, and he certainly is astute. But I'm worried that you're becoming involved in another complicated mystery. Too late for that. You can't stop Nancy now. Nancy tweaked Hannah's cheek. The more there are, the better I like them. The housekeeper smiled. She said that while Nancy was calling Kathy and Jim, she would put lunch on the table. Fine, I'll help you in a moment. As Hannah hobbled to the kitchen, Nancy got to the Donnells' number and dialed it. After 2 rings, a girl's voice said, "Hello." "Kathy?" Nancy inquired. "Yes." Nancy gave her name. "Do you remember me?" she asked. "Of course," said Kathy. "My family and I were just talking about you a short while ago. Jim and I told them about the Aberns being home, and we all went over this morning to say hello and meet Laura, but the house was closed. Nobody's staying there." "Oh," Nancy said, disappointed. She explained that this was her reason for calling and told of the Aberns' telephone having been disconnected. Kathy already knew this and added, "Dad found a note on the back porch telling the milkman to discontinue deliveries until further notice." "Kathy, does Mr. Aborn own a foreign make of car?" Nancy queried. "Why, no," Kathy replied. She added that her parents thought the Aberns might have planned suddenly to take a short trip somewhere. "I'm sure that we'll hear from them in a few days. If we do, I'll call you, Nancy." Sounds like they're going to be away for a lot longer than that if they discontinued not just the milk, but also the phone. Fine, said the young detective. Remember me to Jim. Goodbye. Oh, I love the old-fashioned sayings. Deeply troubled, Nancy went to the kitchen and told Hannah what Kathy had said. "Chances are," said the housekeeper, "the call you received this morning was not from Laura at all. You know a lot of people, dear." Nancy replied that usually when someone had to break a telephone conversation in an abrupt manner, the person called back as soon as possible to explain what had happened. "That's true," said Hannah admitted. "It's very strange." After lunch, Hannah said she was going next door to visit Mrs. Gleason. Nancy helped her to the neighbor's front porch. Then Nancy backed her convertible from the garage and headed for Mr. Drew's downtown office. "Wouldn't you like to go downtown?" Sorry. "I'll report my progress so far regarding his suspects." Nancy parked the car in a lot adjoining a large building where the lawyers, doctors, and other professional people had offices. Mr. Drew's suite was on the 5th floor. A few minutes later, Nancy greeted her father's secretary, Miss Henson. My, how pretty you look, Nancy," said the efficient young woman who had been with Carson Drew for the past 5 years. "Thank you," Nancy blushed a trifle. "You look lovely yourself." When the lawyer learned that his daughter had arrived, Carson Drew at once asked Nancy to come to his office. "I can see by the gleam in your eyes, Nancy, that you have some information for me." Nancy told him of her interview with Mrs. Farley. "In my opinion, she's a woman of very fine character." Then Nancy mentioned the invitation to the barbecue party at Mr. Herbert Brown's house. Mr. Drew raised his eyes and chuckled. He's like, "Oh, dear God. Better than I expected." "My main reason for coming was to tell you something else," Nancy said. She quickly reviewed the latest developments in the Laura Pendleton case. Mr. Drew listened quietly. Finally, he said, "There's something odd about all of this, Nancy. I must leave River Heights on the 3:00 plane this afternoon for Cincinnati. But I'll be..." Yeah, right. If they were in the Midwest, like is inserted in other books, then she probably would have taken a train to Cincinnati. Anyway, continuing on. My own headcanons. You know how we're like, no, Animorphs takes place in Florida. I don't care what literally anybody says. It's like that, like, River Heights is in, like, the Connecticut area. New England somewhere. You cannot tell me otherwise. But I'll be home by Sunday. Why don't we plan to drive to the Aberns' home later that afternoon and see for ourselves what the story is? They may have returned by then. That's a grand idea, Nancy exclaimed. Then, knowing that he was busy, she kissed her father goodbye and wished him a successful trip. I'll call you every night at 8, Mr. Drew promised, and Nancy left the office. On the way down in the elevator, Nancy asked Hank, the operator, if he knew where Hilo Street was located. Mrs. John Stewart's wife, oh my God. Such an honor. The third suspect lived in an apartment at this address. I know the general idea, Nancy added. It's about 3 miles... I know the general area, Nancy added. It's about 3 miles from here on the eastern side of the city. That's right, Hank said. It's a classy neighborhood, all high-priced apartment buildings. I believe Hilo Street runs off East Main. Nancy thanked him, then went to her convertible. She drove carefully through the city traffic and finally reached Hilo Street. Mrs. Stewart's apartment house was number 76. Nancy scanned the building and found that this one was the largest on the street. It was ultra-modern in design and about 20 stories high. After parking her car, she smoothed her hand and got out. A red-coated doorman nodded pleasantly to the young detective as she entered the building a minute later. Nancy checked the directory and saw that Mrs. Stewart was in an apartment. Mrs. Stewart was in apartment 3 on the 4th floor. She rang the elevator button. Almost instantly, aluminium doors slid open noiselessly, and Nancy stepped inside the carpeted elevator. It was self-operated, and Nancy pushed the 4th floor control. Her heart was pounding with excitement. Would Mrs. Stewart prove to be a link in the embezzlement case? Nancy hoped to find a clue this time. When the elevator stopped at the 4th floor, Nancy got out and easily located apartment 3. She pressed the doorbell. A trim-looking maid, a rather harassed expression on her pretty face, opened the door immediately. Oh, hello, she said. You must be the walker. Why, no, Nancy began, but before she could explain, the maid went into the living room, leaving the door ajar. As Nancy, speechless, glanced hastily into the apartment beyond, the maid reappeared. She was leading a pair of frisky black and white French poodles by a gold-linked leash. Here, she said abruptly, thrusting the leash into Nancy's hand. Their names are Irene and Frederica. Mrs. Stewart says to take them for a nice long walk. Before Nancy could utter a word, the door was closed with an emphatic bang. Oh, poor Nancy. Larry. Okay, much better. Detective Pikachu. Thank you. Ooh, thanks. That makes it much easier for me to tell everybody apart in chat. Literally right next to Cabot Cove. I like to think that Jessica Fletcher is like Nancy's adoptive, or maybe her actual, like, maternal grandmother or something like that. Welcome to adulting. It sucks. Oh, I'm so sorry. Speaking of adulting, I think my meds finally came in. I need to go pick up my meds at the pharmacy tomorrow. Woo! Being an adult! It sucks! When you're a kid, you're like, ooh, being an adult is gonna be so quirky and fun. I'll just run around and a life, and then you're like, being an adult actually. My meds are in at the pharmacy. And I've got to find a new therapist. Please cover Scream. I should. Scream is a good movie. I like Scream a lot. It disappoints me that people don't necessarily understand that Scream is a criticism of 80s slasher horror. And it's kind of like a feminist take on the whole thing, because that's just what it is, and people miss that point. Love that movie. It's only 9:31. We're making great time. Sorry, I hope this isn't super loud. I know some chips are very crunchy, but they're so good. Not sponsored. All right, Chapter 8. Oh. My voice cracked a little. Chapter 8. The Frightened Runaway. Nancy Drew, Dog Tender. This was a new title, the young detective thought. As she burst into laughter, the two poodles began to yap excitedly and dance around in little circles. "Hello, girls," Nancy said to them, and bent down to pat the friendly animals. She then rang the doorbell with determination. This time the door was opened by a tremendously stout woman whose chubby face was framed by a mass of fuzzy brown curls. "Yes?" she inquired coyly. "Have you had some trouble with the babies? I told Colette to give you explicit instructions." Nancy smothered a giggle. "Are you Mrs. Stewart?" she asked briskly. "Of course," the woman said impatiently. Nancy introduced herself and said that a mistake had been made. She was not the dog walker, but had come to solicit Mrs. Stewart's aid for the River Heights Youth Center. "Oh, dear," Mrs. Stewart blushed, obviously flustered. "Colette's made a mistake. I'm sorry." She jerked the leash from Nancy and gave the poodles a loving glance. "Mama will give you both cookies while we wait for your real walker." That's my dog. That's my ooey gooey talking to dog voices. I am, you know. I usually talk to my dog. "Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy?" I talk to Ellis like we're old roommates. I'm just like, hey, Ellis, what are you doing?" Nancy cleared her throat, and Mrs. Stewart's glance returned to the caller. "Oh, yes, your project. I'm afraid that we'll have to discuss it another time. I'm having an afternoon musicale featuring the most divine violinist, Professor Le Beaujeu. He is expected any moment." "I understand," Nancy nodded. "Perhaps I can return later with Mr. Stewart is home? He left today for a fishing trip in Maine." Yeah, they're totally in New England, Mrs. Stewart replied. She added somewhat angrily, "I simply don't understand Gerald. He doesn't appreciate our home life here with the children." Her glance swept toward the poodles. Nancy managed to keep a straight face and said goodbye to Mrs. Stewart and left. When she returned to her car, Nancy reached the conclusion that Mrs. Stewart was hardly the type to plan a bank swindle. But what about her husband? We don't know that he's really fishing. Her poor husband, Nancy thought with a laugh. There was only one more name for Nancy to check today, Mr. Stephen Dowd. She drove out to Hilo Street and headed across the city. The man's address was in a business zone, which was partly residential, although most of the homes were two-family dwellings. After a little difficulty, Nancy found the house she sought, a brown duplex situated between a gasoline station, and a tailor shop. She parked and went up the walk. Mr. Dowd's half of the house was on the right-hand side. The young sleuth rang the bell and waited. No answer. She pushed the button again. Still no one came to the door. Maybe I can find out something from his next door neighbor, I apologize, Nancy thought hopefully. As she was about to ring the bell, on the left, the door was opened by a young woman with a shopping bag in her hand. She appeared startled to see Nancy. The young sleuth smiled pleasantly. "I came to call on Mr. Dowd," she explained. "He's probably at work?" "No, Mr. and Mrs. Dowd are both away now on tour with the show. They said they'd board here. I'm Mrs. Wyman." "Are they entertainers?" Nancy inquired with interest and explained about the youth center. Mrs. Wyman said the couple were actors, but she did not know what parts they played. Since moving here 2 months ago, they've been away a grand deal of the time. Nancy thanked Mrs. Wyman and said she would call again. They sound like the type of people I'm looking for to help us amuse the children, she explained. Nancy drove away but told herself they would bear further investigation. It seemed unnatural that they would not have told what parts they were playing. To the neighbor? You don't necessarily have to tell the neighbor anything. Nancy felt a little discouraged about her findings so far. She realized that she could do nothing else until she met Herbert Brown the next afternoon. I think I'll go home and get my bathing suit and head for the club, she decided. The day was becoming very warm. 15 minutes later, Nancy parked in her driveway. As she was about to insert her key in the front lock, the door was opened from inside. Laura Pendleton, wan and disheveled, stared at the young detective. Laura, Nancy gasped. She could hardly believe her eyes. Hello, Nancy, her friend said as Hannah Gruen came into view, walking slowly on her crutches. Come in, Nancy, the housekeeper invited, urgently. Welcome to your own home. You will not believe what we've been dealing with here. Laura's been waiting for you over an hour. She's terribly upset. The three went into the living room, and Nancy sat down on the couch beside the visitor. Before Nancy could ask why she was in River Heights, Laura burst into tears. Oh, I'm so unhappy, she sobbed. That's why I ran away. Nancy gently stroked Laura's hair and waited for the hysterical girl to calm down. Then she said quietly, Tell me everything that has happened since I saw you last. Slowly, Laura started to speak. After Nancy and Helen had left the hotel suite, Mr. Aborn said he had to attend to some business for a short while. He had left the hotel. Meanwhile, Laura and Mrs. Aborn had checked out and waited for the guardian in his blue sedan, which was parked in the hotel lot. Did Mr. Aborn go? Asked Nancy. I don't know, but when he met us a short while later, he was carrying a briefcase, 2 words. As we started toward Melrose Lake, Mrs. Aborn called what I had done with Mother's jewelry. Mrs. Aborn asked what I had done with Mother's jewelry. When I said it was in my handbag, she asked me to give it to her for safekeeping. I said I would when we got home. Then you did go directly to Melrose Lake? Nancy questioned. Yes, Laura replied. She hesitated, then went on with her story. The Aborns showed me to my room, and I started to unpack. I found I needed more hangers, the girl went on, but when I went to the door to ask Mrs. Aborn for them, I discovered it was locked on the outside. Locked? Hannah gasped, and Nancy was shocked. Nancy nodded. I was so frightened, she said, that at first I didn't know what to do. Then I heard voices coming from the Aborns' room. I lay down on the floor so I could hear them better and listened. Marian Aborn said, What did you lock her for? She doesn't know anything. And my guardian replied, Not yet, but she's a smart kid. See if you can gain her confidence and get a hold of the jewels. As Laura paused, a terrible thought came to Nancy. Were the Aborns thieves? But they could not be, she argued, if Marie Pendleton had trusted the couple to take care of her daughter. And besides, I gather the Donnells think they are nice people. Aloud, she asked, What happened next? I thought I must have heard them wrong, the auburn-haired girl said slowly, but I suddenly remembered Mother telling me always to take good care of her jewelry, so I took it from my handbag and hid it underneath the mattress of the bed. Just as I finished doing this, the door to my room opened and Mrs. Aborn stood there looking very friendly. She offered to help unpack my bags and admired several dresses as I hung them in the closet. And then, Nancy pressed, Laura said that she and Mrs. Aborn had prepared a tasty dinner. Then she and the couple had watched television for a while. Yeah, definitely this is the 1950s rewrite. Nobody was watching. TV wasn't a thing in the 30s yet. I mean, I think it was invented, but nobody had it. And definitely nothing was really broadcasting. Just before we went upstairs to bed, Mrs. Aborn said that it would be a good idea for me to put my mother's jewels in the wall safe in the living room. I agreed and said that I would give them to her in the morning. What was Mrs. Aborn's reaction to this? Hannah asked. Oh, both she and her husband became very angry. They said I didn't trust them to take care of a few insignificant gems, while they in turn had the responsibility of caring for a penniless orphan. Oh, Nancy, I thought Mother had a lot of money. Mrs. Alburn yelled at me and said I was ungrateful and a big burden to them. They were sorry they had ever agreed to take me. I can't explain how I felt, Laura went on, her hands shaking with nervousness. I was just numb. Then I burst into tears and rushed to my room. Laura said that finally she had fallen asleep, awakened this morning to find she was again locked in. At 8 o'clock, Mrs. Alburn opened the door, acting very friendly, and said breakfast was ready in the kitchen. Was anything said about last night? Nancy asked. Laura said no, that the Alburns had acted as though nothing had happened, but a strange thing occurred after breakfast, Laura stated. Mr. Alburn took a small package from the refrigerator and left the house, saying he would be back later. Before he went, he said, I would be sorry if I didn't cooperate with them. I presume he meant to hand over the jewels, Hannah guessed, and Laura nodded. I knew then that I had to leave their house and also get word to Nancy. While Mrs. Alburn was emptying the rubbish, I tried to use the phone, but she caught me and twisted my arm, then hung up the receiver. You see, I was right, Hannah, Nancy exclaimed, and told Laura her theory about the call. Were you locked up again? Hannah asked. Laura explained that before Mrs. Alburn could do this, she had run past her and barricaded herself inside the bedroom, not wanting the jewels to be unguarded. At that moment, the doorbell had rung. Apparently, Mrs. Alburn had not answered it, for the woman had kept quiet for a long while on the first floor. So I quickly took my handbag and the jewels and climbed down a trellis outside my window, Laura said. Once I was on the detour, I was lucky enough to get a ride to the highway, and there I caught a bus to River Heights. I took a taxi to your house. As Laura sat back with an exhausted sigh, Hannah stood up. You're worn out, dear, the housekeeper said. I'm going to get you a cup of hot tea, and you're not to say another word until you've drunk it. With that, she bustled out of the room and returned shortly with a small tray on which was a cup of hot tea and a piece of toast. By the time Laura had finished the snack, color had returned to her cheeks, and she looked more relaxed. I wonder if we should report your experience to the police, Nancy mused. What could we tell them? Laura quavered. That's the point, Nancy continued. We could tell them that the Alburns tried to get your jewels, but of course they would deny it all. It would be their word against yours. And I don't have a definite proof, Laura said dejectedly. Nancy patted the girl's hand. We'll do everything we can to help you, Laura. You've really had a terrible experience. You poor girl. Nancy, you're a real friend, Laura said. Tears came into her eyes. Mr. Alburn is my legal guardian. I saw the papers, but what am I going to do? You'll stay with us, Hannah said quickly, and when Mr. Drew comes home, he'll know how to handle the situation. Yeah, he's a lawyer. He's got it on lock. Nancy was quiet, but she was doing a lot of figuring. Something mysterious was going on at Melrose Lake. She intended to find out for herself what it was. Whew. No worries. It's game night. No reason to be sorry. I appreciate you for checking in. Not suspicious at all. Yeah, not suspicious. Not weird. The ink's still wet on this paperwork, right? Oh, goodness. Hey, Bernie. Just got home from work and I'm so tired. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm glad you're good to be home. It's a good feeling to be like, oh, work is over. Thank God. We are, to catch you up to speed, reading. We're not reading this whole book. This is 3 books in one. We're reading the second the second story in this book, which is the 3rd Nancy Drew novel written. It is, I believe, also from 1930, like the first 2. I think they all came out together. And this is called The Bungalow Mystery. Basically, Nancy's met this kid, this teenager who's an orphan, and she's got these really suspicious guardians who are very suspicious about the jewels that her mother left her, and so she was locked in a bedroom, and then she got out. She escaped with her jewels, and she took a bus and a cab to Nancy's house, and now she's staying with the Drews. And Nancy's trying to help them. And then she's also trying to help her father with an embezzlement case, which, in true Nancy Drew fashion, will surely tie back in somehow to her first case. We're about at the halfway point now. I've just made the decision right this moment that we're just gonna read the whole thing tonight so that I can read something else, perhaps a Cheetah Girls book, one of the ones that Milo sent me tomorrow. Reading about her getting a snack. I wanted my snack. Okay. Yeah, please no Cheetah Girls borderline slur. Let's hope. Let's hope. We'll be sure to reread the Cheetah Girls glossary that the writer puts in the front so that you can make sure to be up on all of their cool girl lingo. Okay. Chapter 9. A valuable inheritance. But yes, I've made the decision just now to go ahead and try to just read the other half. We're almost to the halfway point, but I'll just read the whole thing tonight. So if you're just joining us, we've still got plenty more stream. So feel free to get cozy. Chapter 9, A Valuable Inheritance. If it had been possible, Nancy would have started out from Melrose Lake at once, but she felt that Laura needed her. Besides, there was a job to do for her father at the Browns' barbecue next day. Helping Dad comes first, Nancy decided. Laura spoke again of her mother's affairs. She used to say I'd always be financially independent if anything, happened to her. We'll find out, Nancy said, and then took Laura upstairs so she might shower and rest. In the meantime, Nancy selected some of her own clothes for the visitor. When she appeared at the dinner table, Hannah declared that Laura looked pretty as a picture and much more relaxed. I am, thanks to both of you, their guest said gratefully. When the meal was finished, the two girls sat on the Drews' porch to cheer up her guests. Nancy told Laura of her funny experience with the French poodles while trying to get volunteers for the youth center. Oh yeah, Nancy was mistaken for a dog walker. It was pretty funny. The young detective did not mention her real reason for calling at the apartment. Laura giggled. I wish I could have been with you, she said. Tell me, Nancy, have you any souvenirs of the mysteries you've solved? 2 trophies, Nancy displayed, a mantel clock and a valuable silver urn. Laughingly, she told Laura that her father often said she would have a house cluttered before she finished her career. Just then, the telephone rang, and Hannah called from upstairs that Mr. Drew was on the line. Nancy hurried to talk with him. Nancy, I've come across some evidence that indicates Mr. Hamilton or some person working for him in the trust department was behind the security thefts. A detective is tailing Hamilton, and if he tries to leave town, the Monroe police will be notified. How about the others in his department, Nancy asked. They're being watched too, but not so steadily, of course. We don't want to arrest an innocent man. Nancy, Carson Drew isn't about to contribute to a corrupt policing system. He's just out here trying to fight for justice. Nancy said she hoped the guilty person would make a misstep soon so the case might be solved, and told her father what she had learned of the River Heights suspect since she had seen him. He suggested that she kept trying to contact the Dowds, and that reminds me, the lawyer said, you can forget about Mr. Herbert Brown being suspicious. He explained that Brown was a personal friend of the bank president and had been cleared. Nancy was relieved to hear this. I'll keep trying to get in touch with the Dowds, she promised. But we were going to go to a barbecue. Now we're just going to be socializing for no reason. She told her father about Laura Pendleton's flight from the Aberns home. Do you think we should report her experience with them to the police? She asked. Mr. Drew said no, that so far the two girls had only their suspicions of the couple's dishonesty, even though Laura had overheard them talking about her jewels. You need some concrete evidence before calling the authorities, he stated. I thought I'd run up to Melrose Lake and do some sleuthing, he said. Well, she said, Jesus, calm down. I just keep mixing up words tonight. Sorry about that. All right, but keep out of danger, he warned. I'll be eager to hear what you find out. We'll have a conference when I get home and decide what we can do for Laura. Thanks, Dad. A moment later, they bade each other goodnight and hung up. As the teenage detective started for the porch, she had an inspiration. It was not essential now for her to meet Herbert Brown. If Dawn Cameron would agree to take Laura as a substitute to the barbecue party, it would leave Nancy free to go to Melrose Lake the next day. Yay! Not socializing without needing to. And then maybe they'll be into each other. I don't know. I'll ask Don if he'd mind. If he does, well, that's that. Hopefully Nancy dialed the Cameron house. Don answered, and the girl detective told him the problem. Wow, a real mystery, he remarked. If I didn't know what sleuthing means to you, Nancy, I'd say you were just trying to brush me off, but you have me feeling sorry for this Laura Pendleton, too. Okay, if she's willing to go with me, I'll be glad to take her. Way better than Ned. But I'm sure sorry you can't make it. See you another time. Thanks, Dawn. I shan't forget this. Of course, if Laura won't go, I'll keep the date. Bye now. As Nancy walked toward the porch, she smilingly crossed her fingers, hoping that Laura would agree to the plan. Stepping outside, Nancy asked, how would you like to go to a barbecue tomorrow, Laura? The girl's face glowed with anticipation. Sorry. It would be fun, she exclaimed. Where, Nancy? When the plan was explained, Laura said, oh, but I don't want to take your date away from you. Dawn and I have already arranged everything, Nancy assured her. Then she told of her desire to do some sleuthing at Melrose Lake. At once, Laura said she was afraid to have Nancy go to the Aberns home. There's no telling what my guardians might do to you, she said fearfully. He has a terrible temper, and if he learns you're helping me, he won't learn that, Nancy said determinedly. Reluctantly, Laura agreed to Nancy's whole scheme. But if anything should happen to you, I just want to die. Okay, calm down. She's going to be fine, she declared. Before the girls went to bed, Hannah suggested that Laura's jewelry be put into the wall safe by Mr. Drew's study. In Mr. Drew's study. Dad, Hannah and I are the only persons who know the combination, Nancy told Laura. It would be a good idea, the brown-eyed girl replied. First, I'd like to show you some of Mother's treasures. She gave them to me before her last illness. Do you have this in writing? Hannah asked. Yes, I do. Why? Then the jewelry wouldn't be part of your mother's estate, Mrs. Gruen answered, and there'd be no tax on it. Laura took a package from her handbag and opened it. She displayed a string of priceless matched pearls, a gorgeous diamond clip, and earrings, several jeweled pins set with rubies, pearls, and emeralds, and 6 rings, including one with a brilliant star sapphire. Nancy and Hannah were astounded. Why, this is the most beautiful collection I've ever seen, Nancy exclaimed. She pointed to the ring set with a perfect aquamarine. I love this, Nancy smiled. That was Mother's favorite, she said. My father gave it to her on their first wedding anniversary. Thank goodness your guardian didn't find these things, Hannah declared. Finally, the jewels were put into the safe and everyone went to bed. Nancy awoke at 7 o'clock the next morning. After taking a shower, she decided to wear a forest green cotton dress and flat-heeled brown play shoes. It was like boat shoes? I have questions. Hi, Cameron. Been a while since we read an old book. Yep, I think the last old book we read was Nancy Drew number 2, the previous one to this. Figured it was time. Laura was still sleeping when Nancy joined Mrs. Gruen at breakfast. The housekeeper was using a cane. My ankle feels almost as good as new, Hannah announced. Bless Hannah. I've discarded the crutches. Nancy was delighted to hear this. As they ate, she and the housekeeper talked about the young sleuth's trip. I'll worry about you every second until you return home, Mrs. Gruen declared. If you're not here by 10:30, I'll notify the police. Nancy grinned. I'll try to be here for supper time. If not, I'll call you. A short while later, Nancy battled the early morning traffic through the city. Reaching the outskirts, she took the road to Melrose Lake. Poor Laura, she thought, wondering what the day would disclose about the girl's strange guardian and his wife. If Laura were really penniless, maybe the man thought he had a legitimate right to take and sell the jewelry for the girl's support. But his wife had bragged about having plenty of money to take care of their ward. After a time, Nancy came to the Melrose Lake detour. Laura had told her that there was a sign marked Eagle Rock in front of the lane leading to her guardian's property. Presently, Nancy approached the spot where the pine tree had fallen. Fortunately, it had been removed. She drove more slowly, afraid of inadvertently missing the Eagle Rock sign. Then citing the turnoff, Nancy left the detour. Here's a picture of Nancy. Here's Nancy. That's Hannah, I believe, with the crutches, and that is Laura, and Laura's showing them the jewels, and they're like, ooh, it's so pretty. This ring was Mother's favorite, Laura says, even though, well, I guess she's holding it here. That's the caption under here. This ring was Mother's favorite. Look at that illustration, so old-timey. I love the old illustrations in the old school Nancy Drew books. They're classic. Beautiful. And the first time we read, it was the first time we ever did a read stream. We read the first Nancy Drew book, The Secret of the Old Clock, and I didn't have this camera yet, and it made me want to get this camera because I wanted to show everybody the illustrations. And since then, we've made good use out of this camera, even though it does kind of drive me nuts sometimes, but, you know, it's a pretty good camera. She had gone but a few hundred feet along the Aberns Road when she decided it might be safer to walk. After parking along the side of the roadway, she started off. In a few minutes, Nancy suddenly caught sight of a man walking rapidly through the woods. He carried a small bundle under his arm. Jacob Aborn, she thought, recognizing his profile and the peculiar stoop of his shoulders. Nancy recalled Laura's story of her guardian taking a small package from the refrigerator and leaving the house with it. What was in the bundle, and where was he taking it? I'm going to find out, Nancy declared. Without hesitation, she quickly plunged into the thicket. Following at a safe distance, she managed to keep the man in sight. He doesn't seem to be worried about being followed, Nancy thought. He must have heard my car when I turned into the lane. She continued her musing. I'm glad I wore this green dress. It's good camouflage. Just then, a twig crackled under her foot, breaking the stillness of the woods. Jacob Aborn turned and looked back, frowning. So much for that, Nancy. He stood a minute, listening intently. Only by ducking quickly behind a large bush had Nancy avoided detection. I'd better be more careful if I don't want to get caught, she warned herself. Of value as the man... I don't know where the word value came from, brain. I guess valuable. I just caught it up here, a valuable inheritance. As the man continued through the forest, Nancy followed, painstakingly avoiding twigs or loose stones. She kept well behind him. Wouldn't it be a joke on me if he's just a bird watcher, she giggled at the thought, and maybe that package has his lunch in it. Laughing to herself, Nancy picked her way through the woods as they trailed Laura Pendleton's guardian. As she trailed Laura Pendle's guardian, suddenly he disappeared behind a clump of high blueberry bushes. Nancy hurried forward. When she reached the spot, the girl detective looked about in all directions. Which way did he go? She asked herself. Jacob Aberrant seemed to have vanished into thin air. Ooh. Just kidding. Oh, that's weird. I just had, it must be part of getting over being sick, but I just, like, had no hearing in this year. That was interesting. Is there a lot of book left? There's about half of the book left. I'm gonna keep reading, but feel free to watch back tomorrow if you're ready for bed. I don't expect everybody to stay on super late. A year ago or so. Oh, we read The Hidden Staircase in between this and The Secret of the Old Clock, and that was like a couple months ago. But yeah, reading the first read stream was about a year ago. Let us see. We'll check something real quick. When did we do that when did we do that Hidden Staircase stream? It was after this, I think. Scroll down too far. We did it over 2 days, 1 month ago, which it could be almost 2 months ago. It just means that it wasn't quite, it looks from this to be like a month and a half ago. Oh boy, the camera was doing camera things. Oh, and this was when we got the Project Hope stuff. I remember. Let's see. Did this take us 2 whole... I mean, I guess I must have just been very distracted that night. Anyway. I sometimes lose hearing in my left ear as well, and it bugs the heck out of me. Yeah, I mean, it was just there, and then it wasn't, and then it was back, and it was just like, that happens every now and then. But yeah, that was weird. Okay. I do have 2 Saddle Club books, courtesy of Patrick. So I will read those soon. Or I'll try to anyway. Maybe I can, like, if I end up doing a stream on Sunday, which I don't know if I will, maybe I could do, like, a Saddle Club Sunday or something. Be a good cleanse from the dreaded Imagine Saturday. Right. Chapter 10. The Danger Sign. Danger Zone starts playing in the background. Have you guys ever heard the cover of Danger Zone by the band The Proto-Men? Because I love it. It's my favorite version. Alert for possible danger, Nancy moved forward with the utmost caution. It occurred to her that possibly Aberrant had become aware he was being followed and had hidden in the bushes to watch the pursuer. I'll walk into a trap, Nancy thought. It's a trap! And it's just Nancy instead of the guy from Star Wars. Yeah. Yeah. For a second, I was like, wait. Nancy thought with alarm. Aborn will leave. Let me try that again. Mr. Aborn will learn I'm spying on him, and everything will be ruined. Sometimes I'm struggling to read, and I'm like, maybe I am a demigod, just like Percy Jackson and his inability to read. Sometimes my brain only wanting to read ancient Greek. With great, and everything will be ruined. With great caution, she moved from one bush and tree to another. Laura's guardian was not hiding behind any of them. That's funny, Nancy said to herself. She examined the ground, almost expecting there would be a cave or secret tunnel in the vicinity, but the earth was firm and in many places very rocky. Finally, Nancy came to a tiny clearing. On the far side, attached to a large oak, was a crudely printed wooden sign which read, "Private property, keep out danger." I wonder, it's like the 1930s version of those things that I see online, like on Etsy, that's like a frog holding a gun and it says, "Hippity hoppity, get off my property." I feel like it's that thing. I'm picturing that. Wonder if that's where Mr. Aborn went and why, the young detective asked herself. She waited several minutes, then decided to cross the clearing. She was not stopped. Entering the woods again, she saw a dilapidated shack. The windows had been boarded up, and the roof sagged. One good gust of wind would blow this place over, Nancy said to herself. She stepped from among the bushes and stood in the shadow of the trees, curiously surveying the building. Was it possible that Jacob Aborn had entered it? Nancy's eyes searched the ground for footprints. Directly ahead, in the soft earth, she saw the fresh mark of a man's shoe. Instantly, her suspicions were confirmed. Jacob Aborn had come this way. I love old-timey detective work. It's a footprint. It's him. I'll just have to look at this shack, the young sleuth decided. After glancing about to make certain she was not being watched, Nancy hurried forward. Tiptoeing across the front porch, she quietly tried the door. It was locked. Nancy walked around to the rear door and found that it likewise was securely fastened. Although disappointed, Nancy was unwilling to give up. Making a complete circuit of the shack, she saw a window from which several boards had fallen. It was too high for her to peer through. Nancy returned to the rear of the building to get an old box that she had seen. She set it beneath the window and mounted it. That's the picture. It's one of the covers. I think it's the original cover for the book. Secret tunnel. That's if you look at it's on the thumbnail of this, but one of the original cover for the book shows that scene. It depicts Nancy standing on that box looking in. Which is funny because this is not the bungalow that the book is named for, so, but you would think that from looking at the cover. I think on the 50s version of the cover that you see most often, that's a very common print of the cover. It shows her peering from the woods at said shack, just from further away. Pressing her face against the glass, she gazed inside. The room, apparently a kitchen, was bare of furniture and covered with dust and cobwebs. I wish I could get inside, Nancy thought. She was about to climb down from the box when a strange feeling came over her. Though she had heard no sound, Nancy sensed an unfriendly eyes were watching her every move. Before she could turn around and look over her shoulder, a coarse, angry voice barked into her ear. "What are you doing here, young lady?" Nancy wheeled and faced Jacob Aborn. With as much dignity as she could muster, the girl detective stepped to the ground and regarded the man with composure. His eyes burned with rage. "I was merely curious," Nancy replied, "and may I ask why you are here?" "Yes, I'll tell you. I'm looking for my ward." "You mean Laura Pendleton?" "Yes, who else? I thought maybe she was hiding here, but nobody's in this shack." Why in the world would Laura hide in this ramshackle place? Nancy asked, trying to show as much surprise as possible. Search me, Mr. Aberrant said, then added angrily, his eyes boring Nancy's. Laura has run away. Run away, Nancy repeated. I picture Nancy being like a very campy actress, but still like, no. Yes, yesterday. I'll tell you something about that ward of mine. A crafty light came into Jacob Aberrant's eye, and he went on. At times she acts unbalanced, thinks folks don't treat her right. Indeed? Said Nancy, proceeding to be shocked. By now, Laura's guardian had calmed down. When he spoke again, he was once more the pleasant man Nancy had met at the Montewego Hotel. It's for Laura's own good that she ought to return home, he said. Mrs. Aberrant is dreadfully upset. She loves Laura just like a mother, Miss Drew. Have you heard from Laura by any chance? Nancy was on her guard. Why should I hear from her? She countered. We never met until that accident on the lake, and she came to rescue my friend Helen and me. Nancy, just say no. That's like the tell of a... Well, I shouldn't say that. I don't like those, like, definitive tells of a liar thing, but it always piques my interest when you ask somebody a question and they don't answer you directly. Doesn't mean they're lying. It just means, I don't know. Just piques my interest every time that happens. Mr. Aberrant did not pursue the subject. Instead, he said, Laura's a nervous, high-strung girl. Why, do you know she locked herself in her room the entire time she was with us? Wouldn't eat or even let us try to help her. Terrible, Nancy said, pretending to be shocked. Laura does need help. They locked her in her room. That's the thing, if you missed it. Secretly, Nancy felt that Jacob Aberrant was telling this version of the locked door story to cover his own actions in case they came to light. Have you notified the police, Mr. Aberrant? She asked, probing for further information. We have a private detective working on the matter, the man stated. We don't want any bad publicity because of dear Marie Pendleton's memory. She entrusted Laura to my care because she knew how much my wife and I would love the girl. Nancy suddenly was finding it hard to concentrate on what Mr. Aberrant was saying. Was she wrong, or had she heard a sound inside the shack? This is very strange, she told herself, but I don't dare pursue the subject on Mr. Aberrant, or Mr. Aberrant will really become suspicious. Aloud, she said, I certainly hope Laura is all right. Well, I must go now. I have some friends here at Melrose Lake I plan to call on. She paused and then added lightly, in fact, I believe you know them, Mr. Aberrant, the Donnell family? The man startled, then recovered himself. Ah, yes, fine family. Say hello to them for me, please. Nancy promised that she would. Since Mr. Aberrant made no move to accompany her, she said goodbye and walked rapidly back to the spot where her convertible was parked. As Nancy climbed into it, she cast a glance over her shoulder. There was no sign of Mr. Aberrant. Had he gone into the shack? Was someone there? Had he been delivering packages to the person? Nancy started the car's motor and backed out to the main road. As she drove along, her thoughts were entirely on Mr. Aberrant. She had no doubt but that the man had been lying about Laura's behavior. I must find out more about that man, Nancy decided. Reaching the highway, she stopped at a service station and had the gas tank of her car filled and asked directions to the Donnell home. The attendant told her how to reach the place, and a short while later, Nancy drew up before a lovely red... The attendant told her how to reach the place, and a short while later, Nancy drew up. Sorry, I was reading it as Nancy Drew, her name. It's Nancy Drew up. That's what it was. Before a lovely redwood house located well off the road. She got out and rang the front doorbell. There was no answer. Nancy walked around to the back of the house. A gardener was there, trimming the flower beds. Howdy, elderly man hailed her. Looking for the Donnells? Yes. Are they away? Nancy inquired. Yep. They're visiting relatives in Crescent Gardens till tonight. Any message? Nancy said no, that she would call again, and thanked the man. As she drove away, Nancy was disappointed that she had been unable to pick up any information regarding Mr. Aberrant. I don't want to leave Melrose Lake until I have learned something to help Laura, she thought. Mr. Aburn may trace her whereabouts to our home and force Laura to return with him before Dad gets back to town. I suppose he has a legal right to do it. At last, an idea came to Nancy. I'll go to one of the hotels on the lake and engage a room. Then, after it gets dark, I'll do a little more investigating. Fortunately, Nancy always carried an overnight case in her trunk. Always be prepared. There's no way Nancy wasn't a Girl Scout. It contained pajamas and robe, 2 changes of clothes, toilet articles, and this time of year, a bathing suit. Presently, she saw a large white building ahead of her. Its green lawn sloped down to the sandy beach. On the stone pillar at the side of the driveway was the sign, Beach Cliff Hotel. I think I'll stop here, Nancy decided. She parked her car and entered the pleasant lobby. In a few minutes, she had registered and had been taken to a comfortable room overlooking the lake. And I'll telephone home, Nancy said to herself, and I'll tell Hannah where I am. As Nancy placed the call, a chilling thought suddenly popped into her mind. Perhaps the detective whom Aburn had engaged had already traced the runaway girl and knew Nancy had not told all she knew about Laura. So if Nancy might find that her guest had already... If so, Nancy might find that her guest had already been whisked away from the Drew home. Uh-oh. Oh, shit, you're still here? Yep, Joss, we haven't actually been on for that long. We've been on since, well, I was supposed to start at 7, but we're here, but it was more like 7:20 by the time I got everything working and got live. We've had much... This is only like... Not quite 3 hours, if I'm doing that math right. Almost 3 hours. We've had much longer streams than that. But yes, we are here. We're just chilling, reading a book, hanging out. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. No, it's instead the Donnell family. But like in one of those Phantom Investigators videos that I can't remember if it was mine or Daniel's. I think it was Daniel's because I remember commenting on the video because in it they make mention to a smiley meal, which is clearly supposed to be a happy meal. And I commented, ba-da-ba-ba-ba, I'm liking it. So do a check-in with chat. How's chat? Hi, chat. If you're just finding this stream, as some people have been, I cover nostalgic, obscure, otherwise strange content. My name is Avery, and today I am covering Nancy Drew, The Bungalow Mystery, Book 3 in the original Nancy Drew series, and the first of the original 3 that were all published at the same time when Nancy Drew first debuted. Feel free to get comfortable, get a snack, hit the subscribe button if you like it around here. We're pretty chill. And yeah, I'm just gonna keep going. Sometimes these particular books take 2 streams to get through, but I've been making good progress tonight and decided just to read the entirety of this book so that tomorrow night we can read a Cheetah Girls book. Well, but obviously the VODs are always available, so feel free if you need to go to bed to catch up tomorrow. Drinking Starry and munching on mini Doritos. Ooh, nice. I've got Sun Chips with me. The garden salsa are obviously my favorite. I feel like they're the clear outlier, but my second favorite is the Harvest Cheddar, which I do have a bag of over here. Snackies. Okay. Also have some Kit Kat bars over here. which I might break out at some point. But anyway, let's get back to the book. Chapter 11. Trapped. I'm gonna sip of my drink. Ah! When Hannah Gruen answered the telephone at the Drew residence, Nancy at once asked, "Is Laura all right?" "Why, of course," Hannah answered in surprise. "She's upstairs setting her hair for the party this afternoon." "Well, tell her to be very careful," Nancy urged. "Mr. Aburn has a detective looking for her." "Oh, dear," exclaimed Mrs. Gruen. "And when will you be home, Nancy?" They're like, as if we as a family don't know how to deal with detectives. The young detective explained where she was and that she planned to stay at Melrose Lake and do more sleuthing. "I think I may be on the trail of something big. I don't like the idea of you prowling around the Aburns' home in the dead of night," the housekeeper objected. "I'll be careful." Whoop. I'm getting sunship stain on my book. Oh no, this poor book. I've had this book since middle school. It's been through so much. And I got it secondhand when I got it in middle school. "I'll be careful," Nancy promised. "I may even get home tonight." "Well, all right," Hannah consented reluctantly. "By the way, Nancy, I had a repairman fix the window in Mr. Drew's study this morning, and also requested the police to keep a lookout for anything suspicious going on in the neighborhood." "Wonderful," Nancy said, feeling relieved. "Any more news?" "Everything's quiet here," Hannah reported, "and Laura seems happy." Laura came to speak to Nancy and was alarmed when she heard that a detective was looking for her. "But I won't go back to those awful Aburns. They can't make me. If they try, I'll run right to the police." "That's a good idea," said Nancy. "By the way, I'd like to do some sleuthing at the Aburn house. I may want to get inside without ringing the bell." The young sleuth chuckled. "Since it's now your house too, may I have permission to go in and look around?" "You certainly may," said Laura with a giggle. "If no doors are unlocked, try my bedroom window. I left it open a crack, and there's a sturdy rose trellis right alongside it." "Terrific," Nancy said elatedly. "Yay, breaking and entering!" Night, Texas. See you tomorrow, or whenever you're available. See you next time. She completed the call. Nancy went to the hotel coffee shop for a hearty lunch. Since it was now almost 1:30, the room was empty. After eating, Nancy put on her bathing suit and wandered down to the beach. I don't know if it comes from being a homeschool kid or going through this pandemic and now working from home, but like, designated meal times mean nothing to me anymore, right? 1:30 lunch is by far not the most crazy thing my schedule has been through recently. After eating, Nancy put on her bathing suit and wandered down to the beach. A boy in attendance gave her a towel, and Nancy stretched out on the sand, unaware of the steadfast glance of a couple hidden behind a large green and white striped umbrella. Dun, 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 not far away. They nodded to each other. Then, when Nancy was out looking, they quickly left the beach. Was not looking, they quickly left the beach. "Guess we're safe," the woman muttered. "She's here to stay and have a good time." Oh, it's not often that we get a change in narration, not perspective, but like narration following different people, especially suspects. As the strong rays of the sun beat down on the unsuspecting girls, she rehearsed her plan for the evening. When it was dark, she would visit both Jacob Aborn's home, Aborn, and also the shack in the woods, if time permitted. "I'll miss Dad's call tonight," Nancy reflected. Standing up half an hour later, Nancy put on her bathing cap and walked to the water. She stuck her toe in. The lake water felt icy cold, and Nancy noticed that there were more people on the beach than in swimming. Nevertheless, she waded out to where it was deep enough to make a surface dive and plunged in. Once she was wet, the water was invigorating. After swimming for a while, Nancy came back to her beach. Nancy Drew over here like the cold never bothered me anyway. After swimming for a while, Nancy came back to her beach towel and dried off. Then she returned to her room, showered, and slept for 2 hours, realizing that the rest would give her more endurance for the evening ahead. Awakening at 6 o'clock, Nancy put on the simple black cotton dress from her suitcase and pumps. After brushing her hair until it snapped with electricity, she was ready for supper. Has middle school flashbacks in Girl with Frizzy Hair. What will it be this evening, miss? Asked the friendly waitress. Nancy selected steak, a baked potato, and tossed salad, then sat back to enjoy the soft dinner music playing in the background. Dinner music playing in the background. The orchestra was in an adjoined lounge. Nearby diners regarded the lone girl with interest, for the prospect of a daring adventure had brought a becoming flush to her cheeks. If I'm wrong in suspecting Jacob Aburn of being dishonest, thought Nancy, then I guess I'd better give up sleuthing. No, don't do that, Nancy. You've got a lot of more cases to solve. You're still solving cases to this day. Upon leaving the dining room an hour later, she lingered on the porch for a few minutes, watching couples dance. As a red-haired young man began to walk toward Nancy with an invitation in his eyes for her to dance, she hastily went to her room. Ah, damn, Nancy, that's cold. That's funny. Nancy literally said, my name is no, my number is no. Chuckling to herself, Nancy said aloud, romance and detective work won't mix tonight. Then she changed to walking shoes, sweater, and skirts. The moment it became dark enough, can I imagine that was Ned? You know, just for the fun of it, just for funsies. The moment it became dark enough for her purpose, Nancy left the hotel in her car. As she drew near the Aburns Lane, a short while later, she turned the convertible off and ran it to a clump of bushes where it would not be seen. Switching off the engine and locking the doors, Nancy started down the lane leading to the house, holding her flashlight securely. She found the windows of the house dark. The Aburns are out, I guess, she told herself. Well, that means I can do some looking around. Circling the structure cautiously, Nancy noted that the second floor wing, where the bedrooms apparently were located, was in the back. She found the trellis easily. I'll try the doors first, Nancy decided, and darted to the front. Gently turning the handle, she found the door locked. An investigation of 2 other doors revealed that they, too, were securely fastened. I guess I'll have to climb after all, Nancy said to herself. And she's like, man, can't it be a little bit like, I have one way of breaking in, but I'd like the easier way, you know? As quietly as possible, she climbed the trellis. It wobbled and creaked a little, but did not give way. When Nancy reached the window ledge of Laura's bedroom, she found, to her delight, that the window raised easily. She crawled through the switched on her flashlight. As Nancy tiptoed across the room, which was in disorder, she heard a noise. Halting, she listened. A car was approaching the house. Looking out the window, she could barely make out the figures of a man and a woman who alighted. Who were they, and what should Nancy do? I'll stay right here, she determined. As Nancy waited tensely, she realized someone was walking up the stairs. Quickly, Nancy closed the window without a sound. As she looked around for a hiding place, she saw a closet and darted inside it. Switching off her flashlight, crouched in a far corner behind some of Laura's dresses, Nancy scarcely dared to breathe. The door to the room was opened a moment later, and the boudoir lamp switched on. Cautiously, Nancy peered out through the keyhole in the closet door. She saw Jacob Aburn. The man went directly to Laura's dressing table. Apparently, he had not heard Nancy, for he did not glance toward the closet. Ruthlessly, he jerked out drawers from the dressing table and emptied the contents upon the bed, and as he surveyed the assortment of tiny bottles, boxes, and other paraphernalia, Laura's guardian gave a disgusted grunt. Ugh, last place to look, he said, as if addressing someone out in the hall, probably his wife. Guess Laura really took the jewels with her. Well, I'll soon have them back. Nancy's heart leapt. There was no longer any doubt in her mind as to the character of this man. She was now certain that his sole interest in Laura's was to get possession of her property. Only the girl's opportune escape from the house had prevented him from seizing the valuable jewelry collection. Laura's mother couldn't have known his true character, or she wouldn't have entrusted her daughter to Abern's care, Nancy pondered. Her thoughts came to an abrupt end as the man moved toward the closet. Fearfully, Nancy ducked down behind Laura's dresses and fervently hoped that she would not be discovered. Suddenly, as Nancy's legs began to grow cramped, the closet door was jerked vigorously open. Jacob Abern looked in. Right. Harriet the Spy v. Nancy Drew. Who's the better detective? Ooh. I mean, I'm probably going to just say Nancy out of loyalty to Nancy, but I haven't engaged in any Harriet the Spy media in quite a while. Remember the remake with Jennifer Stone in like 2010, 11? It's getting good. Woo! I'm getting crumbs everywhere. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Let's just keep on keeping on. Do. I don't know. What do you think? Who's a better spy? Or who's a better detective? Also, Bernie, have you read any of the Nancy books? And what's your favorite, I guess, or to anybody in chat, that's my question. But replying to Bernie, I see your question and raise you a question. Chapter 12, A Black Abyss. Cheery. As Jacob Abern stared into the closet where Nancy was hiding, the girl detective wished wildly that she were invisible. There was no telling what harm the man might inflict if he saw her. He has such a violent temper, Nancy realized, but Abern's glance did not stray to the dress section. Thank God for those long, old-timey dresses. Let's see. Here we go. Instead, he reached for two large suitcases which were on a shelf above the clothes. He set them on the floor outside and shut the closet door. Beads of perspiration trickled down Nancy's neck as she relaxed. Presently, she heard the man leave the room and shut the hall door with a loud bang. Nancy waited a moment, then left her hiding place? Spot? Place. I suppose I'd better leave while I can, she advised herself. But running away from a chance to pick up a clue was not in Nancy's nature. Of course it's not. Never has been. As she heard Laura's guardian descending the stairs to the first floor, she became aware of a woman's voice somewhere below. Nancy decided, I'll stay and see what's going on. Before leaving Laura's bedroom, she gave it a final searching look and shook her head, puzzled. The room was one which Nancy would be happy to call her own. The feminine furnishings and good colonial pieces showed evidence of discerning taste. They did not fit the Aberns' character. She's like, bad people have ugly houses. What's all this about? Perhaps an interior decorator had planned it. One could believe from the room that the Aberns really wanted Laura, Nancy pondered. It just did not make sense. Many criminals, Nancy knew, laid the groundwork to lull any suspicion on the part of their victim, then cornered him. But Laura had not even been settled in her new home when the Aberrants had begun to persecute her. Soundlessly, Nancy opened the bedroom door and, keeping her flashlight low to the floor, tiptoed along the carpeted hall. Step by step, she edged down the stairway to the floor below. Here, there was no sign of activity, but Nancy saw a light shining through the louver doors to her left. That's probably the kitchen. The Aberrants are in there, she thought. A moment later, a woman said, "Here's the combination. I'll pack this stuff while you open the safe." Quickly, Nancy stole into the living room and hastily ducked out of sight behind a large sofa. She was just in time. One of the louved doors opened, and Laura's guardian came into the living room carrying a suitcase. He flicked on a table lamp. "I'm stressed, Nancy. This is stress. This is stressful." He flicked on a table lamp. Near it hung the small oil painting of a ship. Aberrant lifted it from the wall and set a picture against the chair. Nancy's eye. Is there any point to hiding your safe behind a picture frame if everybody does that? Right? Like, literally, if I'm breaking into somebody's house looking for a safe, I'm looking behind all of the paintings first. Set the picture against the chair. Nancy's eyes widened as she saw the painting had concealed a wall safe. Aberrant deftly twirled the dial to the left, then several notches to the right, and back to the left again. He swung the safe door open. With a grunt of satisfaction, the man removed several packages of banknotes and some papers which looked like stock certificates. Mr. Aberrant chortled and called to his wife, "When we get the rest of these cashed, you and I will be set for life, thanks to Laura and a few others." Nancy, startled, almost gave herself away, so Laura did have a sizable inheritance other than the jewelry. But how had the securities reached the safe? Had Aberrant brought them here, or was he stealing them from someone else? Nancy felt more confused by the moment. I don't remember, but I assume that they are the actors that are responsible for embezzling in Mr. Drew's case, I think. This is just my suspicion. And I think maybe we'll find out that, like, the real guardians are, like, missing. Or they're out of town and they have no idea this is going on and these people are posing as the guardians. That happens in one of the games too. So I could see that happening, but I guess we'll see. Nancy felt more confused by the moment. I often feel that way, Nancy. It's okay. As her thoughts raced, Aberrant replaced the loose papers in the safe and closed it. Then he put the money and securities into the suitcase. Giving a tired yawn, he switched off the lamp and left the room. "Guess I'll turn in," he called to his wife. "Got to be up early tomorrow and get Fred. You ready?" "Yes." Mary and Aberrant came from the kitchen, carrying the other bag. Together, the couple ascended the stairs. Nancy heard a bedroom door above close. I think this whole scene of her hiding behind furniture while he's in the safe is actually another alternate cover of this book, and it's actually a cover of a, like, coffee table book that I have in my Nancy Drew collection, where it's, like, the making of the Nancy Drew and Hardy Boys, kind of like a historical look back at it, and that's on the cover. Actually, it's a reversible, well, not reversible, you can flip it and have either cover, the Nancy Drew cover or the Hardy Boys cover, face up. But the Nancy Drew cover is that. I'm pretty sure that it's from this. Together, the couple ascended the stairs. Nancy heard a bedroom door above close. "Now I must get the police," the girl detective thought. She paused for several seconds after coming from behind the couch to stretch her cramped limbs. I'd better go out of the front door, she decided. The bedrooms don't overlook that. Noiselessly, Nancy slipped outside and started for her hidden car. Then a temptation came to her. Why don't I investigate the shack in the woods first? I may have an even bigger story to tell the police. I'll do it. Oh boy. Taking a deep breath of air, Nancy hurried toward the path leading to the dilapidated building. This kind of thing only works out if you're a teen detective, right? How many of you in the chat are still here? Show of hands. I know that we've lost it. It ebbs and flows through night. But I know a lot of people are just kind of listening. Some people fall asleep while like I first initially when I started covering books on stream, I half intended it to be something for people would listen to fall asleep. So we might have some friends asleep. If so, sleep well, friends. I hope you're not being woken up by my voice that tends to get too loud at some points. One of these days you should in the film Disney's Dinosaur. I should maybe have Gabe help me since he's the dinosaur guy. I promised him that once we finish reading Imagines, we'll have a Saturday stream that's dedicated to reading Dinotopia, or I know Dinotopia is a series, the one Dinotopia book that I have. Because I've never read it, but he was a big fan of it back in the day, I guess. Yeah, this is the only thing. This only works out if you're Nancy Drew or some other kind of, like, fictitious detective, right? She's like, I'm gonna break into somebody's house, and then once they're asleep, I'm going to go out into the creepy shack in the back, in the woods out behind their house, and surely nothing bad will happen to me if that happens. Definitely not. I love Nancy. Laser! Hello! Ooh! Another change to the profile picture. Very nice. I like that. Is that looks like Ash? Ketchum. Are you also a fan of Digimon? I forgot that movie's existence, lol. I'll do it. Taking a deep breath of air. Nancy hurried down the path leading to the dilapidated building. She had been right about... Where did she go? Did I miss the part where she... Better go out the front door. Oh, she just went out the front door. Because this is 1930, and that's not going to create a ruckus. Toward the path leading to the dilapidated building. Had she been right about having heard someone inside? Was he a friend or an enemy of Aborn's? Were the packages being carried there, and what did they contain? Loot. Maybe just food, Nancy concluded, but being taken to whom? Beaming her flashlight, well, it was in the fridge, so maybe food. Beaming her flashlight on the ground, the young detective soon picked up the trail she had taken earlier in the day. It was quiet and eerie as she stumbled along the uneven ground. Nancy became apprehensive once or twice as she heard scuffling noises of forest creatures in the underbrush, but went on. I wish Dad were here now, she thought fervently. Nancy reached the shack without mishap and paused in front of it. If I were her, I'd just be wishing anybody was there, and so I didn't have to be alone. A sixth sense seemed to tell her that there was someone inside who needed help. No person would stay in such a place unless forced to. Nancy the psychic, I guess? Nancy the superhero? This no time for me to hesitate, she told herself. As Nancy moved toward the rear of the tumble-down building, she glanced at her flashlight and was alarmed to see that it was beginning to grow dim. Just my luck when I need it the most. In an attempt to save the battery, Nancy switched off the light. As her eyes became accustomed to the darkness, she moved across the window, She moved across toward the window she had looked through earlier that day. Appraising it, the young sleuth realized that the window ledge was too high from the ground for her to climb through, unassisted, even when standing on the box. Undaunted, she began to examine the other windows. On the south side of the shack, she found one which opened from the rickety porch. It was boarded up. This is my entry, Nancy determined. She began searching the yard for something with which to pry off the boards and finally found a stout stick. Nancy began wedging it between the boards with all her might. The first board offered stubborn resistance, then with a groan and a squeak it gave way. The remaining boards were removed with less difficulty. To Nancy's joy, the window was unlocked. Pushing it up, she beamed her flashlight inside. The room beyond was bare and quiet as a tomb. Well, here comes Nancy Drew, housebreaker and spy, Nancy thought with amused determination. It's certain now no one lives here. When she was halfway through the window, the young sleuth hesitated without knowing just why. She glanced back over her shoulder. A queer sensation made Nancy quiver as she turned, standing, searching eyes toward the woods. We talked about this in the first one, too. Because this is from 1930, you get that, like, old-timey use of the word queer. How silly, she scolded herself. No one's there, it's just nerves. Bravely, Nancy swung herself through the window. Hastily, she moved toward an adjoining room, noting that her flashlight was growing dimmer. Soon she would be left in total darkness. She must hurry. Her light revealed flashback to all the times in the game. They're like, oh, your flashlight went out right when you needed it. First 5 seasons, played very little of the games. I only asked because Gabe had me watch the pilot episode of the original Digimon series for a video that I'm currently editing. So that'll be the next video up you see on the channel. Oh, I think Gabe was telling me about Laura Summer. A good amount of the animes, played none of the video games, had a huge stack of the cards for a card game. Oh, nice. For the card game. Nice. Oh, where was I? Left in total darkness, she must hurry. Her light revealed a small room, also empty, its walls and floor dusty from long lack of any occupant's care. Nancy was disappointed to find nothing of interest. I'd better leave and drive to police headquarters, she thought. Just then, Nancy's flashlight revealed a trapdoor in the floor. Quickly, she moved over towards it, but she had taken only a few steps when an unusual sound arrested her attention. Had she heard a board creak behind her, or was it a night sound from the woods? Oh dear. After hesitating a second, I'm stressed, Nancy. This is stress. This is what stress looks like. Still, just that one little piece of my bangs just does not want to cooperate today. Oh well. Ignore that. Hesitating a second, Nancy again started for the trapdoor. As she reached down to grasp the ring in it, her body became tense. This time, there was no mistake. She had heard a peculiar sound which seemed to come from beneath the floor. It sounded like a groan, Nancy decided. She felt cold all over. Someone was imprisoned in the cellar. Who? And why? Oh, no, we got another page until almost a page. 7/8 of a page until the chapter's over. As Nancy tugged at the ring, another idea came to her. This might be a trap laid for her. We all float down here, Nancy. Oh, what should I do? She thought, hesitating. There was still time to run away from danger, but the fear that some person was in distress gave her the courage to open the trapdoor. As it swung upward, Nancy saw before her a flight of stone steps leading down into complete darkness. A gust of damp, musty air struck her in her face and momentarily repulsed her. Nancy glanced nervously at her flashlight. The battery could not last much longer. Already, the light was so weak that she could barely see the steps in front of her. Did she dare investigate the cellar? It won't take long, she thought. She descended the steps and came to a landing. The rest of the stairway went toward the left. Nancy peered anxiously into the black abyss below. To her horror, she saw a man stretched out full length on a bench. His face was turned upwards, and Nancy caught a full glimpse of the countenance. He was Jacob Aburn. I'm confused, Nancy. All right, I need a sip of my drink. Hat turned backwards. Battle against Leon. Nice. I was always just like a casual Pokemon person, so I can't say off the top of my head I know that moment exactly, but I know Ash, and it's a cool picture of Ash. I kind of play the games here and there. I would kind of see the show here and there when whatever I was watching went off and something else came on. But I never like had any of the cards or anything. Okay. Chapter 13. Getting down to the wire, guys. Stuff's happened now. Ah, I see. I see. Chapter 13. An actor's ruse. Was I right? Am I like the best? Am I the best teen detective ever? Who's not a detective? Can I just be a regular detective? Can I be a 20-something, like, so tired detective? We need, like, some kind of series with millennial detectives, Gen Z detectives, like a millennial detective and a Gen Z detective working together. The millennial's just so tired all the time, and the Gen Z detective is like, let me do it. I can fight God. And they're like, but what if we called the police? No, the police don't do anything. That would be a funny show. Spellbound, Nancy stood like a stone image, gazing down into the face of Jacob Aburn. Stone image, I've never heard that before. How had the man reached for the bungalow ahead of her? How had the man reached the bungalow ahead of her? What was he doing sleeping in the musty cellar of the old shack? As these thoughts flashed through Nancy's mind, the beam of her flashlight flickered again. Then it went out, leaving her in total darkness. Sheer panic took possession of the girl detective. Something very strange was going on. She must not be caught in a trap. Turning, she gave a low cry and stumbled up the stairway and toward the window through which she had entered. Her flight was abruptly checked as she banged one foot on something metallic. Ooh, I felt empathy pain. That moved ahead of her. In a second, she smelled kerosene. Uh-oh. We have another old-timey picture. Here's Nancy looking at the cellar door with a kerosene lamp. And it says, from below, a pitiful cry of help. A lantern, she decided. The thought of a light gave her hope. She felt around and discovered an old-time oil lantern. Well, if it's old-timey for Nancy in 1930, this is real old-timey. Collecting her wits. That was Benjamin Franklin's lantern. I don't know. Collecting her wits, she stopped and listened for any sounds of pursuit. There were none. The shack appeared as deserted and silent as before. I'm sure that was Jacob Aburn down there in the cellar, Nancy thought in perplexity. I didn't imagine it, but how did he get here so fast? After I left his house, I didn't waste much time. Oh, that's right. Nancy mentioned something about colonial style in the bedroom, which you can have colonial style anywhere, but again, very popular in New England. River Heights is New England until the day I die. Even in the books that just straight up say, like, I don't know if they straight up say Midwestern or they say something that, you know, directly implies Midwestern. River Heights is in like, you know, New England somewhere. I left his house. I didn't waste much time. Suddenly, an amazing thought came to Nancy. Was the man she had seen by chance a brother, even a twin of Jacob Aburn? He might be honest and Jacob had found him in the way. I'm going to find out, Nancy declared excitedly. She's just gonna, shake him awake and be like, hey, what's your real name? Don't lie to me. Eagerly, she reached into the pocket of her dress, recalling that at dinner she had taken a pack of matches from the hotel dining table for her souvenir collection. Aw, good. She collects souvenir matchbooks. That's so cute. The pack was still there. Striking a match, she was pleased to discover that the lantern was half full of oil. Someone had used it recently, for the glass was clean. Nancy lighted the wick, and the flame spurted up. Carrying the lantern, she returned to the trapdoor. Suddenly, from below, Nancy heard a moan of pain. This was followed by a pitiful cry of help. That settles it, the worried girl thought. As she descended the steps, the lantern's flickering glow revealed that the cellar was dungeon-like, with solid stone walls and no windows. She held the light high above the figure on the bench. The man, deathly pale, was lying where she had first seen him, but he was not Laura's guardian. There's certainly a startling resemblance, though, Nancy thought, her heart filled with pity for this unfortunate stranger. Dropping to her knees, she felt his pulse. It was faint, but regular. He's just... that wouldn't make it regular, but... Okay, semantics. He has a pulse. It's fine. He's just unconscious, she told herself in relief. At the same time, Nancy saw with a horror a large chain around the man's waist. It was attached to the prisoner in such a way that it allowed him some freedom of motion, and yet held him captive. Was Jacob Aburn responsible for this atrocity? Nancy wondered angrily. Nancy was like, I'ma kill somebody in the name of justice. I must do something to revive this man, she decided, and get him away from here. Picking up the lantern, Nancy mounted and the cellar steps 2 at a time. She headed for a small sink in one corner of the room above where she had seen a pump. After a search through the cupboard, she at last found a battered tin cup. Quickly pumping water into it, she returned to the cellar. Nancy wet her handkerchief and applied it gently to the prisoner's forehead. Then she... remember, good old times when people, I guess, carried handkerchiefs. I guess it always comes in handy. I guess the lesson is we should start carrying handkerchiefs again. And applied it to the prisoner's forehead. Then she sprinkled a little of the water on his face and chafed his wrists. A christening, if you will. Not really the kiss of life, more like the christening of life. The man stirred slightly and moaned. As she gazed anxiously into his face, Nancy wondered how she could have mistaken him for Jacob Aburn. Although the two men were of the same age and had similar facial characteristics, the prisoner was gaunt and thin. His features, contrary to Mr. Aburn's, were gentle and relaxed. Now Nancy saw that the man was slowly regaining consciousness, and his eyes fluttered open. As his eyes fluttered open, he cried, "Help!" feebly, then stared into Nancy's face, amazed. "Help has come," Nancy said quietly. The man attempted to raise himself to a sitting position with Nancy's aid. "Didn't think help would ever come," he murmured. Then he saw the cup in Nancy's hand and asked for water. Nancy steadied the cup while he drank. Finally, the man leaned to the wall, against the wall. "First water I've had in 24 hours, he said more clearly. Oh dear, the poor guy. The young sleuth was horrified. She hydrate, don't titrate. She introduced herself, then asked, "Who are you, and who did this terrible thing to you?" A bitter expression passed over the prisoner's face. "I'm Jacob Aburn," he said, "a crook by the name of Stumpy Dowd." Sorry, Stumpy Dowd is such an old-timey bad guy's name, isn't it? "Took over my house, imprisoned me here, and somehow or other arranged for my new ward, Laura Pendleton, to come to my home earlier than she was expected. Yesterday he told me that he had the girl's inheritance in his possession and showed bonds to prove it." "You're Jacob Aburn?" Nancy repeated, as the prisoner, exhausted by these words, leaned against the wall. Quickly, Nancy's mind flashed back to everything that had happened since she had met Laura. The puzzling questions that had bothered her about the girl's guardian had now become clear. Most of all, it was a relief to know that the person to whom Marie Pendleton had entrusted her daughter's care was not a criminal. This is a little bit of the the first 4 books or so kind of each have a little piece of the plot of Nancy Drew's Secret of the Old Clock PC game, and it's just always funny to like find those little pieces scattered throughout the old books. I have a handkerchief on me all the time when I'm at work. It comes in handy. Yeah, I feel like it's something that like more people should just like start regularly carrying, because you might need it, you know? Where was I? Marie Pendleton had trusted her daughter's care, was not a criminal. Equally important, Nancy realized that Stephen Dowd, alias Stumpy, used his talent as an actor and skill with makeup to fool other people and then probably swindled them. The young sleuth wondered if there was a tie-in between Laura's inheritance and the Monroe National Bank thefts of stocks and bonds. She must find out from Jacob Aburn, but the police should be notified immediately, as well as her father. Aloud, Nancy said, "I want to hear the whole story of what has happened to you, Mr. Aburn. But first," briefly she told of having met the man who had impersonated him and of seeing Laura at Twin Lakes. Nancy was about to add that Laura was now at her home when Mr. Aburn said, "If Stumpy caught you here once today, we'd better get out right now." He told Nancy that Dowd kept the key to the padlock on his chains on a hook near the stairway. That this is a lucky break, Nancy said. She's like, thank God these kidnappers are stupid. She snatched the lantern from the floor and started towards the stairs. "Please hurry," Mr. Aburn said faintly. "Stumpy Dowd is a dangerous criminal. He boasted to me that he and his accomplices have victimized several people besides Laura." Nancy anxiously moved the lantern up and down, illuminating the dingy walls just above her head. To the left, she finally saw the hook with a key dangling from it. "I have it," she exclaimed triumphantly. As Nancy hurried back to Mr. Aburn's side, she speculated on how the Dowds had found out about Mr. Aburn, his wife, and Laura. "I'll have you free in a minute, Mr. Aburn," Nancy said as she stooped over the bench. While she worked on the rusty lock, Nancy asked if he had known the Dowds previously. "Yes," he replied. "Mrs. Dowd was hired by my wife as a maid to come when we arrived. Soon after I reached the house, her husband came. He grew quite loud and abusive, and when I objected, he knocked me unconscious. When I came to, I was chained in the cellar." Well, that's not good. "Dreadful," Nancy exclaimed. "But where is your wife?" she asked. "She had to go to Florida unexpectedly. Her mother, who lives there, had an emergency operation. Marion went down to be with her, and I moved into our new home," Mr. Aburn sighed. "Of course, I haven't heard a word from her since I've been tied up here. He's like, excuse me, kidnapper, could you just, like, bring me my mail or, like, phone messages or whatever?" Although that's, I guess, a lucky break for her. What's gonna happen when she comes home? She's gonna be confused. "You'll be able to find out about her now," Nancy assured him. "Do you know how many people are working with Stumpy Dowd?" "1 or 2 others besides his wife, I believe. Stumpy Dowd is secretive about some things, although he boasts it a lot. I did hear him mention the name of Fred, but I don't know who he is." Yep, the monologuing, it always gets the bad guys. Like, don't be a criminal, but I guess what we've learned is that if you were to be a good criminal, which you shouldn't want to be a criminal at all, you don't want to get caught monologuing, because it'll bring you down every time. When the padlock finally snapped open, spirits soared. Now the suitcase of securities that Stumpy Dowd had packed could be retrieved. The criminals could be apprehended, and her father's case perhaps solved. Meanwhile, neither Nancy nor Mr. Aburn had noticed a dark figure creeping slowly down the steps. Nearer and nearer the man came, a stout cane gripped tightly in his right hand. That's wonderful, Nancy, Mr. Aburn exclaimed. Now, if I just knew where Laura is. As he spoke, Mr. Aburn glanced up. A look of horror froze his face. Look out, Nancy, he shouted. Oh, boy. Okay, take a second. We're almost to the end, you guys. We made very good time. Usually these books take longer. Don't know why I've made good time today, but I have made all right time today. Situating some things in my... What am I trying to say? OBS Studio. There we go. All right. Ooh. I'm gonna grab a candy snacky. Oh. Chat check-in. How's everybody doing? Is anybody still awake out there? If not, sleep tight. Sweet dreams. Dream that you're a famous detective for me. Oop, that's not what I meant to do, but oh well. Monologuing will just bite you in the end. Yeah, it's dumb. Don't do it. I mean, being a criminal is dumb too. Don't do that either, but you know. If anybody wants to know what my very favorite candy bar in the world is, Kit Kat. Break me off a piece of that fancy beef. All right, so we're almost done. Hope Nancy kicks this bad guy's ass. I'm sure she will. All right. Chapter 14, A Desperate Situation. The warning came too late. Uh-oh. Before Nancy could turn, the end of the cane crashed down on her head with a low moan of pain. Uh-oh. She sagged to the floor and lay still. How long she remained unconscious, the young sleuth did not know. When at last she opened her eyes, Nancy found herself stretched out on the cot on the cold floor of the cellar. Bewildered, it was a full minute before she could account for the splitting pain in her head. Oof. Then, with a shudder, the young sleuth remembered what had happened. She had been struck down from behind. Who was her assailant? Nancy became aware that someone was standing over her, but objects whirled before her eyes, and she could not distinguish the face. Then, gradually, her vision cleared, and she saw how Stumpy Dowd gazed down upon her, a satisfied leer on his face. Well, Miss Drew, he said mockingly, we meet again. You've gotten in my way once too often. As Nancy started to speak, Dowd reached down, catching Nancy by an arm. He jerked her roughly to her feet. Nancy was so weak that she nearly fell over. Nevertheless, with a show of spirit, she said, "You'll regret this, I promise you." "Let the girl go," Jacob Aburn pleaded from the other side of the room. "Do anything you like to me, but set her free." Oh. Nancy saw that he was again padlocked. Stumpy Dowd glared at his other prisoner. It's quite impossible for me to release either of you, he said calmly. You see, you both know too much. I'm now picturing him with a meh, you see voice now, because Stumpy Dowd is just a meh, you see kind of person. Nancy was aware that resistance would be useless. Right now, she did not have the strength to make a break for the stairs, but as the criminal began to unwind a long rope, Nancy realized that unless she thought of something, the situation would be, desperate. There would be no way to escape. As Stumpy began to bind Nancy's feet together, he said sarcastically, Mr. Aborn will enjoy having company. Man, you two have so much to talk about. An idea suddenly came to Nancy. She remembered that a detective who had called on her father a few months before had told her how it was possible to hold one's hands while being bound so as to slip the bonds later. I remember reading about this. I was convinced that I was going to be a detective when I grew up, so I was always reading like anything like this of like how to escape from a locked closet, the trunk of a car, all of those things. I was very keen on. Bound so as to slip the bonds later, he had given a demonstration. If I could only remember the correct position, Nancy prayed fervently. When Dowd began to bind Nancy's wrists, she tried to follow the detective's instructions. As the ropes cut into her flesh, it seemed to Nancy that she must have made a mistake. Certainly, there was little space between her wrists and the bonds. And now, just to make sure you won't get away, Stumpy muttered with a sneer, he took the end of a rope and ran it through a ring in the wall, knotting the rope fast. I guess that will hold you for a while and teach you not to meddle in affairs that are none of your business, the man added. Nancy Drew had never been so angry in her life. She's like, I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill this guy. He's lucky that I'm tied up right now. He'll be safer in jail than if I get my hands on him. But she realized that any argument she might give would only provoke the man to further torture. So she set her jaw grimly and kept still. This is a perfect example of what I mean when I say Nancy doesn't get enough credit. Nancy Drew as a character doesn't get enough credit for being just a great role model, especially a feminist role model, but just a role model for anybody, any kid. Because like she's not. I love the fact that she's more angry than she is scared, you know. But she's also so kind and gentle. She's just like a very well-rounded character, and I like her very much. Every time that happens. I'll have 2 nickels. It may not be a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Yeah. You'll pay for this, Dowd, Jacob Aborn spoke up in a quavering voice. When you get free, Stumpy Dowd taunted. That's a laugh. Why, you fool, how dare you propose to get help? Oh, sorry. How do you propose to get help, man? If he hadn't been there for this meddlesome Drew girl, only the rats would have known you were here. Nancy could not help but remark quietly, the police will catch you in the end. My Stumpy Dowd voice is sounding quite a bit like my Visser 3 voice. Which they're not unsimilar. They're not dissimilar voices in my head. I doubt it, Doubt said with confidence. I've covered my trail thoroughly. I've made plans to leave the country. Man, I don't know. I'm getting tired of that. And I'd like to see the police or anyone else catch me. He turned to Laura's guardian. First, of course, we'll have to get the jewels away from Laura. How do you propose to do that? Nancy asked quickly. When you don't know where she is. Stumpy Dowd laughed. That's what you think. Laura is at your home in River Heights, Nancy Drew. As Nancy blinked, a look of horror came into Mr. Aborn's eyes. Nancy knew he was wondering why she had not mentioned Laura being at her home. Also, he realized that his last hope of keeping Laura's whereabouts unknown was gone. Nancy, too, was worried. What did Stumpy plan to do? Right now, he looked pleased as his prisoner's reactions. My wife overheard Laura placing a call to Nancy Drew in River Heights yesterday morning. When Laura ran away, we had a hunch she would go there. I asked my detective friend to find out. You needed a detective for that? You couldn't just go? What kind of, like, hoity-toity bad guy are you? Dowd said the sleuth had seen Laura leaving the house that afternoon with a young man. I presume she left her jewels behind, he added, but we'll get them before we leave this area. Don't try anything foolish, Nancy warned. All my plans are well made, Dowd said coolly. Too bad you aren't more cautious, Miss Drew. Yesy. I was like, you guys know that old Bugs Bunny cartoon where he gets caught in the hideout with and what's his name? That's what I'm thinking of. Somebody in the other room. Ugh. He said that his wife had felt a draft in the house and gone downstairs to find the front door partway open. Then she'd seen a girl heading into the woods and had awakened him. Nancy, close the door. Dowd had figured out that it might be Nancy. That's the end of my story, he said, except to tell you, Aburn, I sold your blue sedan this morning. The money helped pay for my new foreign car. Jacob Aburn was so furious he almost choked. You robber! You kidnapper! He cried out. None of that, Dowd said. You'll get your blood pressure up. Laura's not in your clutches, and she won't get there, Aburn stormed, and I can support her without any inheritance. Dowd shrugged. It won't do any good to threaten me. You're my prisoner, and don't forget it. After the jewels are mine. Nancy felt as if she would choke with rage. Mr. Aburn closed his eyes and seemed to have fainted. Oh no. Poor dude. All right. Meanwhile, Stumpy Dowd had... This is still a funny name to me. Sorry, guys. Had replaced the key on the wall. The hook supporting it, Nancy saw, was far out of the two prisoners' reach. You can think of this in the good days ahead, the crook taunted. And now, goodbye. Goodbye is with a hyphen. Goodbye. Turning, he ambled up the steps. Nancy heard mocking laughter as the trap door was slammed shut. Soon, a death-like quiet fell on the shack. Mr. Aburn, Nancy called. There was no answer. Nancy's heart beat wildly. Was the man only in a faint, or had something worse happened to him? Oh, we should have played Nancy Drew Bingo. There's always somebody who faints, and it's on the bingo card that I had found. Holding her breath, she strained her ears to see if she could detect any sign of life. A few seconds later, Nancy caught the faint sounds of an inhaling and exhaling. Thank goodness, she thought. Presently, the man stirred and regained consciousness, looked about. Seeing Nancy, he exclaimed, Now I remember, we were so near freedom. Yes, we were, Mr. Aburn, and we may get out of here yet. I'm trying to slip this rope off my wrist. In the meantime, I want to tell you why I didn't mention that Laura is at my house. I was about to do so when you urged that we leave the shack as fast as possible. I see, and I forgive you, Mr. Aburn said. I mean, I don't think it's a forgiveness thing. I think it's just a mix-up thing, sir, but you've been through a lot, so I'll let it fly. Never having met you, Dowd's announcement gave me a momentary feeling of distrust in you, but that's gone now. Yeah, you can trust Nancy. Would you mind telling me about Laura's mother and the estate she left? Nancy requested as she worked to free her hands. Yahtzee! I'll be glad to. Mrs. Pendleton appointed the Monroe National Bank executor of her estate and me as Laura's guardian. During Mrs. Pendleton's long illness, she had all her securities taken from her private safe deposit box and put in care of the bank. They were turned over to the custodian department and kept in the bank's personal vault. Then how could Stumpy Dowd get them? Nancy asked. That's the mystery. He didn't say. We know why. You and I know why. Because we're great detectives, and we've read the rest of this book. You tend to know why for a lot of things at the end of the mystery book. The mystery novel. Nancy was convinced now that a good portion of Laura's inheritance must be among the securities stolen from the bank. She asked whether Mrs. Pendleton had left a large estate. Mr. Aborn nodded. Laura is a very wealthy young woman, he said, then went on to explain that all the time of Mrs. Pendleton's death, the Aborns were abroad. Upon their arrival in New York, Mrs. Aborn had received word of her mother's illness. It was then that Laura had been asked to postpone coming to Melrose Lake until her wife's return. Laura was staying on at her boarding school with the headmistress until our trip to Melrose. She never received your letter, Nancy told him. The Dowds must have intercepted it. Soon they told her to come. Just then Nancy thought she had found the trick to freeing her hands, but a moment later she sighed in discouragement. The rope still bound her wrists. At least we have a light, she said. Fortunately, Stumpy Dowd had forgotten the lantern. Yes, but the oil is burning low, Mr. Aborn remarked quietly. When it's gone, we'll be in the dark, as I have been for the past 2 weeks. Ooh, I hate the dark. That's such a terrifying thing to think about. Nancy shuddered. Did Stumpy bring you food in little packages? Yes, when he thought of it. He kept me alive just to pump me for information, and threatened to harm Laura if I didn't tell him what he wanted to know. Suddenly, Nancy felt the rope which chafed her wrists slacken. At the same time, the light went out. The cellar was plunged into darkness. Nancy! Perfect timing, Nancy. Now get out of there. All right, let me get a sip of drink first. Not my drink. That is my drink. Welcome to the late night block. What do they like the what do they say on like Soothing Pod or Sleep Pod, like those YouTube channels that kind of read to you quietly so that you can sleep? My name is Avery, and today I'd like to take you on a journey of sleep and relaxation. We start with Nancy, locked in a cellar. Chapter 15, Plans for Rescue. Back in River Heights, meanwhile, Hannah Gruen had spent a restless and worried evening expecting to hear Nancy's convertible pull into the driveway at any moment. Moreover, Mr. Drew had failed to call at the appointed hour, and Hannah had no knowledge of how to contact the lawyer. She's like, this dang family. Jeez, no one knows how to talk to anybody. I can't deal with pitch black darkness either. No, it's a huge trigger for my anxiety. I genuinely... I've had night terrors my whole life, and, like, I genuinely have a fear of darkness, and I get really annoyed when people are, like, when it's, like, pictured as just, like, something that kids will grow out of, because it's like, some of us, it only gets worse with age. The book is big. It's 3 books in one, Katie. Welcome. It's 3 books in one, so we're not reading the whole book. We're just reading, it's 3 Nancy Drew novels in one big bound copy. So we're just reading the second story, The Bungalow Mystery. Currently, Nancy is trapped in a cellar with another guy whose identity has been stolen, and Nancy has freed herself from her own rope that was, like, keeping her hostage. So now she's on the plan for escape, and she's super angry at the people that put her down there. Justifiably. Waits until Bluey Season 3 Part C comes on ABC Kids. Oh, I still haven't started Bluey. I know I should. All right. Back in River Heights, meanwhile... Oh, I already read that. Hannah's like, these damn Drews gonna give me a heart attack. At 10:30, when the front doorbell rang, the housekeeper limped hurriedly to answer it. Instantly, she felt a sense of keen disappointment. Oh, hello, Laura, she said. Poor Laura. It's not Laura's fault. And turned to greet Dawn Cameron. Did you have a good time at the barbecue? It was wonderful, Laura exclaimed happily as she and Dawn entered the house. Certainly was fun, Dawn agreed. Too bad Nancy wasn't with us. Where is she, Mr. Gruen? Be nice to Laura, dude. Don't be a Ned. At these words, tears welled up in Hannah's eyes. She told of not hearing from either Nancy or Mr. Drew that evening. I'm so upset, she said. What will we do? Call the police? Probably. Nancy decided to stay overnight at the Beach Cliff Hotel, Laura said at once. Have you called there to find out? No, because Nancy always calls when she changes her plans. Dawn, greatly concerned, went at once to the telephone. Impatiently, the young man waited for a response to his ring. The hotel telephone operator answered. When Dawn asked for Nancy Drew, the girl said, "Just a moment." That's my operator voice, old-timey operator voice. It was nearly 5 minutes. I mean, I guess all operators are old-timey. Do we still have operators? I feel like we don't, but maybe. I don't know. 5 minutes before she told him, "We are unable to reach your party, Miss Drew. Miss Drew is not in the hotel." Then she didn't check out earlier this evening? Dawn inquired. No, Miss Drew is still registered. Don Cameron hung up, a drawn expression on his face. He told the others what he had learned. Oh, I just know something is happening to has happened to Nancy, Laura cried. Her lower lip quivered with nervousness. And it's all my fault. Hannah took the girl into her arms. You must not feel this way. She's like, she does this every other week. It's not your fault. She said gently, Nancy's trying to help you because she wants to. Dawn spoke up. I don't know whether we should notify the police or drive to Melrose Lake ourselves. As the three hesitated, they heard an automobile stop in front of the house. Then a door slammed. Dawn looked out the window. It's a man, he said. He's coming to the door. Dawn opened the door to Carson Drew, who came inside immediately. He greeted Hannah and Dawn. Then, after being introduced to Laura Pendleton and bidding her welcome to his home, the lawyer asked, Where's Nancy, upstairs? When told that his daughter had not returned from her investigation at Melrose Lake, the lawyer was gravely concerned. I don't like the sound of this at all, he said. I had no idea that Nancy was planning to sleuth in Mr. Alburn's home at night. She mentioned something about wanting to pay another visit to a mysterious shack in the woods, Mr. Drew, Hannah volunteered. But I don't know where it's located. Carson Drew's anxiety deepened. Poor Carson Drew. He probably just lives in a state of anxiety. It would be just like Nancy to follow up a good clue, he said, particularly if she thinks there's something odd about the shack. She never gives up until she figures out the solution to whatever the problem is. Despite his worry, Nancy's father uttered these words proudly. He had often admired the initiative his daughter displayed when she was trying to unravel a mystery. I think you're on the right track, Mr. Drew, Don Cameron said thoughtfully. Since Nancy hasn't returned to the hotel, there are 3 possibilities. She's had car trouble, something has happened to her in the woods, or the Alburns have discovered Nancy prowling about the house, Laura put in fearfully. And if that's the case, there's no telling what they may do to her. The girl quickly mentioned a few of the things which had happened in her brief stay at the Alburns. I'll leave for Melrose Lake immediately, Mr. Drew announced. If I don't find Nancy in a very short time, I'm going to notify the police that she's missing. Mr. Drew is a not trusting of the police feminist, and we love Carson Drew. Best book dad. The others begged Mr. Drew to let them accompany him. The lawyer thought it best for Hannah to remain at home in case Nancy should call. But I'll be glad to have you accompany me, Laura and Dawn, he added. Why Dawn? Dawn did nothing to earn that car ride, but okay, whatever. He's fine, I guess. It's not Ned, so it could be worse. Dawn hurried to the telephone to notify his parents of the plan. Well, Laura went for a coat. Then they were outside and got to Mr. Drew's car. Oh no, but they're going to the house to find Laura, so what? Hannah's gonna be there alone. Oh no. one is Sesame Street. Just catching up on chat for a second. Then they went outside and got into Mr. Drew's car. Dawn hurried to the telephone to notify his parents of the plan. Hey, Mom and Dad, I'm going upstate to help Mr. Drew find Nancy. Yeah, she's missing again. You know how it is with Nancy. Excuse me. Be sure to call me as soon as you found out something, Hannah called. Don't worry, we will. Nancy's father was a skillful driver, and right now he was intent upon reaching the lake as soon as possible. He could barely restrain himself from breaking the speed limits. Fun fact, those were bits of the book that were edited in the rewrites, because in the original versions, Nancy and her father did not give a damn for speed limits when people's lives were in danger, because of course they didn't. Welcome back, Patrick. No need to apologize. They also were a lot more outwardly distrusting of the police, I believe. So some of those things got changed, but the police are still useless. So they can't do anything about that. This is one time I wish I had a helicopter, he told the two young people. It wouldn't do you much good at Melrose Lake, Mr. Drew, said Laura. It's a pretty thickly wooded area. I doubt that you'd find a landing strip. Dawn realized that but you see, any place is a landing strip when you have a big enough helicopter. Dawn realized that this remark, although unintentional, heightened Carson Drew's worry about Nancy being lost in the woods. He changed the subject quickly. Don't sing the Frozen 2 song. Okay. I thought you weren't due home until Sunday, sir, Dawn said. That's right, the lawyer replied, his eyes intent on the highway ahead. In Cincinnati late this afternoon, I had a call from Chief McGinnis of the River Heights Police. I think this is our first mention of Chief McGinnis, or was he in the first? I can't remember. No, he was mentioned, I think, in the other one. And at least one of the other two we've read, the previous two. He thought it was imperative for me to return home immediately. Mr. Drew proceeded to tell Dawn and Laura the complete story of the embezzlement case. Why? Maybe, I guess, because it's necessary, but, like, he was keeping it so secret until now. He's like, I guess these kids aren't going to tell anybody. Yep, everybody's back. Dude, we're getting the band back together. I'm just looking at the haphazard job that I did the last time I had to mend this book, and I'm realizing I think I used fabric glue. Oh dear. Laura looked worried. The Monroe National Bank had my mother's securities, she exclaimed. You don't suppose? Maybe. Dawn put in. Nancy learned something in connection with this at the Aburn house and is staying there to get more information. Yeah, stop cutting her off, Dawn, like it was you who thought of it. Oh, she shouldn't have done it, Laura cried out fretfully, or fearfully. I guess that's more or less the same thing. Now, there may not be anything to your theory, Mr. Drew remarked. Don't borrow trouble. I like that, Mr. Drew, thank you. Dawn patted Laura's shoulder. Sure, we have enough worries as it is, Mr. Drew. You were telling us why you came back early. Yes, although I'm making a private investigation for Mr. Seward, the bank president, Chief McGinnis, Mr. Seward, the bank president, Chief McGinnis has been helping me on an unofficial basis. We're old friends, you see. When Nancy told me that, is that why we get to just walk randomly around the jail? The police, the precinct, when we're literally arrested and just, like, use the computers and shit. That makes sense. It's a reference to an Nancy Drew PC game. I'll have to replay those maybe this summer if everybody's interested, for all the newbies that didn't get to be with us on the last stream. Like, you can go and watch the VODs back, but I know it's still worthwhile to want to be there for the actual stream, so that's something we want to do as a community. I'm thinking about doing that again this summer. When Nancy told me the two of the suspects in the Dowds were in the acting profession and had been out of town recently, I had a hunch they might tie in with the case. I asked the chief to check on any past records the couple might have and call me in Cincinnati. At this point, Carson Drew explained that Chief McGinnis had learned that the Dowds both had records for theft and embezzlement. Each served prison terms using various aliases. They had either acted or worked in theaters in several states, and among other crimes, had robbed the ticket offices. When the chief told me this, said Carson Drew, I asked him to take the list of missing securities to various brokerage offices in the River Heights area. He did this and found that during the past few days, all of them had been sold by a woman. The same woman, Dawn asked. Apparently not, Mr. Drew replied. At least when Chief McGinnis asked for the woman's description, it was different every time. How odd, Laura exclaimed. Could it have been Mrs. Dowd? Since she's an actress, she must be good at disguise. You may be right, Mr. Drew acknowledged. Anyway, the chief sent 2 officers to their house to pick up the Dowds for questioning. Did they find them? Dawn asked eagerly. The lawyer shook his head. When the police got to the house, they learned that the actor and actress had a man caller earlier in the day and that the 3 had left together. Mr. Dowd said that they would not be back. How discouraging for you, Laura sighed in sympathy, but I'm sure you'll find them. There's a state alarm out for the couple, Mr. Drew said. They shouldn't be able to get very far. Ooh, like Bonnie and Clyde, but not as cool. Hey, Toonie. Novelization of Labyrinth and Dark Crystal, but I'm also getting Fraggle Rock and Labyrinth history books. Labyrinth has a comic series, so now I have to get it. Nice! I have a Fraggle Rock pin in my pin collection. Let me pull it down really quick because I literally see it and I just want to pull it down and show you now. I've been collecting enamel pins for forever, and you can't see them, but they're up here on this board. And I recently went to the Center of Puppetry Arts. Actually, when Anton was visiting me before the holidays, we went to the Center for Puppetry Arts, and I found this pin, which I absolutely love. So it's part of my collection now. It lives up here on this wall with the others. Apparently Labyrinth has lore. Also loved the Moki pin. Thank you. And no, Labyrinth has some crazy lore. I haven't read like the lore Bible or, that book that goes into it, but I know it exists and I kind of want to read it. Still need to do my Dark Crystal. Dark Crystal's the one I still need to do a video on. Okay. What did the Dowds look like? Laura asked. In reply, the lawyer took 2 photographs from his breast pocket and handed them to her. Laura held the pictures toward the light of the dashboard. She shook her head in disbelief. These are the Dowds? She repeated. Yes, why? Have you seen them before? Laura said in a tense voice. I know them as Mr. and Mrs. Aburn. Oh, Mr. Drew, if they've caught Nancy, she's in real danger. Oh, no. Mookie! Yes. I love Mookie, and I love Mookie's proclivity for the written word, and so the pin I just thought was perfect, so it's part of my collection now. Maybe one day I'll do a pin collection tour. Chapter 16. Ooh. Whoa, that was my neck. Thank you guys for staying on with me as I read this in one go. We've been live for 4 hours and 19 minutes exactly as I looked at that counter. I know we've had longer streams, but still, thank you for hanging out with me. Everyone says that I'm Webley. Oh, I should ask my mom who her favorite Fraggle was. She loved Fraggle Rock. Down in Fraggle Rock. Chapter 16, A Speedy Getaway. Unaware that help was coming, Nancy worked feverishly to sleep. Yeah, we haven't seen Nancy in like a whole chapter. Like just a whole chapter. They realized they needed to get to their even 20 chapters in their 180 page range, so they were like, shit, we need like an extra 8 pages. What do? Put in a chapter of what's happening while Nancy's gone back in River Heights. Unaware that help was coming, Nancy worked feverishly to slip her hands out of the ropes in dark cellar of the shack. How are you doing? Jacob Aburn asked her. The bonds are becoming looser, Nancy replied. Suddenly, she recalled Hannah's promise to send the police to the Aburns' home if she had not returned at a reasonable hour. When she told the imprisoned man about this, he seemed to give him courage. However, to herself, Nancy said, by the time those criminals will have escaped, they may even prevent Hannah from carrying out her plan. And Hannah never called the police. Like, Hannah! But she sent Carson Drew, which she knew would be more effective than the police. And both Laura and Hannah may be harmed. I'm still worried about Hannah because they said they were going to go to Nancy's house and now she's all by herself with a sprained ankle. As if to offset this alarming possibility, the ropes around Nancy's hands suddenly pulled free. Yes, that's where we left off with Nancy. I did it, she exclaimed, and Mr. Aburn sprang from his bench, crying, We'll be able to escape. Nancy did not respond, for she was working grimly at the ropes, which bound her feet. If I could only see, she muttered. Then she remembered the packet of matches in her skirt pocket. She took it out and lighted a match, which she stuck in a crack in the wall. As the light burned, she worked to untie knots that bound her ankles. Several more matches were used before she was free. I was going to say, that match isn't going to last very long. Miss Drew, you're the most ingenious girl I've ever met. You're smart for a little lady. That's not what he said, but we were giving the first book crap for that, for them being like, man, we never seen a girl detective before. That's where Cameron famously said, women are just mermaids with legs. Mr. Aburn said admiringly, I wish I could think that fast. It just occurred to me that there's a can of kerosene under the stairs. You might fill the lantern. Nancy found the can, and in a few seconds the place was aglow with light. Nancy has to do everything around here. Nancy found read that. Now I'll open the padlock again, Nancy told Mr. Aburn. After getting the key, she hurried to the side of Laura's guardian. A minute later, the chains fell to the floor with a loud thud. At last, Jacob Aburn cried in relief. Our next step... Ooh, you gotta have some crazy bruises after 2 weeks of that. Our next step, said Nancy, is to get out of here as fast as we can and then try to alert the police. It's my bet, her companion said, that Dowd has already skipped town. I mean, he can't have skipped town yet. He might be in the process of skipping town. Nancy was inclined to agree, but since the swindler had not expected his 2 prisoners to escape, he may still be at the Aburn house with his wife. We'll head for my car, Nancy said, and decide what we'll do when we reach it. I mean, they were kind of in the process of getting out of there. They had suitcases, I think, when Nancy was in the house. Jacob Aburn moved forward for several steps, then his knees began to tremble. My legs will be all right after I've used them for a few minutes, he apologized. But try as he would, the man was unable to climb the stairway unassisted. Nancy reached out a strong arm to help him. At last, they reached the top of the stairway. The young sleuth led the way to the door, unbolted it, and the 2 stepped outside. What a relief, Jacob Aburn gasped, filling his lungs with pure air. In the east, the moon had risen over the woods, and the sky was peppered with stars. The route among the trees would be easy to find in the clear night, yet Nancy glanced uneasily at her companion, wondering if he would be able to walk to the car. As if reading her thoughts, Aberrant said, "I'm fine now, let's go." Nancy offered her arm, and again, and at a slow pace, they walked across the clearing and entered the woods. They had gone but a short way when Mr. Aberrant sank down on a log, breathing heavily. Poor dear. "You go on without me," Nancy said in a You go on without me, Nancy, he said in a voice shaky with fatigue. "I can't do it. Just rest here for a moment," Nancy said encouragingly, unwilling to leave the man. Shortly, Mr. Aberrant felt he could continue. Leaning heavily on Nancy, he moved forward, refusing to pause again, even for a brief rest. "You're very kind, girl, to help me," he said hoarsely. Nancy replied modestly, "I'm so glad I found you. Think of what it means to Laura to have her real guardian found. I know she will be happy living with you and your wife." At the mention of his wife's name, Mr. Aberrant said he was grateful that she had gone away before the Dowds invaded their home. Yeah, right? She doesn't know how well-timed that emergency that she had to leave for was. "She might have been made a prisoner, too," he declared. Presently, with a feeling of relief, Nancy caught sight of her convertible standing among the bushes where she had left it. After she helped Mr. Aberrant into the front seat, Nancy took her place behind the steering wheel. "Now we'll drive to the nearest police station," she announced. "You direct me." She inserted the key and tried the starter. To Nancy's surprise, the motor did not turn over. "That's funny," she said, and tried again. Nothing happened. Next, Nancy glanced at the fuel gauge. It registered half full. "I wonder if your battery's dead," Mr. Aberrant said in a faint voice. "I think not," Nancy replied, as she reached into the glove compartment and took out an extra flashlight she kept there for emergencies. Of course she has an extra flashlight. She got out of the car, lifted the hood, and flashed her lights inside. She had taken a course in automobile mechanics and knew the possible sources of trouble. Nancy would have been a great Girl Scout if she wasn't. Golly gee, gang. Most teens in the 30s did indeed quit school and get jobs, yes. Turning motors over, those were the days. Yep, good old days. Yep, the 30s were a wild time. I kind of wish I could see it. I know it's very glorified, and it was actually a very terribly hard time in history, but I would, like, as a history buff, I would like to just be able to, like, see things for myself sometimes, you know? I see what the trouble is, Nancy called. "The distributor has been uncapped and the rotor's missing. This is sabotage. Without the necessary part of the car, could not start. I'm sure that Mr. Dowd is the saboteur," she added angrily. This is how you do female empowerment correctly, in my mind, too. Obviously, it's outdated. It's an outdated form of feminism or whatever, but it has no air of, like, pandering. It just has the air of, like, this is a very resourceful character who happens to be a woman, and I think that's part of the reason I've loved her since childhood. Mr. Abbott sighed resignedly. "Stumpy Dowd leaves no stones unturned," he said in a tired voice. "Just in case we might escape, he wanted to make certain we'd have no transportation. I'm afraid, Nancy, that we'll have to go to the main highway for help." As Mr. Aberrant spoke, Nancy heard a car motor not far away. Eagerly, she looked to right and left, but saw no approaching headlights. "Quick, duck down," Mr. Aberrant whispered, and Nancy crouched in the bushes alongside her car. A dark foreign sports car emerged from the Eagle Rock lane. then made a left-hand turn in the direction of Twin Lakes. Dun dun dun. It's the Dowds making a getaway, Mr. Aburn said. We're too late. Nancy was alarmed by this turn of events. She wondered why Stumpy Dowd, still a funny name, was not heading toward River Heights. Had he given up the idea of going to the Drews' residence and forcing Laura Pendleton to give him the jewels, or was he taking an alternative route there? Oh dear, I wish there were a telephone nearby, Nancy moaned. She said in pre-cell phone era. He told Mr. Aburn that his had been disconnected. Jacob Aburn spoke up. Nancy, I'm sure that Dowd and his wife have left my house for good. I think the best plan is for us to go there. Yes, Nancy agreed. After you're safely inside, I'll go for help. I can't let you do that, Jacob Aburn protested. A few cars come along this road at night. You'll have an extremely long walk before you reach the main highway. Silently, Nancy agreed, but also noted that the man's strength was almost spent. She helped him from the car, and the two slowly approached the lane that led to Mr. Aburn's house. Oh, if I could only get my hands on that scoundrel, the man muttered. You know what I just realized? This is called the Bungalow Mystery. We literally haven't seen the bungalow since, like, chapter 1 or 2. It has nothing to do with this mystery unless it comes back in a weird way. The thought gave him new strength, and he moved forward again. Anger will do that. Cautiously, the two crept toward the house, approaching it from the rear. We'd better make certain that no one's here, Nancy whispered. As they drew near the back door, she saw that it stood ajar, and as though someone had left hurriedly without taking time to shut it. With Jacob Aburn close behind her, Nancy stepped cautiously into the kitchen. There was profound silence. The place appeared deserted. Crossing the room on tiptoe, Nancy and Mr. Aburn walked toward the living room. He clicked on a light. Everything was in disorder. A chair had been overturned. Papers were scattered about. The Dowds certainly made a thorough search, Nancy remarked. Just then, Mr. Aburn's eyes fell upon the wall safe, which stood open. With a cry of alarm, he tottered across the room to look inside. Everything had been taken out. Mr. Aburn groaned. He told Nancy that a sizable sum of his own money had been in the safe, along with shares of negotiable stock. Stumpy Dowd had forced him to tell the safe's combination on threat of harming Laura. Mr. Aburn, white as starch, sank into a nearby chair and buried his head in his hands. Nearly all my securities were in there, he said. One quick glance told Nancy that the man was on the verge of complete collapse. She could not leave him alone yet. How could she get help without doing so? A second later, she and Mr. Aburn were startled to hear a car driving up the lane. Were the Dowds returning? Had the couple merely gone out for a while, or had they forgotten something in their hasty flight? Oh no, they just went to the DQ. They're back now. Hi, Paulo. What's shaking, bacon? I'm good. We are wrapping up this Nancy Drew mystery, and then I was gonna say I'll probably go to bed, but God knows I'll probably stay up and do a little bit more work and then go to bed. But yeah, almost done. I wanted to get this one out of the way all tonight instead of breaking it up into 2 streams, like we've done with previous OG Nancy Drew books, just because I want to read Cheetah Girls tomorrow. Yes, I remember that one. I used to get super pissed at that store owner. Nancy's next thought was far worse than either of these. Had Stumpy Dowd somehow learned that his 2 prisoners had escaped? Dun dun dun. everyone in the 1930s, just wait a few years. It's gonna get worse. Oh, hi, 1942. Oh, God, you're right. God. God, everybody, you know, I hope that's not true. I hope this is not we're not going from the old 1930 to 1942 electric boogaloo in 2023. Sorry, snack intermission. Yeah, but the 40s have cool jazz. That's true. You know, it was such a oppressive time of no rights and lots of war, but it was so snazzy, wasn't it? All right. Chapter 17. Two-way detecting. As the automobile pulled to a halt, Mr. Aburn slumped to the floor in a faint. Evidently, he had shared Nancy's thought that the Dowds were returning and would force their way in. The terrifying thought that he might become a prisoner again had been too much for the exhausted man. "Oh!" Nancy cried out. From the window, Nancy saw four... Hello? Oh, I thought I heard knocking on the door, but I think I just heard Perry coming in through her cat door. Hopefully. Either that or, like, the boogeyman is breaking into my house. From the window, Nancy saw four people hurriedly alighting from the car. A moment later, the bell rang, and a woman's voice cried, Mr. Aburn, please let us in. It's the Donnells. The Donnells are probably Irish, right? Mr. Aburn, please let us in. Nancy hurried to the front door and flung it open. Kathy! Jim! She cried out. Oh, you don't know how glad I am to see you. The two young people introduced Nancy to their parents, a good-looking couple in their 40s. Then they stepped inside. What are you doing here, Nancy? Gabe could do it better. Jim Donnell asked, puzzled at the girl's disheveled appearance. What's going on? Nancy replied by saying Mr. Aburn was ill, and there was no time for further explanation right now. She hastily led the family into the living room. When they saw their unconscious friend on the floor, Mr. Donnell rushed forward with an excited cry. Mrs. Donnell, sorry. How dreadful, she exclaimed. She knelt down. The kindly woman said she was a registered nurse. After a brief examination of the patient, she reported that Mr. Aburn appeared to be suffering from malnutrition and shock. Yeah, that'd do it. While Jim and his father lifted him onto the couch, Nancy told what had happened to him. The Donnells were stunned. Before they could discuss it, however, Nancy turned to Jim. 2 phone calls must be made right away, she said. Would you be able to take care of that? Take care of them for me? Glad to, the boy said. I suppose you want me to notify the police to pick up Stumpy Dowd? I don't, the accent just... offended at the Irish accent. I'm sorry. I'm bad at it. I'm tired. Also, I'll stop. It's more of like it's more of just like the comical Irish accent that you hear on American TVs. At least it's not a Scottish accent. I'm a third Scottish. It's Irish in Boston by the end of St. Patty's. Yeah, it's Irish in Boston by the end of St. Patty's. They can just be regular American. 10 years since I've watched the new Adventure of Winnie Pooh. Same. Good night, Patrick. 10 hours. Good night. Yeah, go to bed. My Irish ancestors just rolling their eyes at me from the other side. Anyway. Where was I? Yes, Nancy said tersely and described the black foreign car. She next asked Jim to call Chief McGinnis at River Heights to tell him to have extra men patrol the Drew home. Find out if Mrs. Gruen and Laura are all right, she requested, and see if our housekeeper knows where to get in touch with Dad. Jim said he would do all of these things. As soon as he returned, he would try to fix Nancy's car. After Jim left, Nancy turned to the others. Mr. Aburn had regained consciousness and said he felt better and able to talk. Lillian, he said, giving Mrs. Donnell a wan smile. The angels must have sent you. How did you know we were in trouble here? We didn't for sure, Mr. Donnell replied gravely. Until tonight. It's a long story. The gray-haired man said that he and his wife had been amazed to hear on Tuesday from their children that Marion Aburn had returned from Florida and that she and Jacob had met Laura Pendleton at Twin Lakes. We were sure you would have told us of your change of plans if this were true, Jacob, he said to his old friend. Anyway, we came over here yesterday morning to say hello and to meet Laura. No one answered the bell. We concluded, said Mr. Donnell, that Nancy Drew had been mistaken in thinking that you were coming back here. Anyway, we remembered you saying that due to the illness of Marion's mother, you would not be able to come here with Laura until after your wife's return. That's right, said Mr. Aburn. He explained that first there had been legal technicalities regarding his appointment at the orphan's guardian since he had been living in another state. That was why his ward had remained in her boarding school. Mrs. Donnell went on to say that this evening they had received a telephone call from Mrs. Aburn, who was still in Florida. Marion had tried several times to get you and was upset to learn that the phone here was disconnected. She called us to see why. My wife hadn't heard from me in over 2 weeks, Mr. Aburn stated. Mrs. Donnell said, but Marion thought she had. Mrs. Aburn sent telegrams here and replies came to her in Florida. Mr. Donnell said that when the family heard that Marion Aburn was indeed in Florida, they were fearful something was terribly wrong. We told Marion what we knew, suggested she come home immediately, and said we would come over here right away to see what we could uncover. Thank goodness you did, said Nancy. Hi, Perry. I thought I heard you come in. Come on, Perry. Come on. Come on. Perry, come on. Nope. She's gonna try to go. Come here. Come here, Perry. Oh no, it was incredibly cursed. I have no disillusions that it wasn't cursed. Especially since after, like, the first sentence, I just didn't commit and just gave up. Oh, God. No, I'm not great at accents. You can see. Thank goodness you did, Nancy sighed. Mr. Aburn gave his friends a grateful smile. Then he asked, how is Marion's mother? Getting along very well. Hi, Perry. Not like I'm trying to read or anything over here. When will my wife arrive? Mr. Aburn asked anxiously. She's taking a night. Perry, stop. No, Perry, you're gonna break something. Don't. Okay. That's the thing where she, like, wedges her claws under. Perry! Hi, Perry. A cat. Perry the cat? We need a little hat for her. Hi, Perry. Yes. Thank you for checking on me. All right. Since Perry's here, I'm gonna just stop fighting for space on the desk. I'm gonna yield to Perry, and I'm just gonna, well, all right, Perry. Squish. Stop trying to, you're gonna pull up the keys on the keyboard. This computer has been through enough lately. Perry, that is a picture on a screen. Perry. Perry. Hang on. Streamception. Give me a second, guys. Ah! Whoop. Perry. Perry, what are you doing? Perry, hang on. Oh, Perry made Avery lose such a far and Riku story. I can't really blame that on Perry, but it didn't help. Oh no, Perry! Why have you done this? I'm gonna have to, well, I was probably gonna have to do that anyway, but I'm gonna have to mend this book again. Perry! Stop it, Perry. Perry, I love you, but you need to be less chaos right now. I need less chaos. I need more emotional support, Cat, and I need less chaos, Cat. Camera reception with Perry. She really wants to be the stream producer, I guess. She's like, I can do it. I love that we expect cats to be less chaotic when they're literally just like house panthers. Perry, if you... Here, lay down here. Lay down right here. Thank you. There you go. Off the computer. You can stay here as long as you're not on the computer. There's like, but chaos is so much fun. I know. I also enjoy chaos, but right now, my kitty pumpkin came in because of Perry. You've alerted. You've started a howl, Perry. All right, what am I doing? Ah! Okay. Where were we? All the Irish people unsubscribed, and then Perry messed with my camera, and then I was about here, I think. I was in the middle of this chapter. Here we go. Okay, where did I read to? Yes, hi. Say hi to everybody. They're up there. Look. Perry, look up there and say hi. Look up there. Look up here and say hi. Hi, everybody. There you go. Yes, that's Ron Perlman. Do you like Ron Perlman? I think everybody likes Ron Perlman, Perry. She's taking a night plane from Miami to the Hamilton airport, Mrs. Donald replied. My husband will meet her. Kathy's mother then went to the kitchen to prepare a light meal for Mr. Aburn. Nancy excused herself and went to wash her face, legs, and grimy hands. Refreshed, she returned to the living room, wondering what was keeping Jim so long. He'll be here soon, Nancy, said Kathy. I'll feel much better when I know everything's all right at home. Nancy replied. While Mr. Aburn ate, the pretty detective told the others. What a way to denote Nancy. The pretty detective. Pretty guardian Sailor Moon. Told the others of Stumpy Dowd's connection with Mr. Drew's case. What a story, Mr. Donald exclaimed. Nancy excused herself for a moment and went to the front door to listen for Jim's car. As she stood on the steps, her heart suddenly leapt. A tall figure stood up from behind a bush near front steps. Nancy, a man's voice called softly. Nancy knew who it was. Dad, she cried out. Dad, can't you just tell me that it's you? Why are you so creepy every single time we run into each other? Carson Drew leaped the steps and gave his daughter a resounding kiss. Oh, are you all right? He whispered. When Nancy said yes and that it was safe to talk aloud, Don, Cameron, and Laura emerged from some shrubbery. We saw lights and heard voices, Laura explained. We thought it was the Aburns. What's going on here, Nancy? Yes, tell us, Don urged. Once again, Nancy explained what had happened. Carson Drew listened to his daughter's story of her encounter with the thief and a stern expression on his face. You were lucky to come out of this so well, he remarked. It's just like, what? Carson Drew is just like, yep, this might as well happen. I have a teen detective for a child. Yes, Laura agreed. And it's so wonderful to have a guardian whom you say is nice. Mr. Aburn is a fine person, Laura, Nancy said. I'll take you in to meet him in a minute. Carson Drew brought Nancy up to date on his news and ended by saying, we were so worried we drove here immediately, not even taking time to call the police. Dawn added that they had left Mr. Drew's car at the end of the lane and were scouting the house to see if Nancy were inside when she had appeared on the front steps. How many times I wished you were here, said Nancy. She now suggested that everyone come into the house to meet the others. Jim Donald, she added, should return any minute. I'll wait for the young man out here and act as guard in case the Dowds show up, Carson Drew said, sitting down on a step. The rest of you run along. Aw, Carson Drew's the best. Perry. Sorry, I don't know how long it was like that. Perry is a numbers cat. Stonks. Nope, it was Perry. That one was Perry. Perry, you are a terrible producer. Just awful. No, don't bite the edge of my screen because I said you were a bad producer. No one wants to see. Perry thinks that you all really want to see the channel, the stream analytics, instead of, I don't know, the book as we finish reading it. All right, Perry, we are almost done. I'm begging you to sit still. As Nancy walked inside with Dawn and Laura, she saw that Mr. and Mrs. Donald were helping Mr. Aburn up the stairs to his bedroom. Hearing voices, the guardian turned, looked at his ward, and exclaimed, Laura, dear, at last! I'd know you anywhere. You look just like your mother. Perry, that is you! Her tail whipping. Perry is the executive cat. She has the attitude of an executive. No, don't. not Dragon Bean over. Again. Okay. Where was I? You look just like your mother, Mr. Aberrn, Laura cried out. She raced up the steps and gave her guardian a big kiss. Introductions were quickly made, and when Mr. Aberrn was settled in his bed, he had a visit with Laura and Nancy, but after they had chatted for a few minutes, the girls could see that the man needed sleep badly. We'll say goodnight now, said Nancy. Sweet dreams. She turned off the light, and they went downstairs. I would want the light on if I had spent 2 weeks in the dark. Just saying. When Nancy and Laura reached the first floor, they found Mr. Drew and Jim Donald talking in the hall with a state trooper. While Kathy took Laura aside, Nancy walked toward the group. She was introduced to Sergeant Murphy. Then Carson Drew explained to her that the state police were putting all available cars on the chase and hoped to round up the Dowds and their accomplice shortly. Good, Nancy exclaimed, but what about Mrs. Gruen? Sergeant Murphy said that he had talked with Chief McGinnis. The River Heights official had immediately sent a patrol car to the 4 men to the Drews' home. Oh, thank God. Your housekeeper was relieved to hear that you, Miss Drew, had been found, he reported. Nothing unusual has happened at your home tonight, but it will be closely guarded until the Dowds and their accomplice are caught. Oh, I'm glad, said Nancy. Sergeant Murphy left after saying he would check back later. Nancy and Mr. Drew walked into the living room, and she introduced her father to Mr. and Mrs. Donald and Kathy. After a few minutes of excited conversation, the young sleuth said, Dad, I have a hunch that the man, Fred, whom Stumpy mentioned, is someone employed at the Monroe National Bank. Tell me, was Mrs. Pendleton's name ever mentioned in connection with the missing securities? Mr. Drew shook his head. No, Nancy, it wasn't. Then Nancy said, I think we're going to find that Laura's bonds were never deposited in the bank's vault. Whoever took them and passed them on to Stumpy Dowd must be someone who works in the custodian department of the bank. That's good reasoning, Nancy, her father agreed, but we have checked almost all of the employees, and they've been given a clean bill of health. One man, Mr. Hamilton's assistant, has been on vacation, and we won't be able to interview him for another week or so. What's that man's name? Nancy asked. Mr. Drew consulted a list of names, which he took from his pocket. William Frednick. Nancy snapped her fingers. Frednick! Maybe he's the Fred the Dowds were talking about. And if he is, she continued excitedly, I think they're together, and I believe I know where the Dowds are hiding out with this man. Carson Drew looked at his daughter in amazement. Where? He asked. Not far from here, Nancy said mysteriously. Then she jumped from her chair. Let's find out, Dad. Is it the bungalow? It's gonna be the goddamn bungalow, isn't it? Oh, the tail. Yes, the cat's tail does have a mind of its own. Chapter 18. Night Trail. Carson Drew, startled, looked at his daughter. Where do you think the Dowds and Fred are hiding, Nancy? In a bungalow on Twin Lakes. Yep, there we go. The one I told you we stayed in after Laura rescued us, she explained. My main reason for thinking so are these. I saw a black foreign car come from there, and the place was well stocked with food. Fred may have been living there. Go on. This is interesting, the lawyer said. Nancy's hunch was that the thieves had first planned the bank theft, then the Dowds had rented the bungalow under an assumed name. Makes sense, Carson Drew nodded. Fred, Nancy continued, knew of Laura's large estate and jewelry and got the idea of having Stumpy Dowd impersonate Mr. Aberrn. In order to get the jewels, they had to have Laura with them, so they decided to take her to the Melrose Lake House. Good logic, said Mr. Drew. Then, when the real Mr. Aberrn appeared, they had to kidnap him temporarily. Well, we'll follow your hunch. Shall we go? The others offered to go, but Mr. Drew thought that the Donalds should stay with Mr. Aberrn and Laura. Please do, Nancy added. After all, my hunch could be wrong. The Dowds may return here. We'll nab 'em if they do, Jim said determinedly. A few minutes later, Mr. Drew's car was on the detour again, heading for the Twin Lakes Road. When they reached it, there were no other cars in evidence. That's odd, said Nancy, knowing that this was the only road which connected the two resorts. Uh-oh, said Dawn. Look. Mr. Drew had also seen a small red light a few hundred feet distant. He slowed up ahead with a gate obstruction across the highway. On it was nailed a sign which read, "Road under construction. Travel at your own risk." And Nancy's like, I laugh in the face of risk. I don't think I've ever seen a bungalow IRL. I'm not exactly sure what constitutes a bungalow. Somebody might want to look it up. This is great, Mr. Drew remarked, unhappily. Mr. Drew's like, God damn it, but in 1930s. Maybe it won't be too bad, Nancy said. I came this way the other day, and I think I know all the turns. Why don't we try it, sir? Don spoke up. All right. Don got out of the car and moved the barrier enough so Mr. Drew could drive through. They went slowly because of the steam shovels, bulldozers, and equipment packed along the road. To make matters worse, the pavement was gone in places where repairs were being made. The car tires wallowed in soft dirt. Soon, however, they reached the end of the construction section, and Carson Drew stepped on the accelerator. The car responded with a burst of speed. We're not far from Twin Lakes now, Nancy said as she spotted a few familiar landmarks. Dawn wanted to know what the plan would be when they reached the bungalow. Mr. Drew said they would first check to see if the foreign car were in the vicinity. Of course, it will be hidden. Next, Nancy added, we'll have to make sure Fred and the Dowds are there and not some innocent people. But if Stumpy's there, we'll notify the police, right, Dad? Unless Dowd sees us first, he said grimly. He's just like, God damn, these teenage detectives. Nancy said she hopes this would not happen, but I suppose they probably will have someone acting as a lookout. As I understand it, Nancy, said her father, the bungalow is in an isolated spot. Yes, and there are a lot of trees around it. Could anyone inside the house make a getaway by boat? Dawn asked. Not easily, Nancy answered. The bungalow is not built over the water. It's some distance from the lake, and there's no dock where the boat could be tied. Presently, she said, we're about a mile from the bungalow. Carson Drew's face tensed. He drove to a point about a tenth of a mile from the lane leading down to the bungalow, then stopped the car in a clearing off the road. We'll cover the rest of the distance on foot, he announced. As Nancy got out of the right-hand side of the car, after dawn, she glanced at the luminous dial on the clock. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Walking there 3 abreast, the sleuths saw the bungalow below. It was in darkness. I don't see any sign of a car, Dawn whispered to Nancy. He guided her by the arm. Carson Drew was silent, but suddenly he jerked to attention. A twig had snapped. Now they saw a man walking toward the trio through the woods. As Dawn, Nancy, and Mr. Drew ducked behind some shrubbery, they noticed that the man approached them. The man approaching them was carrying a fishing pole and a box of the type ordinarily used for bait. Passing by the watchers, he walked unhurriedly toward the beach. At this moment, the moon chose to show itself brilliantly, and Nancy observed that the man was tall and heavy. Hello, Sam, he said, and now that the watchers could see a rowboat passenger gliding out of the shadows. I hope the fish are biting well this morning, his voice carried clearly in the stillness. Oh yeah, I forget how early fishermen have to go out there. The fisherman deposited his gear in the boat, and the two companions shoved off. They were barely out of sight when Dawn whispered hoarsely, "A light in the bungalow." From the second-story window, he had come a flash of light. It did not reappear. "Someone's up there," Nancy whispered. Maybe the fisherman alerted him. "Let's circle the house," said Carson Drew, and suggested that he take the left half of the circle while Nancy and Dawn took the right. They would meet back at this same spot in a few minutes. "Be careful now," he warned the young people. "You too, Dad," Nancy said. I love that he worries about Nancy, but he still trusts her to take care of herself. You too, Dad, Nancy said. The route Nancy and Dawn took led past the door into the first floor of the boathouse bungalow. Cautiously, they listened at the exit. There was no sound from within. They went on to the beach side. The two tiptoed among the shadows as far as the center of the rear of the building without incident, then quietly returned to the meeting place. When they arrived, Mr. Drew was not there. That's funny, said Nancy, a little alarming. Where is Dad? A little alarmed. Where is Dad? Just then, she and Dawn heard a low groan. It seemed to come from behind the tree. Uh-oh, Mr. Drew! Carson! About 20 feet away. Forgetting caution, the couple rushed to the spot. Behind its broad trunk, a man lay sprawled on the ground. Mr. Drew! Dad! Nancy exclaimed, kneeling down. She felt the lawyer's pulse. It was steady. I think he was knocked out, said Dawn angrily. Nancy, you're right about this being a hideout. We must get to the police. You're just now agreeing with her? Damn it, Dawn. Plus, every time I say the name Dawn, even though it's D-O-N, like short for Donald, I think of Dawn from Babysitter's Club, and we all know how I feel about Dawn from the Babysitter's Club. And right away, Nancy agreed as Carson Drew sat up groggily. In a moment he could talk. The lawyer said that after leaving Nancy and Dawn, he had started around the bungalow. Someone had come from behind and struck him. I suppose he dragged me here. Stumpy Dowd, I'll bet, Nancy exclaimed. And this may mean that he and his wife made a getaway while Dawn and I were on the other side of the bungalow. Dad, do you feel well enough to try to follow them? Yes. Oh, here's a picture. There's Dawn. There's Nancy. And there's Mr. Drew. Half passed out by the tree outside the bungalow. We Hate Dawn. Yes. Welcome to the We Hate Dawn Club. Membership is free. We do have some We Hate Dawn merch items in the merch shop, but membership is free. The merch is just bonus. Do you feel well enough to try to follow them? Yes, but where did they go? He asked, and how? By boat, car, or on foot? As if in answer to his question, the three suddenly saw in the clear moonlight the figures of two men and a woman running up the bungalow lane toward the road. Each man carried a big suitcase, Laura's inheritance and Mr. Abbin's little fortune. After them, Dawn cried, but Mr. Drew could not make it. He tottered unsteadily and leaned against the pine. Go on, he said. Poor Mr. Drew. We love Carson Drew. No, Nancy replied quickly. Dawn, bring Dad's car here, will you? As the boys started off, the trio heard the muffled backfire of an automobile coming from the direction of the woods across the main road. Hurry, Dawn, Nancy urged. They had a car hidden there. By the time Dawn returned, Carson Drew felt better. He suggested that Nancy drive, since she was more familiar with the road. When everyone was in the car with the lawyer in the rear seat, they took off. Upon reaching the road, the young sleuth turned right. I think this is the direction the other car took, she said. Anyway, it leads to Stamford, where I know there's a state police headquarters. It says Carson Drew sat up groggily under this picture. Oh, now I've unfocused my camera. Dang it. All right, we are literally right at the end. The road became rough and was full of sharp turns. Nancy drove fast and but carefully, slowing at each curve. There was no sign of another until Dawn suddenly cried out. I think we're approaching a car. Nancy peered forward intently. She saw nothing but the road ahead. It's hidden now by that hill in front of us, Dawn told her. There was a long moment of suspense, and Nancy exclaimed, I see it. Do you think it's the Dowds? Dawn asked. It could be, Mr. Drew replied. And he's just in the back with a headache, like, oh. As the car reached a smooth, straight piece of road, Nancy put it to faster and faster pace. We're gaining on them, Dawn said exuberantly. Little by little, the Drew's sedan crept up on the car ahead. Soon its headlights spotted the rear of the other vehicle. A black foreign car! 3 figures were silhouetted inside it. At the same moment, Nancy caught sight of a huge black and white checkerboard sign at the side of the road, a bad curve ahead. With well-timed precision, Nancy eased up on her speed and gradually used her brake, knowing that abrupt pressure might cause a bad skid. That other driver isn't paying attention to the warning, Dawn exclaimed. The snake-like curve was only a few hundred feet ahead on a steep downgrade. The occupants of the Drew sedan held their breath. Would the others make the turn? There came a violent screech of brakes. Oh no, Nancy cried out in horror, as she and her companions watched the foreign car shot off the edge of the road and plunged down a steep cliff. Granny hoodie I can wait on. Still waiting on my stickers. I'm sorry. They're taking forever to ship. This is my first time working with Teespring, and I'm trying to see how they work. I know lots of people use them, but oh my gosh, it took forever for this to get here. So, apologies in advance if it waits. If it takes an extra couple seconds. I was also very annoyed at that. No worries. Oh, yeah, just wanted you to know. I'm like, oh, I feel bad. I don't mind waiting, but I feel bad that people buying the merch are going to be waiting, and I'm just like, damn you. Teespring. An extra illustrator. Well, thank you. I'll keep that in mind. I might need an extra illustrator. I'll let you know. I got to figure out what we're doing. All right. Chapter 19, Missing Property. It is 12:32. Where? Right there at the end. How many pages exactly are in this one? 180 exactly. I'm telling you. It's always 180 with a margin of error of like maybe 2 pages. Stunned by the accident, that must have been part of the contractual obligations of writing these books back in the day. Let me get a sip of my drink first. Accident. To the speeding car, Nancy brought the sedan to a halt. All right, the bad guys have gone over a literal cliff. Nancy's like, well, they're not getting away now. All right. Stunned by the accident to the speeding car, Nancy brought the sedan to a halt at the curve. Everyone inside was reluctant to look down onto the ravine below, from which there was not a sound, but only for an instant. Then Carson Drew urged, out, everyone, quickly. We must do what we can for those people. Nancy and Dawn sprang from the car and rushed to the edge of the road. The lawyer was close behind them. As the 3 gazed down, Carson Drew was like, these people, I want to prosecute these people personally. We got to save their life. No, you should try to save somebody's life, even if they are criminals. We're not about capital punishment out here. The lawyer was close behind them. As the 3 gazed down into the ravine, the first light of dawn revealed that the foreign car had rolled nearly to the bottom of it and overturned against a boulder. A wheel had been torn loose from its axle, and the body had been smashed in. There was no sign of any of the 3 occupants. A silence held the trio above. It was inconceivable that anyone in the wreck could be alive. At last, Carson Drew found his voice. I guess we'd better notify the police and emergency squad, he said. Dawn agreed, but Nancy thought they should first see if by any chance any of the accident victims were alive. This just got real. Mr. Drew and Dawn nodded and followed Nancy as she scrambled down the incline. Nancy, in the lead, gasped as she saw the body of a strange man, apparently not the driver, which had been, oh gosh, sorry, trigger warning, car accident, I'm so sorry. I did not see this coming. I don't remember. I read all of these as a kid, but I don't remember. I only remember bits and pieces of them, you know? Which had been flung out of a car into a clump of bushes near the wreck. Oh, well, at least bushes probably padded the landing. She also noticed gasoline spilling from a hole in the tank. Vaguely, she thought of fire and an explosion. Hurry, she urged. As the three drew closer, they saw a man's leg and a woman's high-heeled shoe protruding from beneath the left-hand side of the car. With frantic haste, Dawn and Mr. Drew dragged the man out while Nancy tugged at the woman's body. Stumpy Dowd and his wife both were breathing, but unconscious. The victims, cut and badly bruised, were carried to safe place on the grass. Now let's see about the other man, Mr. Drew urged on, as they headed for the bushes where he lay. Nancy stared at the car. The suitcases, she thought. Laura's inheritance and Mr. Alburn's little fortune. I must get them out before they may be burned up. Crawling under the wreck, she began to grope about frantically. Her hand struck a suitcase and she dragged it out. At that instant, Nancy realized how hot the metal was. There might be spontaneous combustion at any second. She must work fast to save the second suitcase. It's the only way I can ever repay Laura for saving my life on Twin Lakes, Nancy thought. By feeling around, full circle, she found... Full circle, I'm putting that in there. By feeling around, she found the bag and triumphantly brought it out. This book has really been through some stuff over the years. Brought it out, only to be jerked from the scene by Carson Drew and Dawn. Nancy, Carson cried, white-faced and horror-stricken. Are you mad? Those suitcases aren't worth your life. There was a sudden explosion. The flames enveloped the car. The dry grass in the immediate vicinity began to burn. Don Cameron shuddered but looked at Nancy, admiration showing in his eyes. You're the most courageous girl I've ever met, he said slowly. Nancy, you might have been killed. As she herself realized what a narrow escape she had, Nancy breathed a prayer of thanksgiving. She was shaken and silent as the men threw dirt on the flames to keep them from spreading. When they finished, but she get the second suitcase? Only to be jerked from the scene. Okay, so she did get both suitcases out. To keep it from spreading. When they finished, Dawn told Nancy that he and Mr. Drew thought the third man would be all right, although the strangers, as well as the Dowds, were injured, perhaps seriously. Now I suppose we must get the three of them to a hospital, and fast as we can, he said. At that moment, they all heard the low whine of an ambulance alarm. An ambulance alarm. What an old-timey way of saying that. This was followed by a police siren. Nancy, Mr. Drew, and Dawn looked at one another hopefully. Do you suppose, Nancy began? She was right. Help had come. A moment later, police and emergency squad cars stopped at the top of the ravine. 4 officers, 2 stretcher bearers, and an intern, okay, clad in white, hurried down the group. I guess that's like I guess they mean like maybe a resident? I'm not sure. I don't know what intern means in this context. Thank goodness, said Mr. Drew. Introductions were quickly made. Then he asked, how did you know about the accident? An officer, Lieutenant Gill, told him that a farmer living not far away had seen the speeding car go off the road and notified headquarters. When we heard it was a black foreign car, we were suspicious immediately, he said. Can you identify these people as the Dowds? From pictures, 10 pages left. From pictures, yes, Mr. Drew said. Car crash, the total. 10 till this day. I have knee issues. I'm sorry to hear that. I have massive anxiety when it comes to being in a car. I've never been in a horrible car accident, but I have had some very, very near misses when I was a new driver and I had just moved to the city. And it was enough to make me want to stop driving, and I haven't really driven since, so I didn't mean to spring that on anybody. I didn't want anybody to be triggered. I just literally had no idea they were just going to throw that at us at the very end. From pictures, yes, said Mr. Drew, and briefly told the whole story of the Dowd affair up to the present moment. And I can testify that they were impersonating the Aberns, Nancy added. Anybody know where the other man is? Lieutenant Gill inquired. How often do you think Nancy and her dad have testified in court? And even the Hardy Boys and their dad. Like, how often do you think these people have to testify in court? Is it like a side hustle? Is that why Nancy never has to take any money? Not just because of her family's old money, it's because she's making side hustle money testifying in all these cases she closes. Anybody know where the other man is? Lieutenant Gill inquired. I believe, Mr. Drew replied, that he's William Frednick, assistant to the president of the River Heights branch of the Monroe National Bank. He's suspected of removing certain securities from the bank. During his conversation, the intern had been examining the accident victims, and the attendants had laid them on stretchers. The doctor reported that the victims had been given first aid and had revived. They would be in good shape after a short stay in the hospital. They'll get a nice long rest after that, said Lieutenant Gill. In the state's pen. I shan't try to question them now. As the prisoners were carried up to the ambulance with the others following, Lieutenant Gill explained to the Dowds how Nancy had saved them from being burned in the wreckage. Well, where's the other guy? Do we have the other guy? Where is he? Did they say they had him? I don't believe it, said Stumpy ungratefully. His wife was more gracious. Thanks, Miss Drew. And I want to tell you I'm tired of this whole business. You're only a kid, but you've really taught me a lesson. Well, that's good. Nancy's like, well, that's good. You're going to jail, but hopefully one day when you're out, you'll be on the straight and narrow. Nancy did not answer. She found herself choking up, and tears came from her eyes. As the ambulance moved away, Nancy, quickly brushing her moist eyes dry with, don't say moist, with the backs of her hands, turned towards the east. She observed that a beautiful sunrise was beginning to flood the sky with brilliant color. Don yawned. What do you say we head for home? He suggested. Don literally, I don't ever think Don ever shows up again. This guy's just like there. They were just like trial running Don, and we all hated him. Maybe he was the precursor to Ned. Yeah, watch out for other drivers. Oh, yeah. Other drivers are 100% why I'm scared to drive. Not even... I mean, I'm not a great driver, and that's another whole part of it, but you never know what other drivers are gonna do. My dad and my grandma both have been in, like, terrible car accidents, and I'm just like, nope, I think I'm alright. I think I'm good. My bangs really just don't want to do... Okay, whatever. Stop hyperfixating, Avery. You're almost done with the book, and then you're gonna go... maybe sleep. I can't believe we still have anybody on right now. Thank you to the 7 people that are still on with me currently. It's almost 1 in the morning where I am. I don't know about you guys. Hope at least a couple of you have fallen asleep. Yeah, car crashes are terrible, Laser. Like, that's... it's no joke, for real. My dad's a pilot. He always taught us to not be afraid of flying, and he always would tell us, like, how much safer flying is statistically than driving in a car because of how many more car crashes there are than plane crashes, and it worked, but it also kind of backfired because as much as it worked to make us not scared of flying, me and my brother are both terrified of cars. Good with planes, though. Okay, until the end. Oh, you don't have to do that, Paolo. I know we're in the same time zone. I don't want you to be sleep deprived. We've got less than 10 pages actually. Let me finish real quick. Lighting the sky with a what do you say we head for home? He suggested. Otherwise, I'll never be able to make my sister's wedding this evening. Oh, God. Oh, dear, Nancy exclaimed. I forgot all about it. Please forgive us for keeping you up all night. Don grinned. I wouldn't have missed this excitement for anything. I suggest, said Mr. Drew, that we go back to Nancy's hotel, and the Drews will get some sleep. Dawn, you take my car and return to River Heights later. Nancy and I will take a taxi and pick up her convertible at the Auburns. Thank you, sir. I'll do that. While the three had been talking, Lieutenant Gill had been wedging open one of the 2 locked suitcases with which Nancy had taken from the wrecked car. Mr. Drew and the others walked over as he lifted the lid. The bag was jammed with feminine clothing. There were several dresses, a large makeup kit, pieces of lingerie, shoes, and several wigs, a gray one and a black hairpiece. One which was decidedly auburn. That clinches it, Dad, Nancy exclaimed. Mrs. Dowd must have gone around in disguise to cash the bonds. But where's the money she got? Dawn asked. It must be in the other bag. Go home, Dawn. You've got a wedding tonight, Nancy suggested, together with securities and money belonging to Laura Pendleton, Mr. Auburn, and River Heights Bank clients. Lieutenant Gill opened the second suitcase. It contained men's clothing and toilet articles. Nancy, you risked your life for this? Dawn exclaimed. Nancy Drew could not believe her eyes. Had she been mistaken in believing the stumpy Dowd had put the contents of Mr. Auburn's safe in the bags? Quickly, she glanced down at the foreign car. Had Laura's inheritance and other people's money burned in it? The thought stunned the young sleuth, but in a moment the idea came to her. There's just a possibility that the papers are here, she said. All eyes turned to Nancy. Turned on the girl detective as the group awaited further explanation. Chapter 20, last chapter, a surprise gift. I'm sure, Nancy said, that Mr. Dowd not only put the money in and securities in one of these suitcases, but never removed them. Then where are they? Dawn asked. Nancy smiled. These bags may have fallen false bottoms. Lieutenant Gill said, Why, of course, I should have thought of that. Kneeling down, he soon found that Nancy was right. The bottom of each bag opened up. See, she's always doing the cop's job for them. Disclosing packages of $1,000 bills and securities. Good thinking, Nancy, said Dawn admiringly. You're a whiz of a detective, all right. It took Mr. Drew and the officers several minutes to count the large sum of money and make a rough estimate of the value of stocks and bonds. Stonks. When they finished, the officer gave Carson Drew a receipt to turn over to the president of the Monroe National Bank. Meanwhile, he would take the stolen property to police headquarters and send a detailed report. A few minutes later, Nancy's group said goodbye to the officers and returned to Mr. Drew's car. When they reached the Beach Cliff Hotel, Nancy and Mr. Drew got out. They thanked Dawn for all he had done. Don't mention it, the young man. What did he do? For real, what did Dawn do? The young man grinned. Turning to Nancy, he added, I kept my date with you yesterday after all. Oh. As he got into the driver's seat, Dawn said that when he returned the car to the Drews' home, he would tell Hannah Gruen what had happened. It was now very light. Nancy and her father, exhausted, could hardly wait to get a few hours' sleep. They tumbled into their beds and slept until noon, then met in the hotel dining room for a hearty brunch. How's your head? Isn't that lunch? If it's noon, I think that's past brunch time. I think that's just lunch. How's your head, Dad? Nancy asked. Sound as ever, Carson Drew said, grinning. I don't even have a bump. I think you want to have a bump, though, don't you? Isn't not a bump potentially more dangerous? I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Then we have a date, Nancy told him, waving a note. This was at the desk. I picked it up. The clerk said Jim Donnell left it a little while ago. The date's with him? Mr. Drew asked. No, Laura Pendleton. She says she and the Auburns are thrilled by the news, which the police relayed, and would like us to come to their house as soon as possible. What do you say, Dad? We'll go. As Nancy finished her pancakes and sausages, she remarked that she could hardly wait to start for the Auburns' home. I wonder if the Dowds have confessed everything and what Mr. Frednick had to say. In my opinion, it's an open and shut case, the lawyer replied. While Mr. Drew paid the hotel bill, Nancy had called the taxi, and soon the Drews were heading for early Eagle Rock Lane. Nothing's an open and shut case if they've got a good enough lawyer, honestly. Reaching it, they got out of the cab, and the lawyer paid the driver. Nancy slid in behind the steering wheel of her convertible as Mr. Drew got in on the other side. The motor started at once. Good old Jim, Nancy said with a smile, and drove up the lane to the Auburn home. As she parked The front door was opened by a woman of about 45. Her pretty face showed humor, kindness, and intelligence. After the Drews had introduced themselves, the woman said she was Marian Aburn and had reached home in the wee small hours because her plane was late. I've been most eager to meet you two, she added, smiling. How can I ever thank you for all you've done? As the callers went inside, Laura Pendleton hurried down from the second floor. After greeting Mr. Drew, she gave Nancy a kiss and exclaimed, Everything is so wonderful. You've captured the thieves and recovered all the money, and I have the nicest guardians anyone could ever hope for. And Jacob and I have a daughter to love, said Marian. Oh, Aburn, smiling fondly at Laura. Nancy asked how Mr. Aburn felt. His wife said, Come see for yourself, and led the way to a small study at the rear of the house. She knocked, then opened the door, and Nancy heard the steady drum of typewriter keys. Jacob Aburn was seated behind the machine. The erstwhile cellar prisoner already looked like a new man. His face was flooded with color, and his eyes were alert and happy. Now he stood up, greeted the Drews, and expressed his great appreciation for all they had done in recovering his and Laura's property. He grinned at Nancy. First time a girl ever risked her life for me, he said. To show my appreciation, I'm writing my adventure. You know, writing is my business. If I sell this one to a magazine, I'm going to give the proceeds to Nancy's favorite charity, the River Heights Youth Center. Yay! Why, that's terrific, Nancy exclaimed. Mrs. Aburn's face sobered. She said that she had not yet heard the entire story of what had happened. Before anyone had a chance to tell her, the doorbell rang. Lieutenant Gill walked in with Chief McGinnis, River Heights, and another man. While Nancy greeted the officers, her father hurried to shake hands with the stranger. This is Mr. Seward, president of the Monroe National Bank, he announced a moment later. And introduced the dignified white-haired man. The president's glance included the policeman as he said, I want to thank all of you in person for the splendid job you did in capturing the Dowds and the 2 bank employees involved in the thefts. There is a 4th man? Nancy asked in amazement. Mr. Seward explained that Alma Dowd's brother, Joe Jackson, had been employed by the Monroe National Bank in their vault department for some time. He and Frednick had cooked up the scheme of taking the securities. They had done this between audits of the bank's holdings. Frednick, in his job as assistant custodian, had known exactly how to place his hands on the valuable stocks and bonds. Frednick overheard Mrs. Pendleton's discussion with me about Laura and the large estate, and she would inherit someday, Mr. Seward said, and also that Mr. Aburn would be her guardian. When Frednick, 3 more pages left, when Frednick learned that Laura Pendleton had a valuable jewelry collection, he instantly thought of a swindle scheme. Frednick had chanced to meet Mr. Aburn one time while vacationing at Melrose Lake. He had been amazed by the strong resemblance between Aburn and Stumpy Dowd, whom Alma's brothers had introduced to Frednick. He asked Dowd to impersonate Mr. Aburn and moved up the date when Laura would come to the guardian's home. He even deposited some securities with the bank in Stumpy's name, so there would be no question of Dowd's having anything to do with the theft. Where is Joe Jackson now? Nancy asked. Chief McGinnis said he would answer that question. We caught him cruising by the Drews' home. When we stopped the car, he tried to escape. After the whole story broke, we got a confession from him. He was going to burglarize your home, Nancy, to find the jewels. There's one thing I don't understand, said Mrs. Aburn. Why did the Dowds rent the bungalow when they had helped themselves to this house? Nancy grinned. I'm sure I know, she said. Dowd was smart enough not to want either Frederick or Jackson to stay here, just in case anyone from the bank traced their thefts to them before Dowd could make a getaway. So he had Alma Dowd rent the bungalow and convince Frederick that it was a good hideout. After Mr. Aburn and Laura had signed statements for the police, the officers and Mr. Seward left. Nancy suddenly felt a sense of loneliness and realized it was because her work on the case was at an end. Would another mystery come her way to solve? It will. She wondered, and it did. In less than a week, Nancy was facing up to the challenge of The Mystery at Lilac Inn. Fun fact, the first Nancy Drew book I ever wrote. Caffeine is my hero in the morning. Oh, I'm sorry. Just got my PJs on and I'm good. It's staying to the finale. Brunch is 10 to 12. Fair enough, fair enough. I'll accept a brunch at 12. Mystery at Lilac Inn is the first Nancy Drew book I ever read. My grandmother gave it to me, I think, for like my 5th or 6th birthday, and I've been obsessed with Nancy Drew ever since. So we'll have to read that one. And the copy that I have is still the copy that my grandma gave me, so we'll definitely have to read that soon. Nancy and her father now said goodbye to the family at Eagle Rock. As Nancy gave Laura a farewell hug, she asked, "When will you come to get your jewelry?" Laura consulted her guardian, who said the next day would be convenient for them to drive to River Heights. Will 3 o'clock be all right? Yes, indeed. The following afternoon, Laura Pendleton and the Aberns arrived promptly after iced tea and some of Hannah's delicious open-faced sandwiches. Oh, I wonder if it's those, open-faced, tuna sandwich-like things, like the ones that I made way back when in an early video covering that 50s tutorial. Laura whispered to Mr. Drew that she would love to get her jewelry from the safe. Excusing himself, Nancy's father left the room and returned in a few minutes with the package, which he handed to Laura. Nancy, meanwhile, was listening to Jacob Abern's surprising news that he had finished his story and was sending it the next day. Guess he was really ruminating on it for those 2 weeks. And was sending it to a leading magazine. Wonderful, said Nancy. As she said this, she looked up to see Laura standing before her. In the girl's hand was the beautiful aquamarine ring Nancy had admired earlier in the week. "I'd like you to wear this," Laura said shyly, "as a reminder of our friendship, that our friendship began on the water." Quickly, she slipped the ring on the third finger of Nancy's right hand. The pretty detective gave an exclamation of delight and admired the gift for a long moment. Then she showed it to the others. At last, she turned to Laura and said with genuine sincerity, "The ring is priceless, and I'll always treasure it as a reminder of you, although no one can place a value on a true friendship like ours." Seeing tears in Laura's eyes, Nancy added quickly with a grin, "Even if we had to be shipwrecked to get an introduction." The end. The end. We did it, guys. We did the thing. We read the book. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Thank you guys for being here with me. Everybody go get sleep. Those of you who are in the proper time zones for sleep. Everybody else, just have a wonderful rest of your day. Older Drew book, but figured you own all of them. I got something else that looked fun. Should be able to drop it at the post office next week. Thank you so much. That's very, very sweet of you. Yes, thank you all for being here, hanging out with me. You know I love a good Nancy Drew book, so it's always fun to go back to Nancy Drew. I will see you guys tomorrow, since we stayed on a little late to get this done today, and we don't have the other half of this for tomorrow night. I think I'm going to read the second Cheetah Girls book, because Milo sent me 3 big books of like 4 to a collection. It's like the first 12 Cheetah Girls books, so I think we'll go back to that if anybody remembers. But I will see you guys tomorrow or whenever you're next available. If you haven't seen the new Once Upon a Time video, that's there. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you guys. Good night. Appreciate you.